Hi there. Hi. Ich muss Platz lassen für die Englisch sprechen. Ups. Bin gespannt, ob's klappt. Hi.
Hallöchen.
Ah, du bist aber pünktlich, meine Güte.
Ja, ich muss noch ein Referenz schreiben, fertig machen und eine Diskussion meiner Masterandin durchgehen. Das mache ich auch heute doch irgendwie.
Okay.
Ich bin ja aber auch schon seit 'ner Dreiviertelstunde zu Hause und habe zu Abend gegessen. Also,
Okay. So your brain
ja.
is working already. Hi, Spiky, our first English guest. I invited you to speak if you want. In case you would like to talk. Hi, well, you're early. Lovely.
It's a thing about not being late. I always prefer to be early. It's the rules.
Oh, it's the rules. It's my rules too. So that's why it's 5 minutes early. I want to gather my German gang. I was like, I hope they will come.
I'm pretty sure they do. I'm going to start sharing it out as soon as we turn 8.
Okay. How are you?
Not too bad. Had quite a nice quiet day. What have you been up to?
Oh, I'm preparing for my rally on Saturday, so I'm a bit nervous, and I've done a podcast yesterday, and I'm editing it, so I've been busy.
I'm curious to see how we go here tonight.
Yeah, I am actually. And Spiky, you can be my. I told you you can be my first. You want.
I can.
We can. You can be my first.
Oh well, that's cheers. So grateful. But
No,
if
we could do we could find a date and talk for the podcast. Remember, I wanted to do it in English too.
yes, and you have to give me a heads up when it is. Just DM me when it's going to be, and I'll be there.
Well, you just we have to arrange a meeting. It's on
Oh
us
yeah.
too, when
Oh
we
yeah.
talk, and I will record it and then I post it for the
Fantastic.
world. See?
Fantastic.
Okay, so we will find a date in the near future, and then you and I make a wonderful podcast. I had a wonderful talk yesterday.
Who with?
With a young woman from Germany who wanted to talk about prostitution and pornography and feminism and how feminists don't approach the issues well enough for her.
Is that sort of like, is she upset about feminists that support it or feminists that don't support it?
That so don't support the women who want to get out of prostitution and who say, oh, sex work is work. No, it's not work. It's abuse.
Good,
That's
I agree,
great.
100%.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic. I didn't know her. She contacted me after listening to one of my podcasts and said, I want to talk to you about this issue. And I said, oh, you're very welcome. And yeah, it was lovely. I mean, lovely. It was tough, but a nice person. 22 years old. Sweet, sweet young woman. Really, absolutely lovely. Yeah.
And is it in German or English?
No, that's in German, and I want to start the English one. That's why I invite you.
Yeah, is the kind of like, the outsider.
Mm-hmm.
Because like, I'm not quite the best lesbian and I'm not quite the best, I'm certainly not a feminist, so.
Well, I don't know. We can talk about it. You don't have to be a feminist to talk to me.
No, I know, but like, the only reason I say I'm not a feminist because I don't want anyone to make a mistake to think that I go along with everything that feminists go along with.
Oh no.
I don't.
Well, it depends on which feminism we're talking about, because there are kind of three types at the moment, aren't there?
I think there's a lot more than that.
Oh, probably.
And I don't think they necessarily all have sort of like clan labels.
Well, that's true. That's true. Well, anyway, I'm not with the feminism that abuses women. I can say that for myself. So
I don't mind women having fights and arguments. I haven't got a problem with that at all.
no.
It's when it's called. It's when it's if people are having fights and issues with women and then hitting them over the head because of a different ideology.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the same thing as the
I
trans
can
issue.
relate to that.
Yeah.
Oh well. Hello, Fuela. Lovely to see you. I have invited quite some women. I don't know if you've seen that. Well, anyway, it's 9 o'clock
Right. Well, I'm going to
just
stick a
now,
share out.
so it should be okay. Does anyone of my my gang want to be co-host, please? I need you.
I need to do things in the
Well,
background, but I'm happy to be
that's not a
co-host.
problem. I just need you for the space.
Yeah.
Bye.
Sure. No worries. Make me
Okay,
co-host.
thank you very much. Okay, so Spiky and Frella, for you because yeah, maybe I should do that later. I don't know. But anyway, some of my followers are here. May I introduce you to Comrade Velociroa? She's veterinarian. She's a professor and a very, very smart one. And she's just wonderful. You will hear her later. She can't stop talking, so she will talk. Kirsty is is one of our gang who is now inspired to do her own spaces, and she hosts the Saturday morning women's what's it called? Stammtisch meeting, get together, only for women. Only women talk in these spaces. Fruella, I just introduced some of my German followers. Manu is another one of those. Hi, you're what?
Hi, LSquad, and all your European friends. I really enjoy your spaces, and sometimes I have to be a listener because
Right.
I held a space earlier, and now I'm cooking dinner, and I have to pay attention to the patriarchy.
Yeah.
Lol. and clean and stuff. So I was just going to listen, but I didn't want to just be lurking here.
Yeah.
So
Thank you very much. You're from Sweden,
I
aren't you?
appreciate. So sometimes I even listen to your spaces when you do them in German because
Yes.
I did German at school, and
Right.
I kind of try to learn a little bit. So I really enjoy your spaces, but please don't mind that I'm not going to participate because I've kind of done my Twitter for today. But
Okay. Yeah.
yeah,
I understand that.
I think you're brilliant, and
Thank you.
yeah, and all of you guys are great. So thank you.
Brother, you are from Sweden, aren't you?
Pardon?
You are from Sweden, aren't you?
No, I'm British,
Where are
but I
you?
live in Sweden.
Oh, that's okay. Well, wrong
Yeah.
question. That was a wrong question on my side.
No, it's
So
not a
you're
wrong
in
question, but
Sweden at the moment, and you're from Britain. Okay.
yeah, because it's not a wrong question because you can hear my accent, and I've said before where I am, so
Okay.
it's not your mistake.
But I
But
talk to so
I'm
many
going to
women.
listen. Yeah, I'm going to listen for a little bit, and
Thank you very
I'm going
much.
to drop down so somebody can be a speaker. But thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming and listening in. Well, okay, so where did I stop? Kirsty is hosting the women's meetings on Saturday morning for 2 hours every Saturday. They have a meeting in a space where only women talk, and they have no special topics, but most of the time they talk about yeah, either about Brussels sprouts or about gender critical issues. Word Rebel is one of our smart ones who is into um, translation. She's very good at translating from English into German, or rather from English into, what did I say? English into German. Yeah, that's what I meant. And she's always on the ball. And if there are interesting tweets, she would just, translate them and put them out there so that the Germans know what's going on. Petra is our therapist and philosopher in our round. She's been in one of my podcasts as a and I talked with her, and she's well, also brilliant. I only got brilliant women around me, so wait for her to say something. Um, she's one of us too, Spiky, one of us. Manu is oh my God, another bright one. She's what you call it, abolitionist, and she knows everything about prostitution and works against it, and everybody knows her in Germany. And yesterday, and now she's right. Now she does with um, the one next to her, AP Schulz, AP Schulz. You see them both. They do on Saturday evenings. They do space where they have got certain topics and they prepare for it like mad. I never do. They do, and they talk to people who know about the given up subject. So, for instance, with another co-host, some weeks ago, they did a space on puberty blockers and the side effects and if it works or if it doesn't work and da, 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 da. And they had quite a panel of people who know about this thing, who know about medicine, who know how to read papers, right? And that was brilliant. And if you're German, that's a place to go to get really serious. Um, how do you call it? Funded? Is that something you say? Information. So if you want to get information on certain topics, look there. It's a go-to. Yeah. Well, okay. That's Manu and Abe Schulz, the other one in the team. She's a bloody smart ass, and she just manages to put everything she hears into poetry and into wisdom, and it's fantastic. This is a fantastic group. Actually, I can't stop praising the women here. Oh, Sven. Well, of course, I have to mention the men as well because Sven is someone who listens in the spaces. He's almost always there, and as soon as I mention something and where I need a link to a paper, to a tweet, to name it. I can't even finish the thought, and he posts it for everybody to see, so that I can always be sure that when he's here, he will put the data I need in the bubble down there. Same counts for Sebastian. He's down there. Sebastian is like that as well. They are both on their toes. They um, support us. They are those men who may occasionally talk. Well, Sven doesn't, but Sebastian occasionally does, because they are so nice. They may talk because they know when to withdraw again. Michael, Michael is the one who composed my music for my podcast because I needed music um, to be recognizable, and he offered me to compose it so that I don't get problems with the authorities about stealing music and using it. So that's mine. He did it, and I'm ever so grateful and forever grateful. Sal is our Australian member here. She supports me not only here online, she's always here, hardly ever speaks, but listens in very often. And we know each other personally in real life because we live both live in the same city, and we meet occasionally. Okay, that's it. No, Amy. Amy is one of my supporters who I got to know recently, and ever since she dropped into my spaces, she never left, and is really very supportive of me with words and deeds. So, well, that's the people I know and who are the core group. Um, Now there's Petra. Hello, Petra.
Hi, hello everybody. We're here from Manchester at the moment, actually, and I guess Woogie is coming as well. We're just texting some other friends. You want to say hi?
Hey, everybody.
Hi, Woogie. Hi, Woogie.
Hey.
I am so sorry
This is-
that my recording of your speech didn't work. I'm
Oh,
so
didn't it?
sorry about that.
Oh, don't be.
I was going to say, I think we somebody else's did. So, I mean, at least we have it.
Yeah. I'm very
Yeah.
glad that
And
that
there's
worked.
subtitles as well, so in English and in German. So it's brilliant. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were just looking at it. I haven't had a chance to sit down and like look at it yet. Petra watched it and I was listening because I was only half awake. But yeah, so it seems like it got recorded anyway. So that's great.
Yeah, I'm very happy
It
about
was a
that.
great speech. It was a great day together with you and
Lovely
all the
day.
other women. So that was really. We've been speaking a lot about it here in the UK. We started in Edinburgh last week, actually last Monday, exactly a week ago, and have been to Newcastle, the LGB Alliance party, the first LGB Alliance party. Well, that's 2 days ago now, right? We met
Yeah.
with a lot of Scottish women and feminists to start with, and went to Newcastle, and yeah, now we're here in Manchester, living with Jo Campbell. I'm not sure whether anybody knows her. She's
No, who is
great.
she?
She's got her. She's well.
She works for a lot of different.
Yeah.
She helps out. She's a volunteer for LGB Alliance and works with all kinds of groups around here and seems to know everyone. So I mean, we went to take this trip kind of like to meet all of our friends and do some networking. At least I had some networking in mind because I know a lot of women in the U.S., but I hadn't really met up with and networked and connected with anybody in Europe at all yet. So
That's what we've been doing the
yeah,
last
so we've
weeks.
been networking, and she's great. She literally knows practically everybody. So she'll be great. She's going to be a great connection to have, I think, with this. And she has so much knowledge from the stuff she's done, especially with LGB Alliance and all the way back to the 70s with other feminist groups. She works with Lesbian Strength is another group she works with. Tons of them. I mean, I could sit here and list them all.
And her latest like private project is Wolveria. I think you can find it on I can also post the webpage. She's bought several houses in Bulgaria and is running a project. It's like starting up now to build up some women's land. Oh, we've had a lot of talks about like building up women's lands or women's villages and stuff like that. Well, a lot of good things and inspiring thoughts and things going on
So
here.
I should
So,
wait with moving to another place, shouldn't I?
well, it's a good place, Bulgaria, I would assume. So, well, let's talk more about that.
Yeah.
I didn't want to take all the
No,
space
no.
now
I mean,
because there's so many wonderful women here as well.
absolutely.
So,
But we're much too little. This is not really what I wanted because we only have basically 2 guests. That's a bit little, isn't it? So
wow.
I
That gives space to all the others as well,
yeah,
right?
absolutely. I will. Can you plural? Can you please send the invite out that this space is happening into your bubbles, the English-speaking bubbles, because well, This is,
Well, the last 2 days, Twitter hasn't really
yeah,
been
Yeah,
that's
Twitter's
right.
working
been.
with me. So I've been liking and retweeting, and well, the retweets usually stay, but not a lot of the other things. But so I've retweeted already, but like I said, the likes, they disappear and stuff. I've also asked some of the Danish women. We've just started. Yeah, what do you call that? Meeting up with Danish women also to like,
Oh
and
yeah,
that's
meetups.
actually how our road trip started in Copenhagen, with some wonderful women there, and want to start more actions in Denmark and Scandinavia as well. So because there hasn't actually been a lot going on, like a lot underneath the surface, very very much grassroots, but not really getting anything started yet. So yeah, I've asked some of them to come, but like that was today, so I guess most women, they have plans already. I guess that was a bit too late. Yeah, but maybe we can have these international spaces like regularly, so we know that every Monday or once a month at least, we can meet here in your space
Yeah, that's
and
the plan.
also connect internationally. That would be amazing, because I know that
Yeah,
a lot of the women we meet on our trip, they are longing for yeah, connections.
yeah.
Yes, everybody's like, we want to do stuff, but like, nobody really. It's almost like there needs to be some leadership and some people to step out
Uh,
and say, yeah, let's do something.
uh,
Or maybe it's
So
not about the leadership, but this social, well, female socialization about, oh, is this really good enough? What I'm doing, can I do
yeah,
enough? So more the inspiration of there's,
right. Not necessarily
yeah,
leadership, but somebody to put the spark out there.
well,
yeah,
Boogie,
thanks.
I'm
Yeah.
here. Hello. This is
Hey.
the first. This is the first one of plenty to come. I'm
Oh,
That's,
great.
I love it. That's why I wanted to show up, because this is exactly the kind of stuff we
yeah,
need. So yes,
yeah,
thank you for doing
yeah.
this. This is
I've
exactly what I was
I've
talking
been
about.
planning that for a while, and then Spiky. Let's have Spiky have a word. Spiky and I talked
Yes,
about
yes,
it the other
I'm
day, and we said, okay, we're gonna do it now.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
cool.
looking forward. I'm looking forward to this, sort of like listening to lesbians from different places. I hang out in a lot of the English-speaking spaces, just hanging out with or English-speaking women, mainly straight women, but from all across the country. I have a tendency to avoid radfem spaces because when I hear people start throwing stones at some of our star players, I get quite pissed off. And rather than stand around and have an argument about it, I'm more likely to leave because some of my opinions are quite unpopular. And rather than stand around and sort of like ruin somebody else's space or create a row, I'm like 58 years old. I'm not up for causing too much shit. At the same time, if I have to sit and listen to young rad femmes slagging off the likes of Posey Parker, who to me is, is sort of like turf getting the word out. As far as I'm concerned, she's one of our best hitters. I do not know anyone else that is as well-known face of hers. And yeah, the New Zealand stuff put her face a bit higher in the what's his name. But I've been in radfem spaces and I've had to listen to some radfems being really really pleased about Kelly J not getting so many hits, not getting so many followers, when Kelly's actually shadow banned on YouTube. And I don't know if she's shadow banned on YouTube, but she's definitely on Twitter, and she's just been demonetized on YouTube. And I've also heard them infer, like this is nearly a month ago, oh yeah, she's going to be looked in for financial this and that and the next thing. And it's kind of like, it just seems like absolute spite thrown at a woman because she's like married to a man with 4 kids. It seems petty. It's embarrassing that that's the road people want to take. And I feel as a lesbian that I was raised in the military, so I come from what you would call a conservative background. And coming out as a lesbian, or getting outed in Germany as a lesbian when I was 26, I was thrown out of the country by the British military. And I was helped by a women's group. And I started listening to their take on things. And slowly but surely, I came to the left. And when Jeremy Corbyn was actually up for election, or in the party, I bought into the party. You know, I voted for him to be leader of the party and all that crap. And over this issue, I am beginning to doubt how strongly I feel about the whole left politics. And it's literally since the trans argument, and how I've had to listen to rad femmes slagging anyone off that doesn't do things the way they insist they should be done. It just seems we've got trans ideology being smacked about our face from the trans lot, and then we've got bloody feminist ideology being smacked around our face by rad femmes. And to me, that's a dumb idea. It doesn't get people on your side. It alienates people, and it alienates people like me. Yeah. I'm like 58 years old. I'm not going to stand around arguing these politics. I want this shit stopped with these men coming after our children. Just so you know, my eldest daughter in her mid-30s went to college and ended up helping out with the rainbow flag. Now my granddaughter is non-binary. So my heat and my anger, that rainbow flag, had I not been flying that flag, had my daughter not gone to that college and seen that flag, my granddaughter would not be non-binary. So the rainbow flag is dead to me. I will never wave it again. And at the moment, I'm pretty sure when our elections come round, I'm unlikely to vote Labour. I don't like the idea that I might vote for our Conservative Party, but I've no clue. Unless somebody stands in our area that comes from the Women's Party. Cheers.
Oh, Spiky, I can relate. That's exactly what's happening here. Actually, not just in Germany, but in Berlin. Maybe we can talk about it later. Thank you very much. I mean, you're in the right place. I'm not having any Posy Parker bashing. I've I've been to
Cheers.
Vienna, and I wish I had gone to Geneva, and I will go wherever I can get to be there and support her. So that's where I come from. So that's
Good. And listen, L Squad, if ever you need a contribution towards travel costs, hit me up, all right?
yes, thank you very much. I've got a funder. Maybe I will on Saturday I will do a rally, and maybe
Brilliant.
then
Is it on your
no, it
is it on
will
your
be on my
profile?
profile, and in my profile actually there is a link tree where you can find all the information. Anyway, thank you so
Okay,
much.
Squad, cheers.
Yeah, Ilse and Petra.
Thanks. Yeah. I just wanted to comment a little bit on what Spiky just said, because I can relate to a lot of what you've said, even though I'm not a lesbian. And I find it really interesting that, and quite appropriate actually, to use the word ideology in the context of certain women who call themselves rat femmes. Because for me, I mean, I've always considered myself a feminist, just because a lot of the theory or analysis in what's, probably best called radical feminism made a lot of sense to me. So I do now consider myself a radical feminist from the theoretical background and the analysis and the conclusions coming from that. But I do see the problem that if you take a theory and an analysis and turn it into an ideology, and I think that's one of the biggest mistakes women can do, to start going into purity spirals within feminism. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't acknowledge the different living realities of different women in different circumstances. And it hampers the progress of women, because it prevents us from getting together and fight for a common goal. And we might have a common goal coming from very different backgrounds and different types of analysis. And as long as the goal is the same, and to me, I would phrase it as liberation of women. And this, again, is something we could probably discuss for 2 hours, what it means and what it doesn't mean. But, as long as we have shared goals, I think we should certainly not go into little details and discuss whether a certain method fits our purity test or not, and rather see what works, realize that different things work for different people, also when it comes to reaching different people. And I mean, Posey is simply doing something which is extremely effective for a large group of women, to reach a large group of women. It might not have the detailed intellectual background other people appreciate or enjoy, but it doesn't make it any less effective. And in some ways, it makes it even more effective. And I find it really, really annoying and frustrating. And sometimes it really angers me to see a woman slashing at women just because they're not adhering to the true belief. And I use the belief term here on purpose because it's ridiculous. They're basically, sometimes, if you like, they might exchange one ideology for another with the blink of an eye, go from rat femme to trans right activism just by changing terms and the ideology behind it. But the point is ideology rather than a certain level of analysis, rationality, and a pragmatic approach to make things better for women. So thanks, Becky, for saying that. I fully agree.
Cheers. I think the other thing that I might add to that is my partner and I raised 7 children together. So our experience as lesbians in the community that we lived in is often quite different to the lesbians that were on the scene, on the gay scene, and making decisions and being part of the lobby groups. I was never a member of any lobby group. I know I didn't go to university. I did a little bit of Open University, but my political, what's his name, I suppose, I studied A-level sociology at college in the 90s, and that's sort of like, to some degree intellectually, sewed me into the left. But I do hope that the radfems and feminist theory can learn to stop looking at lesbians and women as something to politically conquer with an ideology. We find who we are in the world that we live, not in the world that other people paint for us in their idealistic imagination of where we're going. We have to survive where we find ourselves. Thanks.
Oh, thank you very much. That speaks from my heart. Petra?
Oh, taken me always some time to turn off the microphone and stuff. It's interesting listening to what has been said about Posey Parker and the movement, or whatever you call it, or, for example, also radical feminist as being ideological. Because I actually think that as soon as we go to this point, we become an ideology. As soon as there's not allowed to be any discussion about this anymore, different opinions, it becomes ideological. And I'm not sure I can agree on that because, radical feminism is a lot, but to me, it's not an ideology at all. Because I actually see a lot of women discussing. Now we've met a lot of different women with in a lot of different life situations, with a lot of different opinions. And I do think, like you said, of course, the main goal must be the same for all of us in one way or another. The liberation of women. How that will look, we don't know. We can have different thoughts and ideas about it, but we don't know where the end goal will be and how we get there. So I'm not a big fan of Posey Parker. I can just say that. I do agree that she's managed to collect a lot of women, and the whole thing about letting women speak despite of political differences is extremely important. At the same time, it must be allowed to also express critical point of views or ways of looking at what Posey Parker personally, for example, is standing for. Some of the comments she's making and the way she's looking at women or homosexuals and not really wanting to listen to women or lesbian speaking. And well, that's just a thing, and not everybody needs to like her, in my point of view. Not everybody needs to agree with my point of view either. It's just the way of us being able to speak. And tonight I thought this is going to be like an exchange, us talking about from different point of views. And I would actually like that we don't end up this being a discussion about Posey Parker, whether we like her or not, and whether we support her or not. I know Woogie has a strong opinion about Posey Parker herself. I'm not sure whether you want to say something or
just quickly. It was like I don't have a problem. I have tons of friends that love her, damn near in a hero worship kind of way. I am completely on the opposite side of the spectrum as that. But I think as someone was saying earlier that I don't want to hear any Posey Parker hate, and then went on for a good amount of time about how terrible those people are, and and all the good things she's done, but like doesn't want to hear anything on the other side. And that was what got me. It was like, well, okay, so we have to be quiet if we don't agree with her for very genuine, legitimate reasons, and things that that maybe we should be going in a different direction. I think these are perfectly acceptable conversations to have, and I just don't want it. I hate when people are like, we're just not. I don't want to hear anything about the other side, and like talk down, like we're either jealous, or we're
that's
we're
a usual
young and
answer,
we're
yeah.
stupid, or what or
That's
we're not. There's something. Talking down to somebody who just has a difference of opinion. I just don't believe she's class conscious in any way, and I think that's reflective, and there could be a problem. I won't go on the list, but I think we should be allowed to talk about these kind of things, and it's not about ideological purity. It's about having a discussion about, is this the image that we want to put out there? Is she going to lead us down the path that we want to take? Or is she just literally only part of this one fight that we want to have? And that's fine. I was in the Libertarian Party in the U.S. for a long time, and we would work with people everywhere. From as long as they agree with us on one thing, we would get together and just work on that one thing. So it's possible, but there's certain things you have to do if that's what you're doing. Like I would work with somebody on the far right, but I would never put them up as like a figurehead of our movement, because they agreed with us on one thing and they happen to have a lot of power and get a lot of things done, and like that kind of thing. Like it's yeah, anyway, so there's ways to talk about these things, and how you make alliances with people, and but still make your points clear, that you should be allowed to say, yes, well, I'll go to a Let Women's Speak event. I think what she's done is great, but this type of thing she really needs to consider when she's talking about it. Or like, I wish she wasn't putting this message out there as well, because it's not in alignment with blah blah blah. I think these conversations should be allowed to be had. And my biggest thing with her is, I wish she would listen when they're had, instead of always dismissing them as these people are poor and jealous and they just want to be me, and if they don't like it, they can go do something else. I just wish we could have more of these discussions and be civil about it. But yeah, I don't know if this is the place for it. But I just wanted to say that, because it's been a couple people now saying they don't want to listen to it. So I was like, well, somebody's going to have to listen to it, because I had to listen to them. So yeah.
Oh, Boogie.
Cheers.
Oh, you're lovely.
So, and the cool thing is actually that I think everybody we met every woman we met on our trip by now, we've had this talk.
Yeah.
And we have very different opinions, and it's great. It's like nobody needs to take our opinions, and obviously Woogie and I have different opinions about this as well. So I just like that. Yeah, the exchange actually is happening. we can have some heated discussions actually. So I guess
Your take on it has been the most reasonable one I've heard yet. So
yeah. Well,
yeah. So cheers.
Well,
yeah.
that's the thing,
So well,
right?
and this is not to make this the main topic for tonight. Hopefully not, because well, yeah. So this should be an exchange as you wanted it. Yeah,
Yeah.
Sky.
No, no,
Good.
I think that we have to be able to talk about things. But what's happening at the moment is that, I mean, I was very, very cross if it comes to Kelly J. Um, when the Australian women were bashing her left, right, and center, and they were actually cheering when she got nearly got killed, basically. And I don't accept that. You can have a different opinion, and you know that we've been talking about it only a week ago before you went on
Yeah.
holiday, that we were talking about it, and that you had some arguments where I said, "Oh, okay, um, yeah, I'm going to think about it, and I will." Okay, I'm not 100% with Kelly J, but I'm so much percent with Kelly J that I say, and I can appreciate the impact that she has in the world and for us women, and that I can support her unless she does something really horrendous. And I haven't seen her doing that yet. And I, 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 I even unfollowed her. I don't know 2 years ago or when she said something about something positive about Trump, and I thought, no, fuck you, no, 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 no. And I actually didn't listen to her for quite a while, half a year or so. And then at some point I thought, okay, I listened to her again, and well, she is changing too. She is thinking about the things that she says and does too. That's my impression. And she gets a lot of heat from all sides. And I start understanding what that feels like, because the minute you step into the ring, if you want, if you step out there and you say, and you show yourself and say, this is where I want to go, this is what I've got to offer, and I show my face, you can be fucking sure that there will be somebody who attacks you. This is not good enough. This is not right enough. This is not left enough. This is mediocre. Ugh, look at her, what she's doing, if they say anything at all. So every woman, the women who are kind of the leaders, not there are no leaders, the women who have been active for quite a while in Germany, they know the same thing. It happens to all of us as soon as we step outside and we show our faces and we say, we want something. Please support me. You can wait for the people who say, nah, this is not right. You're too big, you're too little, you're too unconsiderate, you're this, you're that, you're other. And that's my problem with this whole movement or ideology. Of course, I'm a feminist in heart. I'm a lesbian. What else can I be? If I'm a political lesbian, a lesbian who cares about politics, you know, um, I can only be a feminist. Otherwise, what? Everybody else will get rid of women and lesbians in the first place. Thank you, Ilse and Petra.
I think Petra was actually
Well,
first.
then, see, that's how it works,
Oh.
Mikey. This is how it works in my spaces. Women know when it's their place, and they are ever so lovely and
Well,
pleasant.
for me, it's also fine. Well, so it's well. This was just a thought because I totally agree. Like when I thought about should I mention this or not, it was just about it's good to have this openness and the freedom to actually discuss this. Whether it's Posy Park or whatever kind of other topic. Now, just a week ago, when we were in a little bit more than a week for the Real Dyke March, this whole discussion about what do you frame as right wing? I mean, we do know that no matter what we do, just like you said, Sky, no matter what we do as women, it will be framed as either right wing, fascist, whatever. We've heard all kind of things. TERF is not even the worst of it, and I'm not sure whether any of you know, but Brené Brown has quoted Theodore Roosevelt, who wrote "The Man in the Arena." I'm not sure whether this is the right spot, but I just wanted to read it out because that's how I actually feel, about the critics that are out there that don't really get out there because they're too afraid, and that's how it felt last week when you and Sue were so under attack by other women, and that's I would love if we could actually, as women, as lesbians, stand together despite our differences, and get something going. And just to read it up, it's not a long text. It starts, "It's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man or woman who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there's no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions? Who spends himself in a worthy cause? Who at the best knows, in the end, the triumph of high achievement? And who at the worst, if he fails, she fails, at least fails while daring greatly? So that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat, because they don't dare getting out there." And I get chills like every time I read this quote, because like that's exactly what it's about, all these brilliant women. Like, now I'm going to use this phrase for the rest of the night, Sky, because you started talking about brilliant women. But all these brilliant women and and men, of course, in this fight to actually, I would call it, rebuild society in a way that there's, I don't need matriarchy. I need something that makes life for women um, easier. There's so much inequality going on, and I think Rona Duve has described it very well in her book about mother rage and mother courage. There's something deeply disturbed in our culture and in our society going on. And we can have the radical feminist discussion about all of this. Maybe that's not the space for that tonight. But just, what I wanted to say was, getting together in this fight, figuring out our goals, just like you said before, and working together despite the differences. That was my whole thing. Woogie, do you have anything more? No. No, no, no.
Not at the moment. That was lovely.
Oh my
I
God.
love that.
I want to cuddle
Love
you
that.
two so much. Thank you very much for being here, both of you. Mikey?
Yeah, I have to say that I've never had such a sense of sisterhood since I've come into this fight and been in spaces with all different women from different age ranges, and it absolutely has, filled me with joy to come across all these, intelligent, courageous, different personalities, different views, and feel that level of sisterhood. It has been that side of this fight makes this fight, kind of like it gave me something really, really good. So weirdly enough, I am kind of grateful for the fight. Strange.
Oh, I know what you mean. Spiky, I know what you mean. This is brilliant, and this is our first space with English speakers, because I usually go to the English speakers, but my in quotation marks, right? My German bubble. Um, I want you all to connect. I want you all to connect, and I want a network that we know about each other, that we know what's going on in your place, and that we can support you, even if we're far away. And that's what I dream of. And this kind of exchange means a lot for me too. Okay, Ilse.
Yeah, I just want to second everything which has been said. And to me, quite often it boils down to a matter of respect. I respect other women who are in this fight, even though I might not share a lot of their opinions on other topics, or maybe not even share their line of thinking on how they came to this issue. But I also have to be honest, I like a good argument for argument's sake because it's intellectually challenging. And that's why I do think as long as it's respectful, we should discuss matters. And it should be fully okay to have different opinions and maybe draw different lines as long as we're able to respect what every single woman, no matter how large or small the things are she's doing, is bringing to this fight. And I think as long as we're respectful to each other, we can create a community which really is a community, which is bridging different countries, languages, personal backgrounds, social status, etc. And this is really what a women's liberation movement should be about, right? We don't have to agree on everything, as long as we respect each other's personal situation, personal opinion. And I think, well, that there should be places for rational discussion of issues, how we do fight this fight, what we might maybe also avoid to say or do for strategic reasons. That's another issue. So I love those spaces, especially spaces here doing Sky and the other German woman. Also, some of the spaces I just listen to, the English spaces, because this is where you find in an atmosphere of respect and community, even though women do disagree. And I think that's extremely important, to find sisterhood despite disagreement.
I come from a sort of, I said my background earlier, but I've had sort of like street mates and been in a culture at times where you go around the corner and one of your mates sees you and they're like, forgive this bad word, close your ears. All right, cunt. And that's kind of like in some places, that's just hello. So often people will hear language and feel some sort of disrespect, but often that's a habitual thing that when sort of like if language, because people find certain language abusive, starts to get policed, it can kill a person's thought line. So people that come from a worse background that tend to swear a little bit more, if they are overly policed, they too will drop out, because if you swear regularly in your everyday language and someone asks you not to, it can actually just stop you being able to think right the way through your thoughts if you come from a place that has a lot of language. So on the respect thing, I would really like it if when people come across other people that are using foul language that they don't like, try and hold it together as long as you can and give them time. Because sometimes it's a bit of a nervousness as well that can make them swear twice as much as normal because they're speaking publicly. Cheers.
May I say something to that? And I have addressed that issue because I'm a German, you know. I'm so bloody German. And oh God, I couldn't for a long time. I couldn't bear when women get called cunts because I felt like, oh my God, each time I was like, ugh. I don't know. And I voiced that, and the English speaking community I was in was like, what? What's the problem? Like you just said, it's to me, it has got a completely different impact when I hear it than it is for you. So I had to get used to it, and I'm actually not really offended anymore. Though I like to talk in a different way if I can, and I swear sometimes. But if we translate it to German, it's really horrendous. And yeah, I don't know.
My partner, my partner says the same. She said swearing in German is
It's
awful.
awful.
And with our kids from the age of 13, they were allowed to swear in front of me and around me, but they weren't allowed to swear in front of my partner, who's German. And that actually seems to have stood them in good stead. They know when to and when not to. So,
Well,
and it's so funny if they once or twice the eldest lad's like 40 now, and just not so long back he accidentally swore in front of his mum, and you should have seen his face. Yeah, he nearly fell apart. It was really funny.
okay, if they learn to do that, that's funny, isn't it? Maybe it's us Germans. I don't know. I have no clue. But I grew up, you must not swear. And I don't know. When we swear, it's quite horrible most of the time, actually. It doesn't give me any nice feelings, but I sometimes have my phases when I swear quite a bit. Frella and Petra, please.
I don't think they heard you.
Probably not. Frella? Hello, lovey.
Hello, hello, hi. Sorry, I know I said I wasn't going to speak because I was going to pay attention to the family, but then you tempted me in, and I think the conversation's moved on, so I can't really remember um, my point so much. But yeah, no, I really appreciate your space. I really appreciate that you Europeans hold spaces in English, and I'm really ashamed that English people are so shit at learning other languages. I know a tiny bit of German just because I went to a Catholic school, so I know how to ask where the church
Oh
is
my God.
in most languages. But yeah, it's yeah. The conversation's moved on, and I really can't remember. But I really am happy listening to different views, dissenting views, and love hearing from European Twitter friends, and I really appreciate it. And I'm sorry we're not better at other languages.
Hmm, it's okay. It's okay. We are we are really our schools. We learn English at school, and like it's most most of the time it's the first language, the first foreign language we learn.
I had to opt in to German, which meant that I had to do it outside of school, like it was a punishment.
Okay, that's not nice.
Yeah,
Nah,
yeah,
it's
no.
our first foreign
That's
language that we learn, and many Germans at least understand English if they don't speak it, and if they speak it, they don't stop. They take every and any opportunity they get to practice their English. So for the
this is my problem with trying to learn Swedish, which is every time I try to practice, they want to practice their English. So it's quite hard. But yeah, your English is all beautiful, and it puts us to shame. But
don't
great
you
space,
worry,
thank
I've
you.
been
And I'm sure the point I was going to make will come back to me probably at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it will wake me up.
I was I had an English lover that helped quite a bit. Um, oh
Ooh,
yes, yeah. She's from North London, from Finchley actually,
yeah,
and
yes. Spikey's woken up again.
And yeah.
Cheers, Fruella.
Sky, we really want to know details, but maybe that's another space
Maybe
for
that's
that.
another space. Yeah.
Oh, you don't know my spaces yet, so you will get used to it. The way I host, I
Oh
sometimes
wow!
you get juicy details. So don't you
Yeah,
worry.
Yeah.
We'll
I was
just
just thinking about. We want all the juicy details.
Yes.
maybe we should. Maybe I should get a passport. Now I need a passport to get to your friggin'
You
country.
do
Can you
definitely.
imagine?
I'm not sure how many times we've invited you to come on our, our trip to Turf Island, just because. And I know you've told me like
Yeah.
at least 10 times. Oh, it's because I don't have a passport, Beat. Yeah, well, I
I
guess I forgot every time I asked you.
I wanted to go
So,
to Filia this year, and then I realized I haven't
mm.
got a passport. I can't get there.
Oh,
It's you and your sodding Brexit. I can't believe it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
You
yeah.
need to
I'm
get one.
sure. I'm
I'm a
sure there's
Brexiteer.
someone.
Y-
I'm
I'm a
sure there's
You're
someone
a
who
Brexiteer.
can get you a
Brexiteer,
passport.
Spiky.
I voted Brexit. I voted
Oh, you're
Brexit.
not. You're joke.
And I haven't changed. I haven't changed my
Okay,
mind. Do you know
let's
why?
please
Is it
not talk
because if
about
we
that.
were in the EU,
Yeah.
okay, but if we were in the EU, Turf Island would be in as bad state with as everybody else with the TRA stuff.
Oh, but now you well,
Well,
anyway, we can have that
Hmm.
discussion in another
well,
place, really,
yeah,
because
yeah.
um
Okay, no problem.
because
but
I was just thinking about it. That's why I raised my hand because it's actually pretty funny about all that swearing, and
Yeah.
Woogie is from a place where there's a totally different approach. Maybe that's what you can call it, a totally different approach to swearing. Me coming from the east of Germany, and well, it's not that we didn't do any swearing. I do know my Scheiße and some Teufel, but
Yeah, Baltimore slang and the cussing in my side of the U.S. and my class in the U.S. My poor white trash, middle white trash as we used to call it because we were like lower middle class. Like cussing is, I've had to retrain myself because it's so shocking every
yeah,
time somebody hear what I cuss.
I even think about all of I'm working as a psychotherapist. All this psychology got to my head, so I'm thinking that it even my survival mechanisms get
Yeah.
get attacked when you start swearing and all that rage. But I mean that's a cool training. That's a cool practice for the discussions out there with TRAs. So
Yeah, like the cussing, like it may sound like rage to you, but like, somebody asked me where something is. I don't know. I think it's in the fucking kitchen. It's just what comes out of my mouth. There's literally no rage behind it. It's
well,
just
I'm like,
Yeah,
oh, the fucking
in
kitchen.
the
What?
fucking kitchen. What
Why do
is?
you say that?
I can see you.
What's
Yeah,
So that was just my
it's been quite a thing. I did want to say something about sisterhood too while we're both here. Um, Somebody had brought up sisterhood and how great it is. When I was a kid, younger, in my teenage, my 20s, all of that, I jokingly call it my male socialization because I was friends with all the boys and men. I had very few female friends. Um, Being a little, butch tomboy kid, I just didn't have a lot in common with the girls. I think it's given me great insight into male thought patterns and male behavior, though, and I had to literally like unlearn a lot of that male socialization that I had because of it, all the way up to and including how I viewed women because of being around men and how I thought that attraction to women was supposed to look. But anyway, so I didn't really have any. I barely even had any girlfriends, much less sisterhood. Um, and then once I started, getting further into radical feminism and separatism in particular, I had only had a few male friends left at that point, and I was like, I'm just going to get rid of them all and be a separatist because they're all terrible. I don't want to be around any of them, and my life is infinitely better when I'm only around women. But so I had a complete flip. But sisterhood is so completely different than like brotherhood. Um, and basically, this entire trip we've been on uh, has just been an exercise in that. Like all these women that we've known, some of which we've known for years on social media, some of which we're literally just meeting. And it's like pretty immediately you build this intense bond when you go into things with like this framework of sisterhood, with the intention of creating a sisterhood, and just the way that women are with each other and interact with each other and support each other is just so completely different than a man and a woman can, and the two men can. And it's been such a huge game changer with me, especially if we started the women's only radical feminist peer support network, the trauma support network, but it's really just become a support network. Like that watching that sisterhood grow, and like bringing women in that felt alone during COVID, and women that had just lost all their friends because they came out as TERFs, and watching the sisterhood, watching them gain sisterhood and bond with women. It's been the most wonderful experience of my life. And I wish when in our activism at all times, we kept sisterhood in the forefront of our thoughts, that these, and move forward with. So even if someone doesn't agree with you, still look at them through the lens of sisterhood. I think that helps so much, in my view.
Yeah,
anyway.
with the compassion of,
yes,
compassion for each other.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can disagree, and we've had this group for the last 2 years now. I think we started it 2 years ago in August, and it just so fast that developed into a peer support. I mean, I did some of the posts to start with. You did. We host every week a Zoom call where women can check in and rant or whatever they need. But it's not really that we have to provide any kind of guidance to anybody, because there's just this warm and compassionate sisterhood towards each other, and the troubles, the struggles all the women have. And it's not like now that we're meeting all these women all over, it's I guess what is the part that makes us connect the most is all our what we have in common, because there's a lot of things we have in common as women. There might be differences, but there's also a lot we have in common. And I think that's what we connect about. And this connection, that's actually what I think, is the most important. First time I really, felt that isolation was in COVID, because, I guess everybody around the world did, where I lost or missed that connection a lot. And yeah. Is that?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about sisterhood for a minute because somebody had brought it up, and that's such an important topic to me. So
cool.
Yeah.
Yes, we can even further.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. Oh, you're so sweet. You too. Oh my God. I had the pleasure to meet you personally and in person. And oh God, yeah, that was much too short. Frau Schulz and Ilse, please.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to add some thoughts about swearing, actually, because for me there are different aspects or levels. I think aspects is better of swearing. So the one thing is you add some swearing, like the example of fucking kitchen or so. It's a little adding spice into your everyday's work, just for nothing special, not any special meaning. Then there's expressing your emotions, like rage or fear or other things, and using swear words to express that. But then there's actually the meaning of the swear words. And if you use them targeted at women, they are very often demeaning. They are women hating. They have a woman hating meaning. And as a feminist, I really can't understand how you want to use those demeaning words when talking to women. So that's a reason I really can't stand something like Kant, or the even worse German word translation or something like that. And I think actually that these words express the attitude of society towards women. And I would rather try to let's work together to use a different way to express our emotions and make our language or speeches more spicy than use these words. And I know coming from a certain background, you are used to a certain speech pattern and everything. And I rather get yelled at and sweat at. So, because I was used to raise my voice, and in our family we shouted at each other if we were really angry, but we never used demeaning words towards each other. And for me, that's always difficult to stand. And also if other people are targeted, especially women. So I would rather not have expressions like cunt or slut or something like that used towards women. I think we all can do better with each other. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, it's spiky. That's what I meant when I introduced Frau Schulz. Um, that's uh, um, that's a strong point. Um,
Yeah, for me, well, hold on. I didn't grow up in a household of swearing, but I've lived in some rough areas because of being quite poor, and I've got to know and meet amazing people that have absolutely terrible language. And what I'm saying is, if people can look past that, I would call it a bias. If people can look past that bias long enough to get to know the person behind it, it's worth it.
May I answer?
yes, please.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. So I think if that's the way a person, or the only way a person can express themselves, then of course I look past it. But still, I think we all should work together to do without these words, because they're really, really often they really deliver women demeaning message, and that's something that puts its seeds into our souls and a part of it why women often feel inferior. And so I know that people who use those words more often than not don't want to express these meanings, but they are still part of the effect. Subliminal, they are working into our souls, into our thoughts of ourselves and of other women. So it's not as harmless as it might be. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Ilse, and then Kate.
Yeah, I was actually not going to talk about swearing, but now I feel compelled to do. Um, for those of you who know me from spaces, probably you've rarely heard me swearing. Those who know me personally a little bit better might have had every now and then me bursting out using quite a few swear words. However, I tend to use gender neutral swearing. Things like fucking shite. Because I do agree with what AP Schulz just said. I fully can appreciate that people might use words like cunt without meaning to be demeaning to women, but it is a little bit of a hook in your flesh. and you never know how it might be perceived, which is why, you know, more neutral swearing comes more natural to me, to be honest. So I agree on that, but also personally, you can swear at me and I won't take offense. It's just words by the end of the day. And whether I associate with myself or not is a different matter. But it depends on whether or not I know the person. And I also take certain words differently, whether they come from a man or a woman, to be honest. But what I was actually going to mention, just as a Sky will start laughing, a small anecdote is coming back a little bit to the concept of sisterhood. You know, I had female friends as much or as many as male friends throughout my childhood, most of adolescence, to be honest. And the first time I really truly experienced something like sisterhood, with which I mean a connection between women just because they're women, was when I was traveling when I was a little bit younger, 20 years back, for the first time in sub-Saharan Africa, where women who barely spoke English, and I only knew like, I don't know, 5,000 words in their local language, helped me out at bus stations, at the local market, whatever, usually in situations where men would be dominant and women quite naturally came to my support. Me being the rich white woman, even though I was backpacking, so I wasn't, you know, looking rich by European standards, but still, you know, beyond all those different social classes, skin color, they rushed to my side and helped me out. I was incredibly thankful. And they didn't do that, you know, from a perspective of doing a good deed. It really came more from the spirit of sisterhood. And that really imprinted on me. Absolutely. And I found it kind of sad that in daily life in Europe, you have glimpses of that, but it's much harder to come by, probably for a number of reasons. One, including that we are privileged as women if we compare our situation to those women and the hardships they have to deal with in daily life on a very, very basic level, whether it's transport, feeding your children, also level of, you know, male violence against women, which is bad enough here, but worse elsewhere. And still, they had this, or maybe because of that, they had this kind of communal feeling that, you know, as a fellow woman, I help out a woman whenever I can. Um, and that really impressed me. Um, yeah, and this is something I see now again a little bit in this movement, and maybe sad enough, it needed. Well, I hate to say that phrase, but you know, a common enemy, a common male enemy, to bring us together. Realize, you know, um, whatever divides us is actually not as important as that which brings us all together as women.
Thank you very much. Sorry, can the women from England and Australia or whatever their bubbles are, can you please do me a favor and post the link for this space again? I'm a bit sad that there are not more women from all over the place. Though I'm happy for the ones who are here. Cape Claude, hello.
Hi, thanks for the space and the chance to talk. It's really great to hear you. So what Comrade just said threw me, just changed my direction of something to say. I am in South Africa. I would say that my experience of sisterhood in South Africa has always been, how to say it nicely, women who are in a more difficult situation, have lived in a more difficult material situation, have always extended me surprising amounts of sisterhood. Whereas maybe my middle class or upper middle class sisters have not extended the same sisterhood to me. So I think maybe that becomes something about privilege and how privilege, it becomes a family bubble or a class bubble of some kind. But I actually wanted to just chip in on the swearing thing. So I very much like what AP Schultz said. Although I also completely get where Spikey's coming from. I very much, I do swear sometimes if I'm impassioned. Also, I try to do it gender neutrally. But specifically, I'd like to point out, so I think we can learn to substitute some of our swear words, like maybe cunt is not a great one, maybe bitch is not a great one. And my particular reason for saying this is that when women have been abused, usually these are words that are used at women who've been abused. And so it can be very difficult if, for women who have been hurt by men, to hear the words that their abuser has used against them. So it's not like not meant as a judging thought, but it's one that always comes up for me. So yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Is it okay if I quickly respond there?
Yes.
Because I was in a room with a group of American young black women, and they said that they have issues with feminism because they don't care about them. They only care about people in far off places that we've never heard of. And I have a feeling a bit like that in this country about feminists. The feminists weren't interested in me. I'm boring, I'm just white, living in a rough, poor area, raising kids. But everything, the feminists are interested is somewhere else. It's a whole elsewhere. So that class thing, I think, is there. And I understand to some degree why it is there. But it does feel hard when you hear feminists always talking about somewhere else. And it's interesting because this was young black lasses in America. And when they said that, I thought, that's what it feels like over here. Yeah, so I don't know whether that's, whether they call that middle class white women's feminism. And it's the same over here. Is there a thing such as white middle class feminism that will only help people that they deem needy because of skin colour? Because that's odd in itself. Yeah.
Can I come back on it, or about Petra's waiting?
Yeah, do that.
Yeah. No, I completely agree, Spiky. I come from a middle class background, you can hear. But I've led and still do, I've lived in great poverty. So that includes homelessness as a mother, and hunger, and without family solidarity, because my family are all quite conservative, libertarian types of people. So that's one of the reasons I mentioned the sisterhood, that working class women in South Africa are mostly people of color, of course. White people are 2 to 10%. And the sisterhood that I was shown was so moving to me that often when I talk about it, I just cry, because in a beautiful way. And then comparing it to, I don't know what that is. I don't know what it is about the insulation of middle class academic women. I'm an academic at heart, although I haven't really haven't been able to as much as I would like. So I have the brain, but I've always understood different levels of deprivation and poverty. And, intersectional is not a word I like to use anymore. But, if I follow a lot of really amazing Black American women, mostly quite young. Yeah, I think maybe middle class feminism is something to be worried about. For example, if I talk about Zimbabwe, which I sort of have a dual heritage, many of the women who are, quite powerful, who went to the US or whatever to study, and they've imbibed certain ideas, and they bring them now back to Zimbabwe. But they've never lived in a rural village. They don't understand the circumstances of most women in their country. So there's like an accidental blindness, I guess I would say. And, we can all be very defensive. I definitely can. Really, really badly defensive. And then I block people temporarily. Spiky, I blocked you for a while. Um, but maybe, if middle class people, feminists, not people, can gently be reminded that deprivation occurs across across races and all around the world, and our womanhood oppresses us, or sorry, patriarchy oppresses us on multiple different levels. And I think sometimes middle class women are very, very blind to this, I mean, certainly in my time of poverty, when I went to the school board, I couldn't pay school fees. You have to pay school fees here in this country, even for government schools. I was told, well, you can't be legitimately deprived because you're white. End of story. And that's a very painful thing to hear. Luckily, it didn't make me feel racial anger. It made me feel anger to the middle class women on the board. But it was still painful. I don't know. Sorry, I'm rambling.
No, you're not. It's much appreciated what you say. Thank you very much. I got my own thoughts about that. Anyway, I have you finished, or did you want to say more?
No, I'm
Okay.
I'm definitely finished. I just wanted to talk about swearing, so that was an accidental thing, but it's nice to have an interchange with Spiky. And I drop into spaces where you are in very often, but I have no German, so it's really just great to hear you.
Yeah, it was good to hear from you as well, Kate. Thanks.
Well, we've got loads of things to say, Sky.
Yes, and I hope we'll do these
If there's
spaces more
time.
often, and then I hope you will be there.
Yeah.
Woogie, I guess you want to say something.
Oh, how could you guess that, Sky?
I just have got
You wouldn't
my
have been Petra
my
either.
my dike radar out or something like that.
Yeah. So okay. Of course, I'm very interested in this topic. I've spent most of my life in Baltimore, which I don't know how much any of you know about Baltimore, but it's very black and very poor. I did a lot of work in police accountability, police brutality, knowing your rights, that kind of stuff. That was my big activist work before I got involved in this. Um, so I have and I grew up right outside of Baltimore City in Baltimore County, which is almost a completely different like country. Really, it's one is low middle class, some even rich areas, and then some lower middle class. I was right on the edge of middle class and very close to poor. I was a single mom, me and my sister. But once I got old enough to take care of myself, I got involved in some addiction and was homeless for a very long time. So I have quite a large experience of being around all these different classes in my life. And my dad's always had a lot of money, even though I never spoke to him. He's definitely upper middle class. Even though, like I said, I really didn't spend a lot of time talking to him. But the differences that I've noticed when it comes to how women, the sisterhood thing, it's marked. Even after I wasn't homeless anymore, and I started getting myself together, I didn't want to live in neighborhoods that were middle class and mostly white women and whatnot, because you lose that neighborhood connection and the sisterhood and the camaraderie that comes with being there for each other and taking care of each other. I think that's the difference in the sisterhood. When you're up in the upper classes, it's often you're very much living in a patriarchal family. Like, especially if you're rich, the money comes down from like grandfather and father who have like passed the money down for generations. So like that's who you're beholden to for your survival. And in these more poorer neighborhoods and like lower class, a lot of times the men are nowhere to be found. They're off running around doing God knows what, or in jail. And it's the women who are controlling, running everything and keeping everything together and supporting each other. And that's the big thing, is it's supporting each other. One woman would take care of everybody's kids after school while the other ones worked for one day of the week, and the other one would take care. My mom did daycare when she was young, and when my dad left and we were single, she did daycare, and like a lot of the women whose kids she watched would help her out with other things. If she watched the kids, they would like trade services with each other, that kind of a thing. And I think that's why sisterhood is a big reason why sisterhood presents itself more strongly and differently in lower class uh, situations, because the women are used to taking care of each other and supporting each other, and women's role is almost more. It's definitely not more. It's not acknowledged more by outside of society, but like amongst each other and amongst like the children. Like everybody knows mom's in charge, and like mom's the one holding it together. So it's a different like auntie helping out, and lots of that was another thing I experienced a lot, was kids in the inner city, especially like calling like 10 women auntie, they were not related to in any way. They were just auntie whatever because they always helped their mom out. And yeah, so I think that's it's sisterhood is bred out of necessity, having to be there for each other and take care of each other too. I think
And the empathy as well.
and you have more empathy. Yeah, I think that's a good
Because
point.
I mean, like we do know that the more wealth and the more power you have, the less empathy you actually show and have towards each other. We have plenty of research about that as well. So I do think that is involved as well.
Yeah.
The compassion and empathy involved in the sisterhood as well.
Yeah.
Not only because of necessity, but
No,
also
not only,
because
but it is definitely.
Research also shows, like the kids growing up in this kind of sisterhood, or whatever you call it, these kind of families, that they grow to be more empathetic.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is important as well. There's something important to remember.
I wanted to read this meme that I got the other day when someone was talking about. One of you had said something. Instead of saying privilege, what was it? She said something gentle. I don't know. One of you pointed out. Basically, we're talking about privilege, but without using it, and said that we have to find like gentler ways to talk to some of these upper class or like more privileged women about these things, because they have a tendency to get very defensive if you talk about you have privilege. So I have this meme that I literally had copied today that addresses it, that I thought I would read real quickly. Is all it means when people say you're speaking from a place of privilege is that you're likely to underestimate how bad the problem is by default, because you've never personally been exposed to that problem. It's not a moral judgment about how difficult your life is. Because I feel like a lot of people feel like that's an attack. Like if you say you're speaking from a place of privilege, or you're not being able to see that because of your privilege, people think it means you have not had a hard life at all and you just don't understand. And that's really just not what it's coming from. It's the same as, straight privilege or whatever, like it's not that you're necessarily, I'm not saying you've had your privileged life and you have better thing, your life's been easier, but there are just certain things that you don't understand, that you couldn't understand because you haven't been exposed to them and you haven't lived through them, and sometimes people need to listen to other people's experiences to truly understand these things. And it is hard to get people to understand that without feeling like they're being attacked. Yeah.
Well, I would just shortly want to add to that I do actually think that a lot of people, when they go into these discussions, actually use it as an attack.
Of course.
So I think we need to remember that as well.
Of course. Yeah.
So I do agree on what was said before as well, because if we talk to each other, attack each other, nobody's listening. I talked about the survival strategies before. I mean, whether that's about the cussing or whatever, I do react a lot. I mean, the cussing and the swearing I don't really mind, but I do react a lot to name calling or to projecting all kinds of things to your the other one on the other side. So calling others, you're just dumb, or you don't want to listen,
Or jealous.
or you're just jealous, and these kind of things. So I react to these because that's not helping in any kind of discussion. So as soon as we start arguing and people start attacking each other, that there happens something, and nobody thinks clearly when we attack each other. That's what I'm saying. So that's actually pretty important to remember, and I wish more people would be aware of that. How they balance themselves, in these kind of discussions, how they keep their own calm, or whatever you want to call it.
And it's also very hard to not be defensive off the bat when as soon as you come into these conversations. You're so used to them being so heated, and you're so used to people being so fired up that you're already got your shield up and your hair on your back is up,
and all of us do that.
So you're like already defensive, so you're almost looking for the other person to, because everybody being on edge and being a powder keg just waiting to explode is of course going to cause a lot of problems. And if we can manage to, at least in spaces like this, for God's sake, you know what I mean, where we assume we're all here in good faith, try to give each other the benefit of the doubt, and and try to not have that with each other, because there's so much infighting and drama and stuff in our already small groups. It makes things so difficult. If we could actually have discussions with each other. In the libertarian community, we actually had, part of what we did with Cop Block too was mediation services, because we were completely against the police, so we wanted to provide alternatives to police and courts and whatnot. So part of our little experimentations with that was mediation services. So a lot of times, if two different high profile activists or groups or whatever in the community would be having a fight, we would have a mediator that would come in and actually like mediate the discussion, so that we could come to some sort. They could come to some sort of agreement, or figure things out without it being this huge movement cracking explosion. So that was kind of cool. But
we could think about that.
But yeah, maybe something.
I just wanted to add a little thing, because we're talking about communication and language and stuff, and maybe this is going into a different direction. Just wanted to mention it because I very often think about whether that's middle class or upper class women or whatever, or exactly the patriarchy, or like men talking down to us, even TRAs. I think most women are not aware of the master suppression techniques that are used. And I do believe that the more knowledge we have about these kind of communication techniques, or the ways people, especially men, communicate in these kind of situations, the better we are prepared how to react on it and how to stand stronger in this. Just wanted to throw this out there, and then I think we're ready to pass on the baton.
Baton.
Pass the baton. Great. Thank you.
There's some more listeners now, and have been away for a bit, inviting people personally. Lydia, I'm very happy that you're here. I still remember your powerful speech in Vienna, and I will never forget that. So, I can't find have we got some Canadians here? I can't find June's handle. I wanted to invite her. She's a Canadian. Has anybody got that?
I can invite her.
Okay, wonderful. And who's the other Canadian? Oh God, what's her name?
We've got Woman Exists down there, Canadian.
Okay. I lost the overview a bit, to be honest. I'm very happy that you're all here. I can't believe it. Anyway, so but some women I wanted to invite, and wonderful. Yes, thanks, Emmy. Wonderful, brilliant. because
Yeah,
I keep looking for the handles and I can't find them. There are so many now. Spiky, please.
I was just going to say in reference to the homelessness thing, and being with we have council estates, and we got a council flat through going through a whole homeless process, and the women, the neighbours, they were fantastic. The first night we spent in that flat, we slept on a pile of coats, and within 2 weeks, this council house, 10, 11-story high block, people, all women, had just given us a bed. Someone gave us a sofa. Someone else gave us a desk. And it, when it does feel, and I think it's probably why poor people stay poor, because the help, you just give what you've got. You do it because you've been there. It's kind of like, if you don't need it right now, well, you can have it, no problem. It's so like that. Yeah.
Well, I haven't been there, but I do that. If I am one of those people, you can, if I see that someone needs something, they can have it. Because I think it goes round, right? So if you have got an open heart and you give love, it returns to you in a different place. That's just how it works, isn't it?
100%. And it's the quickness, it's the speed. I also, when I was growing up in the military, the men would all go off on their exercises and playing war and what have you. And that was when it became like a matriarchy. And that was when it was magical. It was the women took care of everything. There was no sort of like issues. Everything got organised, and it was like one woman would look after the kids while a couple of others would go to the shop and pick up everybody's shopping. And I had that experience when I was married to a soldier in Germany. It was exactly the same. The men would go away. No woman would be left on her own. And if new women came in, and it was funny, because as the newlyweds came in and their husbands went away, they were so miserable and sad. After about a year, they couldn't wait for them to go away because they had such a good time when the men did go away.
Oh, lovely. I keep saying that. Well, anyway, let's not do this lesbian shit here now. I keep wanting to tell women, it's a choice. You can actually make that choice. If you hate men, why do you bother? Because sometimes when I talk to heterosexual women, they are more vicious than I could ever be because I'm not interested. But they are like vile when they talk about their husbands, and I think, what you doing? I mean, what is it? Well, anyway, so much for that. Cape Claude.
Hey, I didn't mean to speak again, but so one thing, I'm going to meet my first other South African TERF in real life, either tomorrow or the next day, and I'm super excited. We're crunching. We're going to be she's in the public health system, and we're going to be crunching some analysis of the statistics from the gender clinic. So if anyone, when I do post, or maybe if hopefully I get an article out, if maybe you can help boost that, because we have two different issues going on here, but the one that worries me the most is the transing of older lesbians, which is quite serious. Corrective rape is a serious issue here. It's we have good human rights legislatively, but culturally we don't have acceptance, and so there's a huge amount of pressure even on women up until their 50s to be transitioning. So I really hope you can maybe help boost when we come
Please.
out with our organization name or whatever. Anyway, it's the first meeting, so I'm really excited. Um, and then on homelessness and class, and what I guess I wanted to say was, when I was, my situation is quite precarious right now, but it's been much worse. But the general message I was getting from middle class society was from women who were far more gender conforming than me. I'm bisexual. And it was like I'd done womaning wrong. And if I just found myself a man to marry, then I wouldn't have had a problem. So it was all my fault. And I even sort of got that message from my family that, you need to get yourself out there. Whereas, ever being in sexual congress with a man again is nothing. I will never do that. So, but so there's that, and there's also somehow that it's like that's a deal that some women maybe are assessing society as being unsafe if you're a woman, and then you can buy some kind of security, and then women who didn't get that somehow made a mistake instead of it breeding solidarity. Sorry, my thoughts are not organized. They just were coming up around this. But I'm just going to quickly touch on Posey Parker. When I look at the events, I feel like not always. I mean, sometimes the crowd and the speakers are diverse, but I do feel as though those women are not me. I'm neurodiverse. I'm awkward. All kinds of things. They seem very confident and comfortable in themselves and pretty affluent. And mostly they seem pretty gender conforming in behavior, if not looks. So it's not a criticism of any of the women who go. I've been very, very moved by so many speeches that I have watched, and I'm very grateful for that movement. But somehow I wish, because it's mostly our gay, here it's all gay women, all lesbians, but it's mostly our lesbian youngsters that we really are, that I'm here about and for, protecting them from this fucking monstrosity that I swore. But I think if you look at that crowd and you're not seeing yourself, it's like when you're looking in the media. It can be a little bit alienated. Well, maybe just for someone like me who's quite oversensitive about such things. But yeah, that's all. And it's not a criticism of Kelly J. Keane. I have other criticisms, but that's not a fair one.
Oh no, I would
Well, she's
actually,
working.
I would
Oh,
agree
sorry.
with you on that as well. That there's not always the big mix, a big mix of different people there, and it seems to go through like fits and fads, because sometimes it's quite mixed when it was at Hyde Park, and I think it looked more mixed as well when it was in the US. But one of my things, because of the Posey stuff, I've actually linked up and talking to women that I wouldn't have been talking to. I don't know. Well, I might not have. I might bump onto them in the round. But women from Australia, New Zealand, the US, and also obviously Canada, Germany, everywhere. It's kind of like I'm meeting all these women. And I think most of you, one way or another, that I've met or I've followed or I've linked, I've either bumped into on Twitter after finding out that there was all this life on Twitter that was going on about this. So, yeah, I can agree with you on that.
I actually agree, and it's a bit it's actually a discussion we should have. What's happening there? I can see it in Berlin that we kind of don't mix. We're not hateful of each other or anything, but we somehow don't mix. If a white person, if a white woman organizes something, hardly any black women or like Turkish women or women from Iran or name it, hardly ever take part. It's so weird. I don't know why that is, because I am not exclusive, but I must be doing something, or we must be doing something that isn't attractive for the women, obviously. And I wish it was different, to be honest. So everybody who wants to come next Saturday to my rally, please come. Wherever you're from, just please come. If you're a woman, that's the only thing you need to be, a woman. And then you can speak and you can party with us. Just so you know, you're all invited. Anyway, Lynn, hello, Lynn.
Hi. I wasn't speak about this, but since you just spoke, I know I've been in very where getting a diverse crowd is difficult, and I think that one helpful way is to organize together with other groups. For example, one is white, to organize a dance or an action or whatever you're organizing, to organize it with somebody who is Black, and in your case organize it with Iranian sisters or Turkish sisters, and but anyway, that's probably self-evident. I was going back to the use of language, which is probably the least important thing we've discussed, but I found it interesting, and maybe it's not the least important thing, but I found it interesting to myself. I agree with both Spiky and AP about language. I do get a sting when the word cunt is used in a negative way. Language doesn't usually bother, but I definitely politically and theoretically agree with what AP said, that even if it's subconscious, that there is that situation that she described going on. It is negative. The word sucks, to use it in a negative way. That was one word that I forbid my child from using as in a negative way, because sucking is the root of life. It's what gives us life. And then secondly, when it's used in another fashion, I believe it stems from homophobia. So to say that sucks, that was not allowed in my, when I got to make rules in the house. I also, though, agree with Spiky that in order to reach out to other people, to persuade, to grow our movement, to find allies, we do need to accept others where they are. Oh, and I missed another point that's what I wanted to end on. I missed another point. I also wanted to point out the word fucking. I might say, have you looked in the fucking garage? Or, I will use it exactly like Spiky gave as an example. But on the other hand, when it's used negatively, like, oh, that's fucked up, or I'm getting fucked, why do we use the word fuck and fucking, which is supposed to be equivalent to making love? Why do those two things go together? And the same with screwed. You screw somebody, that means having sex, but it also means when getting screwed, that's a negative thing. And I think, this is just my little brain, but I think that it reflects how men look at women. They screw women. They fuck women. And in their minds, even though they're getting an orgasm out of it, it is, I think that's where it turns negative. And I don't think that was the most articulate way I could have said that. But anyway, that's all I had to say.
No, it was brilliant, actually. Thank you very much. Um, it was quite articulate, to be honest. Gave me some um, food to think about, like sucking. I didn't even think of that. Um, Thank you very much. Absolutely. um, Emmy, hello.
Hey, LSquad, really happy to see you hosting this space. And thank you so much to all of our German-speaking sisters for having the kindness to do it in English. So those of us who barely made it through maybe one semester of college-level German can actually interact with you in a deeper way. I had an observation regarding the point that was just made previously about the um, absence of diversity or the scarcity of diversity, let's say. And I'm coming at this more from, I guess, the US side, although funny enough, I think I follow more British and Scottish and Irish turfs, and now also German turfs than I do Americans, just because I haven't known of so many. I'm also relatively new to this, only about less than a year in, I would say. So I started peeking last autumn and only discovered Twitter Spaces for these conversations kind of at the end of the year around the Christmas and New Year's time. So I'm really new to this. But yeah, I mean, I think one thing that I would observe, and I'm sure a lot of you may have observed this too, but isn't so much of this truly, apparently, very much a white middle class, upper middle class issue. I'm sure it's not news to anyone. People have commented that, you don't see this occurring in Senegal so much. I mean, of course, and this is to be separate though from the treatment of gay people. I'm referring more specifically to the trans issue because, of course, I'm very aware of the difficulties that gay and lesbian men and women have in many countries. So. But, for example, in Europe and in the US, it really seems to be primarily affecting so many kids, especially at the middle class and upper middle class level. And of course, when you talk about AGPs, well, that's totally off the chart into Wonder Bread, white bread territory. But one interesting thing that I'm seeing happening here, and this is to the question of, interacting more with, for example, I know in Germany you have a large Turkish population and also, for example, Iranian women who are also dealing with this, etc. In the U.S., I've started to see just recently, and not just me, I'm sure my U.S. sisters here can also back this up, and Canada too. We're having this interesting collision, shall we say, of now Muslim families and Latino families coming out and saying, we don't want this in our schools. We want to have a right to opt out of our kids attending, drag queen story hour or some session on sex ed that's going to be overly explicit and so forth. And a lot of people have just observed in the US just in recent weeks that this is really bringing up an interesting conundrum for some people on the left who have a very fully accepting viewpoint towards Muslim people coming into the US and so forth. And I think people on maybe the more conservative end of the spectrum who might not be so accepting are saying, well, how do you feel now that, these Muslim communities are coming out and saying, we don't want this. So it's an interesting kind of crossroads that we're at here. And I think definitely for those of us who are really concerned about trans issues and how it's affecting children and women, especially women's rights. I think there definitely are allies there. I know among the women that I've started following in the U.S. are involved in all of this, and a lot of them are of a much more conservative lean than I probably would consider myself to be. There's one woman, Gabrielle, and I can't think of her last name, but I'm sure a lot of you out there know who I'm referring to. She's the only woman of color that I can think of who seems to be really, she works kind of as a deprogrammer, basically. She's really active in helping parents who are grappling with, their kids getting pulled into this ideology. And the other person I would mention is, and I've mentioned her in spaces recently before, Asra Nomani, ASRA, last name Nomani, N like Nancy, OMANI. She's a journalist. Family originally, I think, from Pakistan, but she grew up in West Virginia. Then she moved around the world working with the Wall Street Journal. And if any of you remember the case of Daniel Pearl, who was captured when he was working in Pakistan as a journalist by, I can't even remember which terrorist group it was, ISIS or whatever the previous, whoever it was. Anyway, one of them beheaded him, and she was very close to him. And she came back to the U.S., and first she started working very strongly to push for women's rights in the local mosque where she was living. And she came back as a single mom. She was pregnant and unmarried, and her family, took her in, etc. But now what she's really gotten into is two issues concerning children. One is the ability of parents to opt out of, these type of classes that, and also, the issues around having books in libraries that parents don't feel should be available to their, 11, 12, 13, and high school age kids, or they should be, somewhere where I guess kids have to get parental approval before borrowing them, but also the issue of opting out and so forth. And her other kind of competing issue or accompanying issue is concerning how, because now she lives in Virginia, which is a kind of purple state, I guess you would say. It's kind of blue, kind of red. I think it kind of goes a bit either way, but the current governor who's a Republican, got into office because he really pounded home the idea that I'm against critical race theory, and we will not have this taught in our schools, and parents have to have control over what's being taught in their schools. And whether or not you agree with this idea that critical race theory is being taught in schools or isn't, it's had this overlap, though, with the parental issue around trans ideology and kids getting pulled into it and kids being exposed to it at too young an age. So she you'll see her a lot on Twitter. She'll do briefings on video from school board meetings and so forth in Loudoun County, which those of you who follow Kelly J. Keene's sessions or appearances in the U.S., she also went to Loudoun County. So I think that's a bit of a kind of a, not ground zero, but kind of a hot spot for a lot of this. And there were just protests, I think, there recently. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think definitely we need to look for allies where we can find them. And I think certainly when we see the abhorrent treatment of women in Iran and the girls in Afghanistan, what's happened to them, I think definitely we do need to find ways to reach out to them. And I don't know, it seems like maybe the stars are kind of aligning in a way that, we do have this overlap now of, ideological, I don't know, symmetry or whatever. Anyway, thanks for letting me up to the mic, and really enjoying listening to everyone. Thank you.
Of course, Emmy. Of course, thank you very much. I wanted to say something to Kate Claude. I didn't say before. If you got any news about your meeting and what you're doing with your radical feminists, please let us know. You can either write to me, and if you got any, like scientific whatever there is to read and understand, please write to my co-host, um, Velociror, or to, what's her face? Where is she? Adenine, where are you? Oh, I can't possibly, her handle. Okay, so write to Comrade Velozzi or to me, and we will spread it. And if you want to talk about it, we will just do a space. There's not a problem at all. We will support you. Okay? Um, okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Sugar Free, you're here. Do you want to say anything?
Hey, yes, I'm here, but I don't have anything to add for now. I just joined this in case I'm just listening to that.
Your sound is a bit muffled anyway. So, yeah. Okay. I would have liked to hear from you. Hi, Lydia. I'm very happy you've got time for us.
Hello, thank you for inviting me. Actually, I'm babysitting, so if I have to go, then it means the baby's awake. So, I wanted to touch on a couple of things that were discussed so far. Let's start with diversity, because it's funny. This is actually the main reason why I stepped out of my anonymity on Twitter was because I was noticing that the women I was supporting, and Coach Caroline, of course, is the number one turf in the Netherlands, and they were calling her stuff like Karen or old fashioned or like all these terms made up to make her seem like she is actually the problem, and then the problem would then mostly be the fact that she's a white middle-aged woman. Apparently that's disgusting or something these days. It's insane. It's really insane if you ask me. But yeah, so that's why I went to this debate center, which is like the hub of where all these ideas come from in the Netherlands, to show them, like, look, I'm a young woman, I'm a woman of color, I'm a leftist woman, and I don't agree with with what you're doing right now. Don't think you speak for me. Don't think you can put my whatever my social issues are. Don't think you can put them on the same heap, with a man in a dress, and stuff like that. So that's one, and two. What I wanted to say is that, so for all these different migrant communities, and I know it may be a little bit different in the US because you've been mingling for hundreds of years. I mean, Afro Americans have been there for quite some time, quite a few generations, while immigrants here in Europe, most of them have been there for 1, 2, 3, 4 generations is a lot. I don't know. I don't know. I cannot think of one example of people that have been here for 4 generations already. So you have people that are still pretty. In some ways, they hold on to their culture. For example, you will find way more Africans that are Christian, for example, than Dutch Christian, even though it's a Christian country here. But if you just count them, and like percentage wise, you will find that they're way more religious, and also in some ways way more conservative. And this is not only about the gender. This is about a lot of things. This is about sexuality. This is about women, the way women are supposed to dress and what we're supposed to do. But because they sort of hold on to this culture in a country that does not have this culture as dominant, there is also a certain, you do whatever you do, and as long as I can just do whatever I do, as long as I can just wear my headscarf, you gays, you have your little pride here in Amsterdam. It's so they might be conservative inwards, but outwards, it's not like back home, where, I mean, gender. Don't even think about it. I mean, I cannot even smoke a cigarette there in front of a hotel. Never mind a man putting on a dress and then going into a ladies' changing room. So what I found very interesting was to see Ethiopian Christians mingling, and now in this debate, I believe it was in the U.S. I'm starting to ramble. Cut me off anytime. So these Ethiopian Christians, because Ethiopians, they strongly believe in religious freedom. So it's like half and half. Yeah, half the people they're Muslim, half the people they're Christian. So they feel like, as long as I can believe whatever I want, you can believe whatever you want. So the moment that this government, this Biden administration or whoever, is starting to tell them what to believe and what not to believe, you're in big trouble. So it was very interesting to see this particular group rise up, and I also see it sort of um, mm, it's like bubbling here under the surface. But yeah, I fully agree. I feel like, where are the women of color? Because percentage wise, they're turfs. They're hardcore turfs. Okay, so that's the end of my rant. Thank you, and I'll take the mic off now.
I just want to say something. A long time ago, I said I thought the only thing that would unite, the different ethnicities, religions, all the way across would be if we got invaded by aliens, because you wouldn't care who was helping you or who you were helping so long as they were human. But I actually think it might be the gender issue, the trans issue, that it is proving to, people are reaching out all over the place to places that they never would imagine that they'd have anything in common with. So from that point of view, again, something's good coming out of this, perhaps.
Yeah.
But I think something's bad is come out of it too. And to me, it's real obvious. I do believe in pushing the envelope. If it weren't for those of us who have gone far over the last 100+ years, we wouldn't have gone far enough. I believe in that. But you need to read the room. And the trans activists, the extreme trans activists, and the drag queen story hour individuals who are being overtly sexual and who are being misogynistic in their presentation of drag, going into this situation, and they're not reading the room, are going further than the majority of people can handle. And for that, we, and I mean me, lesbian, are experiencing and suffering a backlash against LGBT people. And I had we need stuff in our schools. I'm from the 70s and we worked very hard materials into the school to make the students of the lesbian and gay parents, like my son, feel more comfortable and safe. We brought the things into the schools so that the children who, and by children at this point, I'm talking like maybe age 13, when they actually can understand some of this, those kids who are having feelings about being lesbian and gay and didn't have a supportive family, in fact, might get downright hostility within their own, kicked out of their families. We needed those things in our schools to be supportive to those kids. And with this backlash that we are experiencing, those who have gone quote unquote too far and aren't reading the room, and I hope if people don't know what that expression means, let me know and I'll try to explain. But those who are going further than is tolerable by the majority of the people, those extremists maybe, I'm using that word loosely, but those people are causing a backlash against things, against me, my sisters, and everything that we worked so hard for throughout the 70s that I just never in my life would ever have thought we would regress from.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm 61. I know what you're talking about. And I've been there. And I'm very worried. In Germany, it's the same thing. The backlash is starting already against homosexual men who are accused of being pedophiles again, because the trans activists show their pedophilic affiliation or their pedophilic side. Um, it's horrendous. Yeah. I wanted to speak because thank you, Frau Schulz, for being co-host because I couldn't get sugar-free up. I thought it was the amount of speakers I can have here, but she seems to have different problems, technically speaking. Lydia, do you want to advertise some event by any chance?
That's funny. Yeah, we're going to have our first public Let Women Speak in September. On September 9th, if I'm correct. Because the self ID law was supposed to be discussed this week, but they changed their mind again, so they're postponing again. I don't think we're gonna have a self ID law here in the Netherlands. But yeah, so we're gonna hold it on September 9th, and if there's any women coming from Germany or wherever, let me know. I'm trying to arrange some sleeping places, and I have some space in my own house, so we can have a little party here in the Netherlands.
Yes, thank you. I approached Coach Carolyn about that already. Unfortunately, she isn't here. I invited her, but I would love to come. But on the second Saturday, I started my own rallies now, and so I don't know whether to go to Utrecht or, stay in Berlin. What is the wiser idea? I'm still contemplating it, but I would love to support you. Absolutely. And it was, I mean, I, I am so happy that we met in Vienna. Um, absolutely. I'm thrilled. And I hope you will be able to join us occasionally in Berlin, and we will join you in the Netherlands. I'm absolutely driven to do that. Thank you. Oh, I don't know. Cape. I think Cape is the next, and then Spiky.
Hi. Yeah. I think this speaks to. Sorry, I've got an old woman's brain. I think this speaks mostly to Lynn's point about backlash and unintended consequences, or maybe intended consequences, because in my view, gender ID is pretty homophobic in itself. But because of AU agreements, and I mean, you can understand in the global south, for funding purposes, people have to sign up for things. These things are tied to aid, they're tied to recognition, and so forth, on a geopolitical global level. So what we had here in South Africa was you would not receive education about sexuality in schools, but there would be sensitive teachers, right? And there would be LGB groups, or more, it would be lesbian groups or gay men's groups. With the T coming in, the same thing has been completely upended. So our L and G kids are going to groups where they're being taught by this neo-colonial, and I will use colonial. I'm sorry if it offends anybody, but it is to me a U.S. Imperialist thing. And they are being encouraged to not identify with their sexuality, but to think that they are wrong. And given that in society, it is much more preferable for. So this is not affecting This is affecting middle class kids, but it's not only affecting middle class kids. It's affecting kids in townships, in informal settlements, in rural areas, because LGBTQIA whatever curriculums are in the schools here, and I believe they were in the schools in Uganda. And what I think is that, particularly in societies which are inherently homophobic, but perhaps tolerant in the sense that they won't be prosecuting, if you introduce this queer gender ideology into schools, that's sometimes when you get a backlash. And the backlash is hurting the gay kids. So the gay kids, in many countries in Africa, homosexuality remains illegal. As usual, most of the legislation focuses on particularly the act of sodomy because it's a colonial leftover, at least in the Anglophone ex-colonies. So mostly lesbian women get to fly under the radar because, women often will share costs, share houses, whatever. So, but to have this curriculum introduced into African schools across the continent is extremely dangerous. And I think this sort of parallels what is happening with, in a way, with maybe the Muslim Christian allyship that I've kind of seen. I think it was mostly in Canada that I saw that. And then again, because Christianity on the African continent was very much an aid to fighting colonialism and racism and apartheid, these things become even more complicated here. I'm not sure who knows, but there are divisions between African Catholicism and African Anglicanism and Western Anglicanism and Catholicism in a differential in the acceptance of LGB. However, there seems to be a complete acceptance of T. So I just this landscape is very, very dangerous for young African LGBT people. And what I've seen in this last year, Zimbabwe is about to have another election. And what I've seen in this last year is numerous formerly feminist organizations have gone over to calling themselves queer. And of course, almost without exception, there are two exceptions so far that I've found. South African organizations use queer language. So it's not woman, it's womkitsen with an X. This is a queer word, not with a Y, which we know, in our history. So there is almost nowhere also for women to go, but there are plenty of places for trans-identified men to go and to infiltrate. So I just wanted to just sort of push back and say that the landscape is quite different here, and I'm sure in Latin America, probably we have a lot of similarities and also some differences.
But it's what you just said is happening in Germany as well. They have got kindergartens now where they start indoctrinating the children as from the age of 3, basically. And they're introducing it in the curriculums in the schools. So that was an interesting take. I didn't even think about that could be the, like the point where people say no, it's enough now. If it gets introduced in schools and in kindergartens and childcare anyway. So I think that's dangerous. Yeah, in other countries maybe more than here, but I don't know. It's horrible. We haven't got any women's organizations left in Germany. Maybe one of the lesbian, Let's Reloaded is called. It's the Lesbian Action Center. It stems from the 70s. It was gone and now it's back. And with a similar name like Let's Reloaded, right? And it's for women only, lesbians only. Sorry, and they're holding on to it. But all other lesbian and women's groups and organizations have an asterisk now, and most of them have got people in charge who are trans-identified, like men leading the groups and indoctrinating young lesbians who come to coming out groups, and they are facing a man impersonating a lesbian, and you can imagine where that talk will go if a young lesbian approaches that kind of person. So we really got that problem. Only German society has been a bit more lenient about gays and lesbians in the first place, maybe, than some African countries. They wouldn't kill us, let's put it that way. But yeah, there seem to be different, similar problems all over the place. That gets more and more obvious to me. Thank you very much, Spiky.
Yeah, hi. I have a different attitude about the LGBT material and clubs in school at the moment, literally because of the people involved. And before we had the trans issue, I even think back then I would have been concerned about it because of who's providing. Do we know who provides the sexual materials? Because the stuff we've got in schools now, their justification for having it there is, well, the kids are doing it anyway. And some kids might be doing it anyway. When it comes to like the sadomasochism and strangling and all that. So some kids might be doing it anyway. But it's not necessarily the majority of the kids are doing it. And the other thing is, because some kids are doing it anyway, doesn't mean we want everybody else educated when it comes to that stuff about it. If sex education was limited to how not to get STDs and how to avoid an unwanted pregnancy, that I'm okay with. But all the other stuff to do with what different types of sex, people might prefer this, people might prefer that, people might prefer that, that to me feels like a man's sort of desire to widen the array of what's normal and acceptable, because that's what they want. And I do feel that if we're going to have just LGB clubs or materials in school, I don't want the LGB groupings there. I want something for young girls that is safe for young girls, and perhaps have, you know, young girls sex ed separate from young lads, because to me it feels that the idea of male sexuality is being forced down everybody's throat, and the LGBTQIA is a man's sexual right movement. Because how many people do we have in these LGBTQI things calling themselves lesbians that are actually straight couples? And are they getting a say in what gets to mean lesbian? Because how long will it take to outnumber actual lesbians when we get all these what people call spicy straights pretending they're something else, pretending they're lesbians? And I don't know whether you've got the same on the other end of it, but for lesbians, I think we're in danger of being outnumbered by straight people in representation amongst these orgs. I mean, I don't look at Stonewall. It's like, well, they don't give a shit about us. So yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think I want anything in schools. I want it stopped for the time being. I want my kids and my grandchildren to be protected from this sexual rights lobby.
Thank you so much, Lynn.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. Thank you. I guess I have a feeling maybe I should have clarified. When I said in our schools, I meant the fact that acknowledging that a family does not always consist of one male parent and one female parent, and that the students, you know, are fully accepted who have only a single parent or only two mothers or whatever. And I also want to make sure that people heard me when I said LGB, acceptance. I only used LGB. I didn't say LGBT. And I think that some of the girls in our school really need our support, who are getting social mediaized, that if they like science or trucks or want to be doctors or whatever, that means they're a boy. And well, obvious. I guess we wouldn't be in this space if we felt otherwise, probably. But yeah, I wanted to make sure that was very, very clear. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, and my concern, I mean, yeah, if I'd been growing up today, I mean, I trained as a mechanic when I was 16, so if I'd been growing up today, you can guarantee that they'd have been trans in me. And with all the saying the social media and all the rest of it, and I'm so glad they didn't, because I'm fairly sure I would be throwing great big rocks at them by now for having done so. And the other concern is the number of detransitioners that just don't seem to be getting much traction. I can't understand that mainstream media aren't willing to do anything, to give them much traction, or to look at the bad end of what's going on under this ideology. It's as though, and it's as though there's sort of like this priest caste that cannot be criticised, and the idea that if you are straight and you're talking out about this, you are going to get called homophobic. I think one of the reasons that I don't get too much grief from straight people when I start talking about it is because just after my flags it says lesbian, not queer. Before I put that up, I got more grief. In fact, when I first came onto Twitter, I had all the GC people piling on me because I was like, I fucking hate that rainbow flag. But I was so angry, and I had a load of people piling on me, and felt like everybody was educating at me. And it was like, what? And I got into a conversation in reference to DSDs. And my attitude towards that is, I'm not going to fight that individual tiny, tiny battle. Let's win our rights back and get our kids safe. And my whole life was taken up with my kids, and I honestly didn't think too much about, the young lesbians coming up behind me. And it was recognition of coming into this fight and hearing what's going on. And yeah, the one thing I would love to make sure we can get together and do is to provide some kind of safe, secure, online space for younger lesbians, and I don't know what age range. Yeah, I'm not sure about age range, but for them to be able to at least communicate with each other and be safe from that male pornification of what it is to be a lesbian. Because if someone had shoved that down my throat as a youngster, I'm bloody sure I would have run 100 miles the other way if I thought that's what lesbianism was.
Yes. But that's the problem, not just for lesbians. That's our problem at the moment as women. You don't want to be a woman, because it was so horrible in the 60s and 70s when I grew up, and it seems to be even worse now. I think the young transitioners often don't want to be women or associated with womanhood and femaleness and that kind of thing. It's not just opting out of being gay, it's opting out of being a woman in the first place. They seem, they think that might be a way of not being victimized, not being objectified, name it. So I think it's a even even worse problem than just, and I'm a lesbian, I'm fighting for the young sisters. Don't get me wrong, but just in terms of what's it, quantity? It's women generally who want to opt out of being women, and that's even worse if you get what I mean. It's just I don't know. It's breathtaking to me. It scares me a lot, to be honest. Ilse.
Yeah, thanks for saying that, because this is something I wanted to tune into as well. So I'm born in the middle 70s. When I was a teenage girl, and of course, in those days we didn't have mobile phones, we didn't have computers. So when we were talking about pornography and the male gaze, it was all comparatively tame from nowadays perspective. But nonetheless, at those times, at least for me, what I used as a strategy to kind of get out of this sexualized male gaze was pretty much just calling myself a feminist. And everybody at that time understood feminism as second wave feminism. So, when it came to same age or slightly older boys, me saying, well, just to let you know, I'm a feminist, basically was my way of saying I don't take shit from you. Full stop. And maybe it was a little bit immature because I didn't really fully understand feminism at that time, but just using the word made it very clear what I would not, go along with. It was pretty straightforward and easy. Nowadays, young women or girls can't do that because there's liberal feminism, there's queer feminism, there's this whole stupid prostitution is sex work and sex work is work, blah, 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 blah. So, I mean, I'm not sure what I would have done if I would be 60 nowadays, but there's a fair chance me being nerdy, me interested in science, not being feminine in any way, not feminine leaning in any way, um, not particularly liking my breast developing, as I mean, which young girl or woman does like that? Um, I I think I could be easily convinced that I might have an easier life identifying as a boy or a man if I would be 60 nowadays. Whereas in the early 90s, I could just identify as a feminist and make it clear that I refuse to adhere to any stupid stereotypes society was throwing at me. And I think this is a real issue for all girls nowadays. Whether they're lesbian or straight, it doesn't matter so much because they're all exposed to the male gaze. And that alone is enough to make you running away from womanhood, at least from my perspective.
Yeah, I actually completely agree. Sorry, I'm munching on a trifle.
No, you can just speak. That's fine.
No, I was just saying I completely agree, but I'm actually eating a trifle.
Okay, yeah, well, but anyway, you can speak anyway. I just wanted to tell you that in my spaces, as long as the woman who is speaking can finish her sentence, you know when you want, when your turn is, and then you just speak. That's fine. But you might have realized that the general space is kind of a bit, well, let's call it calmer and more organized than some of the English speaking spaces. Sometimes I can't follow because everybody is talking at the same time and shouting over each other in a nice way. But sometimes just, I can't just keep up. Let's put it that way. And we started spaces um, in this way, like 1.5 or 2 years ago. We wanted women to be able to speak, and what we were used to here in German spaces, when men talk, they take over. They talk over and they take over the conversation. And we decided, no, we don't want that, and we do our XX spaces for women to be able to talk to each other in a proper, organized-ish way. Of course, sometimes it gets emotional and a bit louder, but generally speaking, I have to say this is really, really very nice. We established a way of talking to each other that is very respectful, and when we don't call each other any names or the like, we wait for the other one to. My God, we're so anal, aren't we? Um, we wait till the other one has finished, and then we speak in an okay way. We don't call each other names and don't shout at each other. And it is so well established now that it actually works, even if I don't monitor things or like organize things. I just say, okay, you go. You know whose turn it is. Well, you know when you lift your hand and who has been waiting before you. So it's like um, a, a training how to queue in England. It's basically like that, and it's a very pleasant atmosphere, generally speaking, and I appreciate that so much that many of us are really appreciative of it, um, because they come back because they say, "Oh, I can speak here, even if I maybe need a pen and paper to remember what I wanted to say, because someone else finishes their sentence first." But yeah, well, you can learn that. It's not a problem. So thank you very much. This is a beautiful, actually beautiful space. I love it. And I love that you are here. Um, Even if I would have wanted hundreds to come, but you are here and you're talking to us, and I've learned a lot. Thank you, Cape Claude, for instance, and Lynn, Frella, Spiky, Lydia. Wow. Um, I am absolutely happy, and I will do this. Um, yeah, I don't know, once a month or something, and all of you can tell your bubbles in wherever you are, that this is happening and how lovely it is to talk to each other. Um, this is not a goodbye. This is just I need to get that off my chest. Okay, Frella.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I just wanted to say, well, you said something about the queues, and I just wanted to say that the British are officially the best at queuing. So you can't take that, you Germans, because this is a fact. It's a national pastime, and we won that competition many, many, many years ago. So I just wanted to say that. But also, um, the thing that some of you lesbians have been saying, I didn't mean that to sound bad, but um, we have a lot in common with straight women. So when we're not on opposing sides in any way, our experiences are very, very similar. Some of us are more girly, some of us love men, some of us don't in a certain way. So I don't think I appreciate that you do these spaces to bring everyone together, but I almost don't think there needs to be a kind of concerted effort to bring lesbian women and straight women together, because we have being women in common. So yeah, we have always been friends. Some of us who like lipstick, some of us who don't. So yeah, I mean, me and Spiky have lots not in common and lots in common, and we can be friends, and we are. So I think the yeah, we are each other's friends, not our enemies. So I think we come at this fight together. So that's kind of what I wanted to say. And I wanted to say something else. Yes, I think I found June because L Squad, you wanted to find June to ask something about Canada, and I can't remember. But anyway, I found her. But anyway, we are all good. We are women who are different and the same, and it's all brilliant. And I love you all. But there's some more Canadians also in the space. Lol. So yeah, there you go. Thank you, L Squad. Great space, and I will. Do you want me to? Do you want me to try my German from school 35 years ago?
Absolutely.
Okay. Entschuldigen Sie bitte, wo ist die Kirche?
Wo ist was?
Entschuldigen Sie bitte, wo ist die Kirche?
Oh, the church is right next door. Just look at it.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, kind
Brilliant.
education.
Absolutely brilliant.
I can do that in every fucking language. Sorry for my language.
Oh, that's fine. Only YouTube will cancel this podcast in the end. Well, anyway, I want to respond to you, Frella. Um, thank you very much for your German. Um, it's really quite good, considering how long ago you've learned that sentence. I've got one of those in French actually. Maman, est-ce que tu achètes aussi des pêches? That's the only sentence I can say
Ah,
fluently.
do you sell peaches?
Do you also buy peaches? Yeah.
Oh, do you also buy peaches?
I
Okay.
I I sat at home and I practiced this sentence, and it stuck with me ever since. That's 40 years ago, mind, no longer. So well, anyway, that works, doesn't it? Anyway, I wanted to say something else. Lesbians, oh God, of course we are not something special. And I fight with my heterosexual sisters, and I want to be acknowledged because we have got a different, in a way, a different kind of fight to fight in the society. Of course, we're women in the first place, but we're also lesbians. And what I disliked some years ago was I was in a diverse group, meaning heterosexual and lesbian women, and we wanted to organize a rally, and we needed a name for our group. And the heterosexual women said, "Oh, we're all women. Don't have to have the word lesbian in it." And I said, "Mind you, um, sorry, um, this is a way to make us invisible. Okay, um, I want to be mentioned, and who has my respect are women like Kelly J. King, who actually has got the idea that there are lesbians and heterosexual women, which I acknowledge too, by the way. And it's fine for me to be heterosexual if you choose that, or if that's your feeling, your orientation. And we exist. And I'm very happy that KJK actually acknowledges us and understands that for you as heterosexual women, it might not be such a horrible issue that trans identifying men consider themselves lesbians. For us, that means rape. For us, that means coercion. For us, that means violence. We probably can't escape on a different level because of our sexuality, because of our sexual orientation, because of our lifestyle. And that's why I insist on being mentioned. And of course, I'm not a separatist anymore. I used to be when I was 20. Of course, we have to stand together as women. And thank you if you accept that we lesbians want to be mentioned and want to be seen as our own, well, subgroup. I don't know what to call it, with our
Yeah.
own problems. Thank you. That's all I wanted to
I,
say.
yeah, you don't have to, say thank you. I'm just surprised that any women would object to you wanting to have your own label or group or anything, because I never have and never would, but I'm sure it happens. So yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not apologizing for on anyone's behalf, but
Oh, no, but that's
I
why
just wouldn't.
can you imagine that was in 2020, I think end of 2020, and I said no, I'm not having this. Okay. And then some of the heterosexual red femmes, they were talking
Yeah. Oh,
about all
don't
kinds
go
of
there.
things, and they talked about us, and I was in the space, and they talked about us and our needs. And I thought, what? I mean, I'm here, so I could possibly
Yeah.
speak if you allowed me to, but they argued for us if they knew that lesbians existed in the first place. So that's when I started to say, Frella, okay, thank you very much. Um, uh, uh, that's when I started to say, I'm going to uh, push it in your face. We exist. And then it didn't take very long. Some of them got the message, and they started involving us in when they were talking. And it didn't take long until the first person said, why are you always stressing lesbians? You're women too. Can you imagine? And I said, oh, yes, I'm not talking about
Yeah, but
lesbians are the better women or anything. I just want to be mentioned. Thank you very much. And if you mention me, I don't need to mention myself. And I am quiet as a mouse. I'm just a woman supporting another woman.
but maybe that's why some of us don't call ourselves rad femmes, even though we're turfs. So yeah. Anyway, we I love all the lesbians, and
I love women.
thank you for the space. And I love women because we're the fucking best, and we look out for each other. So yeah, I'll mute and let somebody else talk.
Yeah, I'll more than happily have you on my right side anytime, Fiorella. I know you'll stand up for me no matter what.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't make a distinction. Actually, I've been let down by lesbians galore, and I'm actually fighting alongside heterosexual women who are absolutely fierce. And I'm happy that they're there, and there's no difference for me. I fight with them, and I will go all the way for them, and they will hopefully go all the way.
And I would fight Spiky to the death, but unfortunately it would be my death because she would completely have me.
Only because you're so wussy.
I'm so happy that I found you and that you found me. Thank you. I hope you will be coming back. Hello, Beaver. You came up. Do you want to say some more things?
Beaver Eater, it's Woogie.
Beaver.
Beaver, my Twitter
Beaver.
name is Beaver Eater. Beaver Eater, haha, very funny. Beaver Eater,
Oh my God. I will
Yeah,
call you Boogie. That's much
yeah, it's
nicer.
me. my beaver eater profile. I very rarely use Twitter on my own, but Petra's so into it. I keep, I actually that name. As soon as I started my Twitter with that name, I don't remember what my first post was. Something silly, me being me, and I got like so many followers just from my name being so funny that like I really probably should use Twitter more because every time I tweet, people are like, "Your name is great," and I probably could get a lot of attention if I actually used it, but maybe I'll start using it more. We'll see. Now that I'm joining more of these spaces, I kind of like them. You know, it's it's new. I'm a Facebook kind of. I'm used to doing
Oh
things
my
on Facebook,
God, I hate
but
Facebook.
yeah. So it's like I'm meeting all kinds of new people on Twitter. So maybe I should start using the Beaver Eater profile more often. And it
Yeah,
definitely offends the TRAs because any mention of actual lesbian sex and what it's supposed to be, they assume you're a TERF, which I find completely hilarious. I guess if my name was PP Sucker, and then I called myself a lesbian, that would be perfectly fine. But anyway,
absolutely.
I could be fine with that. But for some reason, this one infuriates them. So yeah. Anyway, I
Yeah,
just came on to say Petra already got off, and I was outside, so I just wanted to make sure that I could come on and say goodbye
yeah,
to everybody. And thank you for having the space. I love it, and I'm going to be coming out to more, and especially if you have ones for English speakers more often. I actually spend a lot of time listening to the German ones too, even though I don't know what anybody's saying. Because Petra listens to
just
them so
just
often.
for the lovely voice. Just
Exactly.
for
It's
the
like, and I
lovely
and I
voice.
kind of understand. Like I'm starting to get to the point where I can at least somewhat follow the conversations, and it does
Oh,
help. It helps. It's helping me with my German, so I guess I'll keep coming to those too. But I would
okay.
love to come to more of these if you're doing with the English speaking, and we've talked about doing some spaces dedicated to some stuff.
Yeah,
I would
yeah,
love
absolutely.
to do that. Yeah. So
Yes, we
just
do
wanted
that.
to say hello, and we will talk later, and goodbye, and all that fun stuff.
Okay.
And
Big
I
hug to
did
you
send
both.
some people here, so I don't know if they're still here, but I had made a post on Facebook about inviting my friends here, and a few of them said they came. So if you're here, thank you for coming, and I'll be gone, but these wonderful ladies will still be here for a while. So
Thank you for inviting them.
yeah, no problem. We'll
And
talk in a bit. Yeah.
and a big hug to you and Petra.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
I hope to see you soon.
Yeah. I'll see you in a bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
June, I'm so happy you found us. Finally, I didn't know your handle and I couldn't find you. Are you shadow banned for by any chance? Um, so if you want to speak, just come up. Yeah, thanks a lot. Anybody? Does anybody want to say anything about lovely lesbians or lovely voices or anything?
There's Emmy.
Sorry, didn't get you.
Emmy's just put her hand up.
Oh, Emmy, I didn't see you.
Hey,
Yes, please speak.
hey, yeah, I'm hiding over here. No, two things. The first thing I will say, since you mentioned, anything about lesbians, so I kind of came of age between the 70s and the 80s. When I first started noticing boys, etc., and in high school, then university, etc. And growing up in New York, my family was involved in the travel business, so there were a lot of gay men in that business. So from the time I was young, gay men were just, of course, perfectly normal and like anybody else, and totally cool and whatnot. But the funny thing is, it occurred to me one day when I was thinking back, because also I had a lot of friends in university where I studied, kind of in the arts and letters kind of side of things. So again, a lot of gay men. But later on, it occurred to me, I'm like, where were all the lesbians when I was growing up? Because if they were around, I must have been completely like, just, I don't know, my gaydar or whatever must have been completely off, because I had, I mean, I don't recall meeting any in classes and stuff. Granted, maybe back then people were a lot more cautious, even in New York City, about, you know, being too out and too loud, except if they were with, you know, known people or whatever. But anyway, no, but to go back to something that came up a while back about, you know, what should be taught in school and what shouldn't. The thing that really saddens me is, and I posted a link there, some guy put up a video. It's probably from Libs of TikTok or something, but it's some gay teacher, a guy saying, you know, sort of just being very out and over the top and whatnot. And the dad, I guess, who posted this was saying, you know, I have no problem with my kids having a gay teacher, but it's just, you know, I think having it sort of being this, what was the word he used, you know, very self-involved, etc., like the guy on the blackboard has like a countdown to his birthday and everything. And I think what's really concerning and sad about seeing how things are going, certainly in the US at least, concerning, you know, what should be taught in school, what books should be available. I mean, you know, considering myself liberal, maybe less liberal than I was when I was younger, I don't know. The goalposts have moved so much, it's hard to tell what exactly liberal qualifies as anymore. But, you know, definitely at least left of center, I would say. And I feel so bad that with all of the kind of furore that's coming up around, you know, drag queen story time and all of these kind of things, that, you know, gay and lesbians are being pulled up in the same sort of net, you know. And so it's because I see also, you know, obviously once you start following people on Twitter, and especially people who maybe are of a more conservative bent than I am, I start, which I'm totally fine with. I mean, if one thing this whole process has opened my eyes to, as other women have said here before, is one, the great women that I've met in these Twitter spaces here in the U.S., up in Canada, man, you all rock, and, you know, over in Europe too. But yeah, the thing that really saddens me is that now, from some people that are very anti, you know, anything gender ideology, it also is sort of bleeding over into anti-gay, and that really, really saddens me, because I feel like, you know, it's that whole situation of getting thrown out the baby with the bathwater, you know, that expression. And it really concerns me, because I feel the same way. You know, I would never want, like, people always name that legislation that Ron DeSantis in Florida wanted to get through, what they keep calling the Don't Say Gay bill. And of course, I don't think anybody should be sort of parading their, you know, what their sexual preference is in front of kids. Of course I would, you know, if I was the parent of a young girl who was lesbian or a young boy who was gay, I would of course want them to see that there are tons of other people just like them in the world. And I do feel really bad that and I'm sure a lot of folks have seen this also on Twitter, where people have been posting like, oh, you think it's just trans, you know, they're coming for the gays next or whatever. And I do worry about that. And I think, you know, it's also just so frustrating, because the other thing that I've just become so aware of is how the whole trans ideology is sort of camouflaged in and snuck in along with anything gay. We had a documentary here last week, because of course it was still part of Pride Month, about conservative Christian mothers in the US who've really come out very much in, you know, they've kind of left their churches, or their families have abandoned them because their kids have turned out to be either gay or lesbian, or in one case, a child declared supposedly at a young age that he was trans. And again, it's the same thing, you know, they kind of sneak in the trans character in the story, sandwiched on other side by a gay man and a lesbian woman, and you know, their sort of struggle to gain acceptance and to find their way in the US. And it's just, it's really, you know, saddening and frustrating. And I mean, I don't have any answers, but I really despair going forward how to sort of thread that needle, I guess. So anyway, and I see there's other hands up, so cheers. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Who was first? I don't know. Ilse, Frella.
Fruela.
Okay, Frella.
Okay, I'll go really quick because I think it was Emmy who was speaking last. Yeah, it's really strange where I found myself, and I think Kelly J talks about this a lot because I was what I would call a liberal Labour Party member for many years, and on the face of it, the Don't Say Gay bill, just as a name, sounds like everybody should object to it because it's Don't Say Gay. But then when you actually think about it and how when I was at school, I just knew my teachers as Mr. Mr. Phil or Mr. Jones or Ms. James or whatever, and their sexuality didn't come into it. The only time we learnt about that was in sex ed when we were 12 or 13 and then to put a condom on a banana, which was actually really useful. But yeah, I just really don't understand when you get into the weeds of it why the teacher's pronouns or sex life should come into it. We all had teachers that we suspected were gay. My PE teacher, 100%. My other PE teacher, who was a woman, I reckon 100% she was a lesbian, but we never knew. But it didn't matter. So it's a really weird time when I find myself supporting or supporting a bill in another country that says one thing when the meaning is quite another, because I think it really shouldn't matter if the sexuality of the teachers or anyone's pronouns. And yeah, calling it Just Say Gay I think is very convenient for Democrats, and normally speaking I probably would be a Democrat, but not anymore because I know what it means, and I know what they hide behind the language, and I think it's completely irrelevant. So yeah, that's my EU take on the Don't Say Gay bill. I'm kind of thinking just say yay right now, and if you'd have said even 6 months ago that I would be saying this, I'd have punched myself in the head. But yeah, I'm all for Ron DeSantis's bill, which is a really fucked up, sorry for my language, position to be in.
We've got that problem in Germany at the moment. We are moving to the right, actually, party-wise. People start voting, oh well, following the right wingers because they can't bear the bloody politics of the coalition that is at the moment in charge at the moment in Germany.
It's the same in Sweden.
Yeah, and it's horrible because people don't know what to vote for anymore because like I'm really left wing, if you want. I mean, I'm
Same.
I would vote for left party, but even the left, the Socialist Party, and now even the Conservatives are opening up to this gender bullshit.
Yeah.
So they are all in to pass that ID and take women's rights away. Uh, not to mention the lesbians. And the kids
On this, honestly, I will vote for any fucking party.
yeah,
Really.
and I don't know who to vote for. And the conservative women, of course, they don't know what to vote for anymore as well, because if they don't want to vote for a fascist party, they are completely lost too. So we really got a problem in Germany because the right wingers, because people want to vote for them in order to punish the government. But what will
It's
happen is that we get a right wing majority.
it's
Sorry, Stella?
sorry, I know there's a few hands up. I always feel bad when I'm talking and there's hands up, but yeah, I'm with you. It's if you hold your nose, you're having
Yeah,
to also vote for the anti-immigration parties, and
yeah, exactly. That's the problem.
and
That's that.
that's where it is, and then it's, are you prepared to do that? And increasingly, it feels like maybe just if it's so bad, then maybe.
Yeah, I know where people come from who say that. Um, I can just see it happening, and it's horrible because I don't know who to vote for. I actually don't know. Um, uh, last elections in Berlin, like regional elections, I actually, first time in my life, I did not vote because I didn't know who to vote for, and I don't want to vote for a party I don't know and who are, well, I don't know, have nothing for me. Then I just stop voting at all. I don't. I'm not happy about it. Absolutely not, and I don't want to do it again because I am, like I believe in. I kind of still believe in democracy. But honestly, if there's no options, what can I do? Maybe
I
I
know,
paint
yeah.
a dick on the ballot. I don't know.
Maybe it's easier for you, but where I am, there's and I don't have the right to vote. Yeah, but there is only one party who is actively campaigning about Drag Queen Story Hour, and that's the far right. I'm not saying that I would vote for them, but I'm saying these are the people taking up that fight,
Same
which
here.
is worrying, which is really like just one thing, Drag Queen
Same
Story
here.
Hour.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Same here.
it should be such an open goal for the
Hmm.
mainstream parties. It should be so fucking easy,
Yeah.
but they're not helping any of us. Anyway,
I, yeah.
hands. So
Hands exactly. So I close your mic, and Comrade Velociror is speaking now.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the gay, lesbian, and let's include bisexuals here, issue in brackets. Because I find it absolutely shocking that, at least from my perspective, society is walking backwards on those issues for the simple reason that with the shift from sexual orientation to queer, rather than accepting people with their sexual orientation, whatever that is, hetero, homosexual, bisexual, it all shifted to let's celebrate everything which is not heteronormative, to the point that people who were very, very, very relaxed about accepting sexual orientations of all kinds now get really annoyed. So where I grew up, a small town in the north of Germany, was a pretty much in my time laid back, live and let live philosophy, very humanitarian in many ways. Like, oh yeah, so you happen to be male, have a male partner, that's fine. Or actually, you're in a club where there's like special events for the wives. Now, how can we include your husband? Let's ask the wives whether they're okay with a man there. It was more like those were practicalities which were an issue. Acceptance was not an issue. When I grew up, it was like, okay, so you tell me you're gay. It doesn't matter. I never had a crush on you. I don't fucking care who you fall in love with, because I've never fallen in love with you. So I couldn't care less, right? And the same goes for lesbians. And this has changed, not because the gays, lesbians, and bisexuals have changed, but because the whole queer thing took over and started, rather than just wanting to be accepted, demanded to be celebrated, to the point where people of all kind of sexual orientations got fed up with that, because I don't walk around and flash my heterosexuality into everybody's face. And honestly, I don't want to know any details about gay transsexuality, lesbian transsexuality. It was a kind understanding that's all okay. You should be allowed to live your life with the person you love, no matter what the sex combination is, to the point where it's used by a certain clientele. And I do suspect that most of them are actually heterosexuals just giving themselves fancy names, are using it to gather attention. And some of them even demand worship to some extent. And that's really, really annoying, because it's setting back acceptance by decades. And I find that really, really shocking. And I find it shocking that so many people get along with that, because it has the potential to blow up in a bad way. And I have a gay brother. I have lesbian friends. I have gay friends. And I do feel very for them. They were fully accepted. There was never an issue, at least not in my generation. That's different when it comes to my parents' generation. So coming out for my brother was an issue. But at least in their friends group, their age cohort, it wasn't a big thing. And this has changed. And I dread even trying to imagine what it might mean for adolescents nowadays, who are gay or lesbians or bisexuals and do not want to identify as queer. I think they're kind of forced to identify as queer because that's the one accepted label. But this label doesn't give anything back to them, because it's not accurately describing who they are, who they love. It doesn't allow them to find their specialized community. So coming back to the whole women and lesbian thing, of course, lesbians are women, but also there are a subgroup of women with specific needs and specific vulnerabilities. That's the way I always saw them, not different from me insofar as that they're still women. They have their own struggles, and some of their struggles are different from mine, but I always saw them as sisters who were in some regards at the forefront in fighting for women's rights, but also the women who were most vulnerable. And I think, LSquad, it was you who used the phrase the canary in a coal mine a couple of times. I think that's very, very true. And if they cannot be respected for whom they love and whom they exclude from their spaces, then how can society grant me as a heterosexual woman rights to have my own spaces? So that's why I feel very, very passionate, especially about lesbian women and the way they're treated by society. And I think we're moving backwards. We're moving backwards very, very quickly under the umbrella of inclusivity and be kind. And it's actually doing the opposite. And that makes me not upset, but angry, outright angry.
Thank you very much. HP.
Yeah, thank you. Lots of that, what I wanted to say, Veloci has already talked about. But for me, there's one important aspect, and that is the difference between being open about your sexual orientation and flaunting your sexuality. That is quite different. So I'm not okay if you say teachers, for example, have to hide that they are lesbian or gay. So as they aren't expected to hide that they are heterosexual. Of course, they might talk about their wives or their husbands or their children or whatever. So if you are a lesbian teacher, it must be okay that the students, the pupils, learn that you might have a wife too, or you have a girlfriend or whatever. That is not the same as talking about your sexual preferences in bed or something like that. So, and that is something that now is also messed up due to this over sexualization of the queer movement, where everything is about sexuality and kinks and I don't know what. But that's not what we lesbian and gays and bisexual men and women fought for, to live our lives openly and being able to rent a flat together and hold hands in public and being able to kiss in public. And now I hear again, yes, yeah, it's okay that they are lesbian or gay, but I don't want to know it. They don't have to show it in the public. So that means that you again ask us to hide who we are. And that is really, really a backlash, and that is really hurting, especially teenagers who are searching to find out who they are and to recognize they might be attracted to the opposite sex and something like that. So we have to be very careful where we uh, uh, where we put our flagstones and where we flagpoles, not stones, and where we say this is too much, because there's a fine line of saying uh, be um, sharing too much information and being open about who you are. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Spiky and then Frella.
I want to talk about.
What?
I want to talk about the paedophile information exchange that goes back to the 70s. I want to recognise, and I would like the LGBT community to recognise, there was a push from the paedophile information exchange into the LGBT groups, and you know, whether it's because it was LGBT, I know that we attracted certain types of males, and just because a man is gay doesn't mean he is safe to all children. And just in the same way with the the trans class has become this priesthood that nobody can ask questions of. I do think that at our own peril if we forget that gay guys are actually men. And also, I just wanted to ask LSquad a question about Germany and the religious parties. Do you still have like the is it the Christian Democrats over there?
Yes.
Is there a large?
And the Christian Democrats are yesterday, their top player just apparently acknowledged that they have changed, that open-ish to LGBT, which
You're just
means
It's difficult to understand you.
You're breaking up.
me.
Yes, you're breaking up.
Oh, okay. I don't know why. I don't know why. Nothing has changed here on my side. Anyway, can you hear
Yeah.
me now?
yeah.
Let's talk a bit louder. Okay. The head of the Christian Democrats has just opened up to the LGBTQ. I mean, it's mostly the TQ plus, isn't it? They're not talking about lesbians and gays. They're talking about the TQ movement, and they're opening up for the self ID. You know, like they're not in fact. I don't know. Do you know, Ilse or Frau Schulz? Do you know anything? What exactly Merz said, because I didn't read it. I just got the gist that they are opening up in that direction. That means the only conservative party who could have kind of tried to prevent the self ID from happening is going on board with the rubbish. So we are basically lost. Okay. Fruela, and then, oh God, I think APE, and then Velo.
Okay. Hang on. Yeah, I just wanted to. Sorry, I was just moving into the room where no one can hear me. I was just following on from, I think it was Comrade's comment, and say something really controversial, which is that I think that straight women are the most marginalized community, as our friends like to say, and that's because it has become so unattractive to be a straight person now. Everybody has to be queer or pansexual or asexual or anything that actually just, I don't even want to say identifying as, but just being. And I'm sorry to you, LSquad and Spiky and others, but just being normal is so fucking unattractive that nobody wants to be straight. And it's really strange that it seems to be such a concerted effort to present children, teenagers, and people in their 20s and people in their 30s with all of these options. You could be this, you could be that. They're all fucking fabulous. Being boring, being straight is boring. And I think that's kind of dangerous in a way, because it's not it's not good for reproduction, but also it's dangerous because it's making people feel that they should have another identity other than what is the standard way of feeling. And I'm sorry if standard kind of upsets anyone, but just being boring and standard shouldn't be presented as that, because it seems far more exciting to be pansexual, trans, non-brainery, all of those things seems far more interesting than just being fucking normal. And I just wondered what the lesbians in the group thought about that, because I've always had lots of lesbian friends. I still do, but I am as I am, and I will live and die being normal and boring.
You will be heterosexual and boring. please.
Okay, I'll say heterosexual. I
No,
don't
thank you very
know.
much.
I don't
No,
know. I like
I
I
know
like
what you mean by normal, but actually, I find it, yeah, well, I know if you consider normal what the majority of people live and are, like attracted to,
please tell
I
me
can follow that. So,
please tell me if I've used the wrong language.
no,
I'm
I'm not telling you that you use wrong language. It's just, I find it problematic if, yeah, the word normal is a bit, I don't know, it triggers me sometimes because I think, what is
I'm
normal?
sorry. I'm
No,
sorry,
no, no, no,
Elsquad.
it's fine.
I
I'm
find
fine. I'm fine. I just wanted to say it's problematic if you talk to women who've got a different sexual orientation and you say normal, and I know what you mean by that. I use the word normal as well. Don't
yeah.
you worry.
It's
Um,
I honestly don't know what to say because
I
it's
use I use ordinary.
order.
or ordinary. Yeah, but all of those things are kind of like quite boring to people like me
No, well, the thing is,
who
why
don't
do
see
you think
ourselves
it's
as
boring? Why do you think it's boring? You
I,
know what got me in the past, I don't know, 20 years, I observed that heterosexuals thought about themselves as boring and they started to occupy our spaces. They came along to the pride marches and celebrated with us. For flip's sake. I mean,
I
this is
know.
the Pride March, which used to be called Christopher Street Day, was a celebration of liberation and the fight
I
of homosexual people. Okay?
I understand that, Elscott, and I have been on pride marches, not recently, I have to say, so late 90s, early noughties,
But I'm not going
with
anymore.
gay friends who wanted me to go there,
Yeah,
and
well, that's fine.
it was
But
mainly
now, Frelland, what happens now is that heterosexual people invite lesbians to go to the Pride March. Do you want to come? We're going to celebrate. What the fuck? Honestly.
no no
No,
my
I'm not
point
talking
my
about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about what's happening in Germany. That's what's happening in Germany. That it's more heterosexual and queer. I consider queer a heterosexual movement of people who are so bored of being normal that they actually took over because they felt insufficient or whatever about not
else
being gay or special in
El,
some way.
Elscott, this is exactly what I'm saying.
Exactly. That's why I say, don't you
Yeah.
worry. I get you.
Yeah. Oh, thank.
Maybe you allow someone else to come into the conversation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I was waiting for you.
Okay, so I agree somewhat. I agree that a lot of people, and not only young people, middle-aged people, want to be kind of more interesting and straight and vanilla sex was kind of labeled boring or whatsoever. In reality, I believe that most of lesbian and gays are as boring as straight people. In German, we call that spießig, maybe. So ordinary, not very excited, not very flamboyant. So just ordinary people living their lives. But if we now look at teenagers, at young people, so it's not that it's quite exciting to be gay or lesbian. So there is still a lot of homophobia going on, especially against young men, but also against young women. And so many teenagers struggled with their homosexuality and also bisexuality if they recognize that that there is such thing as bisexuality. So while they explore who they are, they also come in contact with homophobia and also with internalized homophobia. So all the other sexualities and identities that are out there are just not gay and lesbian. They are something else. So for many young people, it's much easier to call themselves non-binary than calling themselves gay or lesbian. That is a problem too. So it's not only to be special, but you have to be the right kind of special. So we have an increase in homophobia from ordinary straight people as well as from so-called queer people. So it's very difficult to be just gay or just lesbian. And that is a very bad thing for young people who try to find out who they are and who they want to love. And I'm very worried about young people and especially for all those gay and lesbian youngsters who are gender non-conforming. So if then the answer is to identify as non-binary or even trans, it's the better option than to recognize themselves as being gay or lesbian. That's a very, very unhealthy way to go. And so we have to be very careful to go against gay and lesbian, and also the lesbians were one of the most outspoken people against pedophilia and trying to lower the age of consent all the time. So it's very bad that being homosexual is now against under the suspicion of being linked to pedophilia. And that is also the effort of this queer movement who tries to be a movement of kinks and fetishes and something like that. And that is very, very different from sexual orientation, which is, to close the sentence or my speech, is in reality just boring and a normal, not very exciting life, or as exciting as any other ordinary life. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. So, two things. First, Ilse, and I would actually like to for June and Sugar Free to be able to speak. If you want, I would like to give you the opportunity because you haven't spoken yet. So Ilse, and then June or Sugar Free, whoever is first. Thank
Can I respond really quickly to the last speaker?
you. Quickly.
Okay. I promise I'll be quick. I think I agree 100% with the last speaker. I think it was AP. I was really clumsy with my language before when I said normal, but she absolutely encapsulated what I wanted to say, which is that it's come to the point where being not being of an alternative identity is so much more sexy than being not. So, of course, if I was a straight woman or a lesbian or gender non-conforming, then of course I would want a trans or non-binary identity. So I think I was saying the same thing, but I just used shitty language, and I agree with her, and I was trying to make the same point, but I'm very clumsy and bolshy, and that's because I'm the oldest child. So anyway, sorry.
It's okay. Thank you very much. Velo and then June or sugar free.
Yeah. First of all, Fruella, I think the only difference is using the word normal or ordinary. Ordinary is what you've meant, and normally is what you've said. That was a mistake, easily forgiven. Because I do agree. I mean, most, not all, but most of the gay and lesbian people I know in my life, and many of them, I only realized they were gay or lesbian after I've known them for a while, because let's be honest, you usually don't talk about your sexuality like it's on a display that often in normal interactions, unless it comes up and you say, I'm throwing a party, bring your partner along. And then somebody shows up being female with a girlfriend or being male with a guy. And that's how you realize. I mean, this is the level of normal, accepted ordinary. It used to be in my little bubble, being gay, lesbian, or bisexual. Nobody cared. And I mean, honestly, my brother, who's gay, is way more ordinary and conservative in his living style, or the way he's been living his life, than I was, being a woman, which is really funny, in a way. But I fully agree what AP Schultz said, and also what Fruella was talking about. I think the issue is that being ordinary is put into the same box as being boring, unattractive, belonging to an oppressor class in the worst case scenario. Not so much maybe here in Germany yet, but certainly in some of the discourses you get from the US. And let's be honest, for me, the way I am, I'm not super feminine. I look like a woman because I can't change it. That's my body shape. But from the way I live my life, I could easily claim a non-binary existence. I could claim to be sapiosexual because I usually do not go to bed with people I do not appreciate on an intellectual level. Hooray. I'm probably very ordinary in that as well. I could put all these labels on me. And what frustrates me, really to a large extent, is that people think that it's revolutionary to choose the right label from, I don't know how many flags and things there are nowadays, way more than 70, to put themselves into small little boxes. Whereas I grew up with the idea that, the revolutionary thing to do is being a woman and defy social expectations and live your life as you want to live it and don't give a damn. And that's what disturbs me most, that this movement in its core is conformative.
It's regressive.
And oppressive and conservative. And that brings me back actually to the Christian Democrats. So, because you asked us the way I understood it, it was more like a nonsense, blah, blah, be kind. We are fully accepting of every bloody, bloody bloop. No deep thinking, no real commitment, just a stupid statement to take the heat out of whatever other argument was still going on in the press. I think this was completely nonsensical, and non-commitment.
Okay.
But nonetheless, I think the most disturbing thing for me still is that, revolution is seen as finding the right box with the right label, stick it on you so that you have a label and 2 or 3 flags you can wave around. Rather than saying, I don't fucking care which labels you apply to the term woman. I happen to be a woman and I have the right to live my life the way I want to live it, love the person or persons I want to love, and create or carve my own little niche into this world. And as long as I don't hurt anybody else, I think that's the most important premise we all should adhere to. I should be given the right to present myself to the world as I want, um, surround myself with the people I love and I want to share my life with, without being labeled and stereotyped and judged. And how anybody can think that choosing the right label is a revolutionary act is beyond me. It's simply beyond me. It's timid. Um, it's avoiding conflict. It's demanding people to understand what your personal label means, rather than asking for listening and understanding. It's like preemptive coercive control by putting a label on your forefront. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's childish. And it doesn't change a thing. It just makes things more rigid for everybody.
Thank you very much, Philo. June, finally. Hello. Oops, sorry, I pressed the mute button. That wasn't.
That's okay. Hello. It's lovely to hear all of you in one place speaking. I haven't been on in a little while, so it's very lovely. Thank you for having me. One thing that kind of popped into my head as you ladies were speaking is that we went through a period of time where labels were really shunned, and they were deemed unnecessary. People didn't have an appetite for them anymore. We don't want labels or boxes. We are who we are. We're humans. And now we've gone completely full circle, and the person who has the most labels wins. And I was looking just for fun through all of the different definitions of all of the different ways that you can be something sexual. And I found I think I fit into like maybe 5 of them. So I was like, cool. Those are some new things that I learned about myself, apparently, because we need to categorize everything. And I'm wondering if it's a result of our societies becoming so much more disconnected and only connected over a screen, that we've lost the ability to understand the complexities of each human and understand that that is in itself normal, to be super complex and to be different from one another, and that's a strength, and that it's not something that, like you were saying, is revolutionary. We've all had personalities and uniquenesses to us. We're all, unique creatures. It's amazing that we're here. It's amazing that we have done what we have done. It's a freaking miracle that all of us, advanced monkeys are holding on to a phone right now, being civil enough to press a button with a little picture of a hand and wait our turn. Like, it's everything we do every single day is a miracle. And I think that we've lost sight of that because we interact through a screen, which gives us nothing in return. Emojis do nothing. And I don't know how we come back from that, because it's only going forward in that direction with AI and everything. And I genuinely don't know if we're past the, what do they call that? Not the tipping point, but the black hole thing. What's that reference?
Critical mass.
Nope.
Climate.
The singularity. They call it the singularity, where you can't see past it, and once you're past it, there's no going back. It's the whole black hole thing. So yeah, that's how I don't know. It's a really pessimistic way to look at it. But if that is, part of the problem, which I suspect it is, I think it's going to take a concerted effort to interact on a human face-to-face level. And the more pandemic-y the world becomes, and the more that governments get control and be able to tell us what we can and cannot do and where we can and cannot go at certain times, it's going to be more and more difficult. So I don't know. I really wish to, like, being on vacation, I'll wrap it up, but being on vacation in a small town, I've I've had a couple of conversations with my family members and friends that are here. It's very different than where I live in Ontario. I'm in Nova Scotia right now. And I found that almost nobody that I've talked to has any idea that there's a difference between the LGB and the rest. So I've been like on my little soapbox as much as I can, saying, no, we love the lesbians, we love the gay, it's awesome, yay, LGB all the way. It's just, it's gender and it's, all this stuff, right? And so I'm hoping that'll spread through a little small community that like, no, actually, it's actually okay with the gay, because they speak in very like 10 years ago terms here, because it's such a small town, it just takes a while. So, it's really lovely that they have this acceptance and this normalization of homosexuality here, where they did not for a very long time. And now this has kind of made everybody think, oh, that guy, I thought he was gay, but oh, who knows what he is now. It's like it casts doubt on all of the people that they know that are just gay or just lesbian, because they're grouped in. So this divorce, I think, is going to be really, really helpful. Make it as public as possible. I don't know if any of that
Yeah.
made sense. I'm on vacation brain. Thank you.
But thanks for talking, June. I've missed you. I haven't seen you for a while, and I was hoping for you to come here and join us. Thank you very much.
Fruella
I
sent me
really
that.
would love. I would really love to hear what's going on in Canada and with you remember your Facebook thingy the other day?
Yes.
And how are you
Hmm.
doing about that? So let's see if there will be space for it. Now, Lynn has
Sure.
had her hand up, and Lisa is new.
Oh, hello. Can I speak, or was there someone else first?
Lynn had her hand up first. Thank you.
I just wanted to say though that I have to go now, but before doing so, I wanted to say thank you so much, L Squad, and especially for being willing to have the space in English so that I can participate and understand. I am very sorry to miss what is said. I find so many of the people in these spaces and what they say to be very precious, and my heart goes out and just so much appreciation and love. That's all.
Oh, thank you so much, actually. I hope that I see you next time I do an English space. I hope you will see it. I was thinking about creating a group maybe of women who want to be informed. Maybe that's possible, so that you don't miss the English spaces because I love having you. Thank you very much. So, Lisa.
Yes, hi, hello. I don't speak in these spaces very much. You might have seen my face pop up, but I get nervous. So just listening to some of you chats, I couldn't help but reminisce about my adolescence and the tribalism that I think sets in when you're finding yourself as a person and as a growing into an adult and finding your identity. And I'm thinking about my adolescence was in the 90s, and oh God, I remember like before becoming a teenager, there was like the films with the nerds and the jocks, and you had to kind of identify, are you a sporty type or a nerdy type, an intellectual, and all the John Hughes films and things like that. And I'm remembering when I was 15, 16, how important it was to me what music you listen to. And my sister, she was into like rave music, and I found that disgusting. You know, it's too crass, and you're all going around with dummies and neon lights, and what are you doing? Goodness sake. And I was into the grunge and the shoegazing and woe is me. It was far more intellectual than you, darling. And then there was all the kids who were into the crossover, like techno with rock and all these like little sects. And it got really tribal. And I remember my friends being really tribal to the point that, like, if you were into Nirvana, you weren't allowed to be into Pearl Jam because they're just trying to take over what Nirvana are doing and all of this kind of bullshit. And I think, like, what I've noticed is the identity is getting so wrapped up in sexuality, and I wonder if it's kind of something akin to, well, there's a few things that I think might be doing that. Not that it was great to be so tribal, and I mean, it's a bit narcissistic, isn't it? But it's just you finding your identity. But everyone's been stuck at home. Everything's kind of pornified. So much watching porn, and that becoming more and more important in terms of expressing your sexuality. And then also, people aren't really into musical genres anymore, so they're not finding an identity in that, I don't think. At least that's what I'm noticing with the young people that I see today. They're like into stuff I was into in the 90s, and they're into a little bit of Ariana Grande, or or they're into like musicals. And it's wonderful to see that. But then I do think, is it wonderful? Maybe you do need some healthy tribalism. I don't know. It wasn't kind of that awful before. And there's something about maybe the music sharing. There's no Top of the Pops anymore. No one sits around and pontificates about these things. They just download what they want. So there's a kind of a vanishing aspect of finding your identity through tribes, through music and dancing. And there's just so much increase in porn. And I think that's led to the sexualization of identities. And then, if I was growing up now, I would probably be one of these people wanting to be very interesting and unusual and different to the next. It's how you want to be seen, and it's just a shame, such a shame that that's really acutely on something that is just a small aspect of who you are. That's just what I was thinking about it anyway. And I like Pearl Jam now.
Thank you very much, Lisa. I really loved listening to you. Um, okay, so sugar free. I really want to hear what you've got to say.
Hey, as you've noticed before, my connection was not that great, and I've missed a lot of the conversation. I have a lot of technical issues with Twitter Spaces. I don't know why. So I do not have anything particularly yet that I want to refer to people speaking in a way. If there will be something, I'll just raise my hand, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course. Are you in Poland? Is that right?
I am from Poland, but I'm in the UK.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, I could have guessed when I listened to you.
Sorry, I
How
also visit
sad.
Germany quite a lot, to be honest. I've been to Germany like 4 times this year. So
All
yeah.
right. So because I just wanted to lure you into our um into our rally, but if you're in Great Britain, that's well, probably not possible. But from Poland, there would be a chance to join us
I know.
in Berlin.
Yeah, no, unfortunately.
But tell your sisters in Poland that we are having a rally on Saturday at 2 o'clock in Berlin. Maybe
I think
someone.
majority of my Ratfam friends are in Warsaw and Krakow, which is on the other side.
Oh yeah, that's right. Hmm.
It's not that close to Germany, unfortunately. I'm from Western Poland, so it's actually my original place.
All right. Okay.
4 hours by train from Berlin. So.
Okay.
Mm.
Well, anyway, thanks for being here, and I hope I see you again, and you will have less technical issues. But at the moment, Twitter is well, not functioning properly anyway. So we all got our problems occasionally. Well, anyway, it's almost 1 o'clock here in Berlin. I don't know about where you are, all of you, but I'm getting a bit tired. So I'm inclined to stop this conversation for today because my two co-hosts, they have to work tomorrow,
You're
which
dropping
means
in and out again, L Squad. You got a connection
uh,
issue there.
oh, it gets on my nerves. Okay, because when I'm on the balcony, I try not to speak too loud, so people can't listen in. Anyway, is it better now? I talk louder?
Yeah, much better.
Oh, okay. So my two co-hosts, who are just lovely people, who ever so supportive and bright, might I add. They need to go to work tomorrow. So for them, 1 o'clock at night is very late, even later than it is for me, because I only have to do the post production of my new podcast. So I can get up whenever I want to because I don't have to go to work tomorrow. Anyway, it was a pleasure having all of you around. And honestly, I'm absolutely thrilled. And thanks, Spiky, for making me do that. I had planned it, but after our conversation, I don't know, 2 weeks ago or so, I thought I have to do it. I just have to. And there are no excuses. Women want to talk, and someone has to start, and so I start. Would you like, let's try to have this kind of conversation once a month to start with?
100%, I would definitely.
Okay, wonderful. Maybe would you object to being put in a group so that you get the information when it happens?
That's fine. That would be great too.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
hope.
a group
Okay,
or sending out DMs. Yeah, that'd
Yeah,
be
DMs.
yeah. Well, I'm an old lady, right? Okay, and June, for instance, I could not figure out where to find her. Is there a shadow ban? I don't know because
I
I
am shadow banned from searching. Even if you
oh.
search my Twitter handle, for some reason you can't find me. I'm a big
Ex
baddie from Canada, apparently.
oh yeah, you're bad turf. Anyway, oh, would you like to talk a bit about your situation? In I have a bit of time left, and yes, my co-host, if you want to leave, you're free to do so. If you need to go to bed, but I would like
Yeah, yeah. Actually, I would say goodbye because my alarm clock is going at 5:30. So,
oh my God,
uh,
thank you so much. Thank you
yeah,
so much.
yeah. So, yeah, it's very difficult to not to stay. So,
Okay.
yeah, I want to thank everyone for talking, and I learned a lot. And I think there were a lot of things happen in my sleep. So hope to hear you next month.
Oh,
Goodbye and good night.
thank you very much. Thanks so much for always helping me out as a co-host. You too. Um,
I'll
at least.
stay for another 15 minutes or so,
Okay, I
especially
want to.
after June. After June mentioned that now for her being a hardcore Nirvana fan, it's okay to like Pearl Jam because I always preferred Pearl Jam over Nirvana.
Oh my God.
So
Let's not start that one.
all
Anyway.
no, we're not gonna start this tonight because I mean I only my alarm is only ringing at 6:30, but it's still in 6.5 hours. So I shut my mouth, I listen to June, and
Okay.
I'll hop off in 50 minutes.
Okay, June, you got 15 minutes to talk about your misery, and then we shut down the space.
That's not enough time. No, I'm kidding. I don't have much misery, luckily enough. I don't know what you heard last. Tell me, tell
The
me the
last
last you
thing was
heard.
your turf outing on Facebook and the responses that moved you so much, because someone was very supportive where you hoped they would be, and someone else, well, banned you or something. That was my last information.
Yeah, somebody so it's gotten more interesting since then. So I've had a couple of family members part ways kind of, which is fine. It was sad for a day, but um it is it is what it is, and I hate that saying, but it's about peace. And on something as fundamental as this, if I can't share a view in a very respectful way, in an informative way, because I'm concerned, not just because I have an opinion and I just feel like sharing it. It's not something I do. I mean, there's not much that's a foundational thing. So it's painful, but you move forward as best you can. Um, by and large, um, it's been reaffirming. Oh, it's kind of a bad word now, but it has reaffirmed my faith in humanity, in people's sense of right and wrong, if only in private, because I've had multiple conversations with people almost every day. I have a conversation with somebody who pulls me aside and says, I saw what you put on Facebook and I just wanted to let you know I totally agree with you and I think you're so brave. And I'm like, I have to say every time, I'm like, isn't that disgusting? One second. Sorry, one sec. Sorry about that. I had little ones come in.
No problem.
um, um, yeah, it's just so I've been able to point out to them that um, I haven't said anything um, untoward or anything that wasn't true, or wasn't hateful at all. But it comes across as hateful because the LGB is grouped in, and that's a settled issue. Um, and so it comes across as homophobic because it's all lumped in together, and people have that gives people a very bad taste in their mouth, of course, and it should. So I'm having a hard time making sure that people know that I'm not being hateful, but they still see me as being hateful, which is really tough. But like I said, in private, people just keep saying, I wish I could say something, but I'm a teacher. I wish I could say something, but my job, I can't. Um, One of my friends is actually having a really big fight at her work because she refuses to put pronouns in her email. Um, and it's like, it's an issue. Why is it an issue? Like, this is what we're picking an issue with. And like, her job might be at risk because she's refusing it. So it's being escalated because she's not listening, um, to her superior. And so that it's like, it's not about what it is at that point. It's about just the fact that she's not listening. Anyway, it's a bit authoritarian, but it's like I said, it's by and large, it's been really comforting to know that at least in private, people support me. And the ones that I've lost have been very few. And um, I'm open. I've been very clear with them. They've been very clear with me as well that they're very unhappy with me. Um, and I was really clear back and just said, whatever. I'm sorry that you feel this way. I hope you know that I'm still the same person that I've always been. I haven't changed. My heart is still the same. I'm here if you ever want to like talk or whatever. And people think that's way too nice and way too generous. And I just think eventually people are going to wake up and it's going to take as long as it takes. And for some people, it's going to be, you know, the day before, it's too late. It's going to be years and years and years, and they're going to be like, "Oh my gosh, how did this happen?" And they're going to have nowhere to go unless people give them a place to go and forgive them for what I'm asking for forgiveness for, which is purposeful ignorance for years and years and years because I had a privileged life where it didn't touched my life. And I had kids and they entered the school system, and that's, really where I saw it. So I have a lot of shame in that area, and I've been given a lot of grace from you women, and so I think it's really important to pass that on and give people a home when they wake up, when they come to their senses, when whatever happens. I think that's got to be a big priority, or people aren't going to leave. If there's nowhere to go, what's the point? Um, and that's one thing that's really hard when I hear people say, you left feminism, or you left this, or you left that, so I have no use for you. I hear people say that, and it's heartbreaking to me that we would abandon any woman um, when she wakes up. We all need somewhere to go. Anyway, yeah, it's been really, really eye-opening, and 90% positive, it's a huge shock to me. Now I have my family reunion on Friday, with like 150 people that we haven't been all together in a long time. So we'll see. That'll be the big thing. And I have a trans cousin who may or may not be there. So stay tuned.
Oh, thank you very much for the update. I'm very pleased to hear that. I mean, I was in your space the day you had this coming out on Facebook, and I remember uh, how you felt, kind of. And I'm very pleased to hear that everything seems to be less um, less hmm, heartbreaking than you thought it would be. Spiky.
Yeah, I was just going to say, reference the next one you hold, because timing, I've noticed that we've got Americans dropping in and we've got a couple of Australians in now. So we'll be getting, in reference to when you're going to hold an event, because you're doing English speaking, we've got, you've got such a wide array of people coming in. We've got Angie Jones, who's been,
I just saw her and I thought, oh
and we've got
Christ, I will
Jess.
have to. Yeah, yeah, I invite them, so I will have to carry on. But I, uh,
I've got to drop down for a little bit. Okay, LSquad, I'll drop down to listener for a little while. All right, I've got some stuff I've got to do.
but yes, thank you, Spiky. But anyway, I will stay a bit longer. Philo, you can go. If you need to stay, thank you very much. But I will stay because Angie is here. I want to hear the latest from Australia.
I'm taking the thing with me.
Okay. So, Angie, I have invited you to speak. Would you like to join us? I would be very pleased. Thank you ever so much. It's your turn immediately.
Good morning. Yeah, no, I've just popped into the space. So, what were we talking about?
Well, we're talking about everything. We were just talking about June's coming out as a TERF in Canada and how that went. And yeah, we were talking about mm, women and lesbians all over the place and that we want to connect. And we talked about all sorts of issues, like, well, nothing really surprising, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I would really like,
No. Oh,
I
so,
would really like how you're doing
well, it's been really
because you,
interesting. In my state, we haven't actually done much on the ground. So we found that it's there's too much violence if women publicize that we're going to meet in public. Like if we were to hold another Let Women Speak event, we would be counter protested once again by hundreds, if not thousands, of people, because the unions are organising most of the counter protests. So what we've been doing is we've been fragmenting into more localised groups and doing smaller things, but still with a wide reach, because we amplify them on social media. Like we've been holding, protests with, between 3 or even 1 and 30 women at MPs' offices, outside sporting events, and all these different places. And then we've been amplifying those. And it's been really effective, actually. The narrative here in Australia has significantly changed since Kelly J was almost killed in New Zealand as a consequence of our politicians lying about our association with Nazis. Like, it's changed for the worst in some ways, because it is now dangerous for us. We will be physically attacked. But in some ways it's better, because that very thing has woken up the entire nation.
Oh, so that's good to hear. So it's not only one-sided, like you bloody turfs. It's also um happening that people understand what's going on. That's good.
Yeah, well, I've had a few health issues recently. So I've spent the last week, going around and getting scans and this and that. And, 12 months ago, if I was to go into a medical place, like to go and have a mammogram or somewhere like that, I might introduce the subject of gender identity in some subtle way, like say, oh, I'm really glad this is a female only space, because I would be uncomfortable with a man performing this task. And, normally the healthcare practitioner and I would engage in a conversation that kind of revealed my views, and I would sort of test out where they were at with it. And I've become quite, not blowing my own trumpet, but I've actually become quite good at introducing it in very sneaky ways over the years. But I noticed this week that if I would edge into the conversation in my normal, like, quiet way, the person, the doctor or the technician, would respond with a barrage of, oh my God, this gender stuff, and we've been gagged and we can't talk about it, and rage. So, the average person has really, really, really woken up. It's actually been quite heartening. But I just for the lesbian listeners, I'd just like to apologize that my YouTube channel has had a bit of a break for a couple of months, because we platform a lot of lesbians on our channel, and I've had a lot of complaints about, where are the women? So I'm going to be recording 2 episodes this week, and both of them are with lesbians. So there you go.
Angie, can you do us a favor and post your link again in the bubble
Yeah, sure. It's on my Twitter bio.
so that we find you?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So
So that everybody finds you.
yeah, it's funny that, when I first joined the Women's Collective, I felt really on the outer because I wasn't a lesbian. And now, as I've returned to my feminist roots, I'm sort of preferring the company of lesbians. Like, I think I'm becoming a separatist, whether I like it or not. It's just that my thinking's evolved to the point where I've realized that my life is not compatible with sharing it with men. I mean, apart from, siblings, family, it's not compatible with having a male partner. And I think I've reached a degree of acceptance of that, and kind of, and I think to be around other women who really understand that, you really don't need a man in your life, it really gives me energy. Women who don't have a need for men in their lives have a completely different energy to most of the women that I live around out here in the outer suburbs of a major city, which is very revolves very much around sporting clubs and really masculine pursuits. And so when I need to rebalance my energy, I tend to gravitate more towards women who also gravitate towards women.
You don't have to convince me, Angie.
Yeah, well, people say to me, but you're not a lesbian. Why you got so many on your channel? Like, and I'm like, well, because I prefer their company. I'm really sorry, but I never
Well,
felt.
it's much appreciated.
Yeah, well, I never. It's funny because I never felt a real need to define my sexuality until all these labels came out. Like, I had a girlfriend when I was 19 who is now a trans identified woman. And I never, felt that I had to label it. And if anything, I'd probably be an asexual now. You know what I mean? And it's been really uncomfortable to feel, even on my own side, that you have to still identify within certain factions, that there's a real pressure to put yourself in a box. Whereas I sort of feel it's really important for women to just be where they're comfortable.
Yeah, and we can't afford. I mean, I used to be a lesbian separatist when I was young. I'm not young anymore. But at the moment, I don't see why we should be separatists. To be honest, we are women, and we have to fight for dear life. And I frankly don't care as long as a woman is focused on women. That you are. I could tell when I watched the um, Let Women Speak event in Melbourne. So thank you so much for taking the heat there and for doing everything that you do. And we before there was a woman from New Zealand. Now she has gone. Guess she's at work. Um, in New Zealand, the women are waking up too, and they are actually, I mean, they're so bloody brave, aren't they? I mean, if you do that kind of thing that you're doing, and this woman told us about what they're doing, they're on the market, they go to market squares and they talk about, this issue, and they're lucky enough not to be harassed. Um, Up to now, it's okay. But like 3 women, 5 women, I don't know, and every week, I think she said every week the other day, they're doing that. And gute Nacht, Ilse Schlafschön. And they're doing that every week, I think. And they're brave. They're fucking brave. Kelly J nearly got killed. We have to remember that. The kind of aggression that we face once we say women don't have penises. It's amazing. I don't know if well, most of you will not have heard about us having the real Dyke March a week ago on Friday, and it was horrible because 200 about 200 trans activists had rallied to stop the turfs and basically, I don't know, harm us. And we marched for quite a while. And on that march, um, we were 20, by the way, because some weren't happy with uh, a journalist who was coming to report on our real Dyke March. Real Dyke March means only women, lesbians, right? So we've got the Dyke March with an asterisk, and that's going to be soon. And there will be 2,000 people or 3,000, and most of them will be men nowadays. So anyway, that's why we called it Real Dyke March. And it was quite horrible because some women dropped out because um, a journalist um, um, is framed as a right winger. She is maybe conservative, and she definitely writes for the wrong person, who is he's a pig. He really is a pig. But nevertheless, she's the only one who talks about us in a positive way, as neutral as you can get. And because of that, the left wing women dropped out last minute. So we ended up, and they made sure that other women who distanced themselves from the right, which we do too. But anyway, they thought if this person is invited, and she wasn't even invited, we just said, if you come, well, that's okay, that's fine, because she's a nice person anyway. And don't worry about that. Well, anyway, they called others not to come, and we ended up 20 women in, like in the pouring rain with 200 aggressive queer activists wanting to harm us. And on the whole march, they were lurking in corners and tried to jump us. And they shouted things like, everybody agrees turfs need to be drowned, basically. That's the free interpretation of the thing they shouted. But yeah, and the police were good. They were really good. They found them because before we even saw them and stopped them from jumping us. But they frame us as right radicals. Lesbians are right radicals because they don't want dig. That's the situation. And I don't know what's going to happen next Saturday because I will do women's speak event in Berlin. And I have talked to the police, and I hope they got the message, especially after the Real Dyke March. And I'm a bit nervous, but anyway, I will let you know, and I hope that you support us by putting the word out. And even if you don't understand, get the language, um, get the vibes, because I gonna do Instagram live stream, and I will post it on Twitter so that you can all distribute it in all your bubbles, into all your bubbles, so that everybody knows we Germans, we're here. The German women are here, and we're not going anywhere. And yeah, I hope that there will be brilliant speeches like we have heard in Vienna and in Berlin on the Real Dyke March, because there were speeches as well that were really beautiful. And I want to do that like once a month now. That's why I'm not sure whether I'll be going to Utrecht to support the women in the Netherlands. I would love to, though, actually, because I think we need to support each other. Sam, do I take that you are a man, then you're not talking? Because this is a female only space if it comes to speakers. Um, so I don't know how you can convince me that you're a lady who's called Sam. Try.
Have you had any sort of journalists from the left try and report this? Because we've just had a couple here in Australia who have just peaked turfed, basically.
No.
None.
The left wing media is absolutely against us.
It is here
They
too.
frame
Yeah.
us as they frame us as right radicals.
Yeah.
I mean, Nazi, 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 and in Germany that has got a special impact if
Yes.
you say Nazi. I think it's different in the USA or so. If you are called Nazi, that's bad, but it has got a different impact in Germany because, well, we are the original Nazis, aren't we, as a nation? So that is an actual killer. If you are a Nazi, you're not welcome in Germany, they say. And they've got their own Nazis anyway. But anyway, that's a complex issue. but we are framed Nazis because violent against other marginalized groups, and they come along with that kind of framing, like how do you as lesbians not understand the oppression of other people, given that you have been oppressed for such a long time? Thank you very much. No, no gaslighting. Thank you very much. I'm not having dick, even if it's soft and smooth and whatever you try to tell us about your penis. I'm not having it. And I will do anything it takes to stop these kinds of people to coerce and rape our sisters and to make them think they are men when they're just being sweet little young women and lesbians. Okay, well, okay, that got me. Try it, Sam. Hello. you can you can just speak.
Oh, sorry, it cut out. Yeah, I just wanted to speak. I don't know if she's still here, June from Canada, but yeah, I wanted to just um, say, yeah, it says that she's from Ontario, which is like the other side of where I live. I live in BC, but oh my God, yeah, it's so fucking bad. Like, I don't know if it's a coast thing. I don't know if it's better in like the interior. Um, but my goodness, you can't say anything, and I understand like the fear of like saying anything that could possibly get you labeled as a turf, because it's so horrible. Anytime that I try to have discussions about um like radical feminism or issues that women specifically face, I have to literally like tiptoe, which sucks because it's around other women a lot of the time, because we seem to be way more forgiving and empathetic than men do, which, whether it's socialized or not, I think that it is, because we're constantly told that we have to be subservient to everyone around us, including men, and to just. So, I mean, shout out to her, because my God, I can't imagine like being able, like going through that, because even just in my own personal life, I'm very like careful. But maybe now that I won't, because I know that, she did it. So shout out to June, because it's really ridiculous. And I believe now we have like, I'll have to look more at the law specifically, because it's a lot of legal jargon. But there's a lot more, there's like hate speech laws now where you can't even protest or discuss and do like very basic things. Again, I'll have to look more into it, because there's a lot of like legal jargon, and I don't want to just like repeat what I hear online, in case it's incorrect. But yeah, it's so absurd to even like talk about the concerns of women, because you constantly have to be tiptoeing around uh, transgender females, or not transgender females, uh, transgender women, and then transgender men who are female. Like, you can't even have like a simple conversation without it getting like completely like taken out of context, and somehow it's like, oh, you talk about waffles, you hate pancakes. It's like, dude, no, I'm just simply talking about female problems, and like a, you're female biologically, so like you're still included in the conversation. I don't know why I have to constantly like walk on eggshells about this nonsense. Anyway, but yeah, sorry, my name is unisex, and then I have a cartoon as my picture, so understandable why you thought it was a moid possibly. But anyway, that's kind of just like what I wanted to say really quickly. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so you got an instant follow. Look, I mean, you you convinced me. No, I'm really careful. I'm not having any. If I'm in doubt, I'm not having any men messing up my spaces. It's I can check them out. That's not a problem, but it always is unpleasant and um, dis- disturbs the conversation. So. That's why I'm a bit funny. But anyway, thank you very much. I take it you're from Canada then,
Yeah, I'm from British Columbia. I don't want to say like
right?
specifically where, but I'm in a very
No, no,
popular
no, no. It's fine.
that's what
Okay,
I'll and anyone from Canada probably knows what I'm talking about. Um,
right,
but it's very I think BC, British Columbia is the most liberal um province out of all of Canada. And
right.
just to see how quote unquote like liberal it is to go completely backwards, I guess. Because it's kind of like a weird little circle where it's so quote unquote woke, it's gone the other way around into like silencing specifically women. It's very frustrating, and to like listen to a lot of this gender ideology and discussions about the safety of trans people and whatnot is so upsetting because my grandparents are lesbians and they were assaulted in um not that long ago, like 20 years ago, in like one of the most liberal provinces in all of Canada, which Canada is already very liberal compared to the rest of the world. So to like kind of be told to shut up essentially when bringing these up is so infuriating. So yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to like say something because it's so upsetting and like frustrating. So shout out to June. And I know that maybe for other people, obviously not people in this space specifically, but for other people, it may not seem as like a big deal to have disagreements or be outed as something as menial per se as a turf. But like it is so, it's like life ruining because everyone sees you as like this horrible person just for simply having very basic biology opinions. Like, oh my gosh. Anyway, yeah. Ah, some of my rambling. So yeah.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm actually I'm happy that you talk about it because yeah, you need to. Well, I think you need to get it off your chest, and we are um we are in a situation here in Germany that they want to introduce the self-ID law, and that will include 10,000 euros if you misgender, a fine of 10,000 euros if you misgender a person. Um, but they're so stupid. They actually say, what did they say? You must not tell people about their former. If you know that someone used to be a man and is now in women, like living women face, um, you must not reveal that, okay? You must not reveal their original sex. But if you celebrate them for being so brave, then that's okay. Can you imagine? Yeah, I can't get my head around that kind of thing. I'm sorry, I can't. It's just they're so they're so disgusting. I can't bear it. But anyway, we're fighting against that law because we will have the same problems as you have in Canada and in Ireland and in Scotland and name it. Because it will be hate speech, and they actually want to change our constitution to implement gender identity. If they do that in Article number 3 in our constitution, then women will be absolutely, they won't have, homosexual women especially, will have no way of fighting against um, coercion by um, trans-identified males because it's the article on, oh, what's it called? Let me think. Um, uh, oh, I can't find it in my brain now. I'm too tired. It's about you must not. Uh, Everybody is free to live as they are, and da, 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 and women are equal, and you know. what's it called? I can't think of the word. I'm so sorry. But anyway, if they change that article, we will have a real problem here. And they talking about it. They started talking about it, and if the government informs the people at all, which they try not to do because people would be against it, but if they inform, they actually tell us lies about what's happening. So it's actually literally lying. That things are not so bad, and it only means this, and it only means that, and the poor oppressed people, and they do not want to listen to any feminist or women's group. They don't even call themselves feminists. To any woman who says, look, there are examples all over the place. What will happen if you let men if you send men to women's prisons? I got told that women in prisons in the US are sleeping, are sleeping in shifts in order to protect the sleeping women. They are giving out condoms because women, well, some of them might actually have consensual sex. I can't judge that. But women get pregnant, they get raped. So what do they get in a women's prison? They get condoms. What the fuck? What the fuck? Are these women not worth any consideration, any protection from male violence? But they put these kinds of beasts. I mean, honestly, people who have been assaulting kids and women, they put them in the women's prisons. What do they think they are doing? I talked to a friend in Ireland. The same thing happens in Ireland. And the women are exposed in the prisons, are exposed to their foul language. You know what men are like when they are, like nasty, like putting their tongue out and that kind of thing, and can I fuck you, whatever. Even if they can't touch the women, there is this male sexualized gaze and the vitriol, and it's disgusting when you think about it. They've changed with us even noticing in Berlin. They've changed the laws for prisons. We have got 3 inmates who are men in the women's prison, and nobody knew about it. They just make laws, and just before they pass them, they put some little, I don't know, some little idea in there. It can be just 2 words, you know, and people with a different gender identity. That can be sufficient. And people with a different gender identity, and the whole law changes. And that's what they do. We have an anti-conversion therapy law passed, I think last year. And the minute before they signed it, they put in not just gays and lesbians, they put in and gender identity in some way or another, which means that we cannot stop kids, for instance, from transitioning because it's covered. It's covered by anti-conversion therapy laws. Funnily enough, it doesn't work with gays. If you say because there is no gay anymore, because you have to affirm the trans idea, because trans people, if they want to transition, you can't tell them no, because it's covered by the law that you must not do conversion therapy on them. This is madness. And the gay minister, I don't know if it's called minister. Yeah, well, it is health minister, I think. He made that law, and he did it for the gay people. And then in the last minute, they put that in, and now we're not protected again. It's I don't know what's happening. I mean, as I said, I'm 61 years old, and I would have never thought that I would at any point in my life have to argue about lesbians having a penis. You couldn't. I mean, if you had told me that, I would have thought, oh, maybe I have to fight the fascists again. I would have believed that any minute. But that they come from the left and from the right and from the heterosexuals and from the diverse crew, we are absolutely under fucking attack from all sides. And
So,
whenever yeah,
oh,
Angie, yeah.
oh, yeah, something I've noticed is that the it's gay men introducing this legislation mostly here in Australia, and it's a men's rights movement, and gay men are still allowed to be gay men, but lesbians are queer, or they're still, they're still refusing to come out and comment on this issue. So it's very obvious to me that it's men leading this movement, because gay men will even benefit from more men invading women's spaces. They'll benefit via surrogacy. They'll benefit, via having the option to opt out of being gay. So I think that's what's driving it, because it just does not make sense otherwise.
Oh yeah, that's very right. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, that's right, Angie. Absolutely. Uh, I mean, the other thing is that I always say there are two trans movements, right? There is one male to female. That's the ones who attack all women's spaces. All women's spaces. They don't stop at nothing. There is no stopping them, right? And then there is the women who trans identify, and they basically opt out of being woman, they opt out of being lesbian. They have got a different kind of disease that underlies it, like borderline, or what's it called? What's it called? Asperger's, or things like that. And yeah, well, I want to see the trans-identified woman that attacks a man in the bathroom. I want to hear about that. Where are the trans-identified women who rape gay men? Sorry, where are they? They're not there. They might be obnoxious, like Mr. Menno said before, that they um, come along and tell gay men how to be gay men because they think they are men. Oh, no, they're not. But they can't do any harm to men, because after all, even if they eat only testosterone and they don't eat any other thing, they will not be as strong as men. And if a gay man doesn't want a fake dick, she will know. She will fucking know. And if a man who dresses up as a woman, we will know. We will know. Because there is violence that can happen. And so there's two different movements for me, always. I'm always talking about two different issues. There is not one. trans movement. There's a trans movement of AGPs, men, and there's a trans movement of young women who can't bear to be a woman. Sasha, I'm sorry, I guess you're a man. It looks like it. Women are talking. You may listen in. Thank you. Sam.
Um, Sasha's a female. But then
Ah,
the
oh,
I
you know
had,
her?
yeah.
Okay, so then she can talk. Okay, fine.
But also to like bring on to your point, that there's two different like trans movements. I agree very much. And second of all, it both attack females specifically because not only are females being attacked by kind of having the very, very small amount of like spaces that we have impeded upon by males. Um, the females who are, a lot of them who are transitioning into males, um, like you said, a lot of them have prior issues. If you talk to a lot of them as well, um, the vast majority of them have been like assaulted and abused by males, especially at a very young age. And instead of going through and dealing with that, because there seems to be like two different ways that these things are handled. Um, Obviously, there's going to be other ones, but there's two main ones that seem to happen. There's one where you completely reject the thing that made you a victim to begin with, which is being a female, being a woman, being a girl, or you go to the other route of hypersexual, hypersexualizing yourself and hypersexuality and using your sexuality as a tool to benefit yourself. Because again, a lot of them have been groomed. If you talk to a lot of like former prostitutes or strippers or a lot of like cam girls, a lot of them have been abused, and that's kind of, they've been groomed from childhood, which is why it's so difficult to listen to a lot of the stuff about sex work being work. Because if you talk to them, it's not a choice. They've been groomed from childhood to be a sexual object for the benefit of men. And instead of going the other way, there seems to be two main routes that they go of, yeah, completely rejecting what made them a victim to begin with and saying, well, I'll just get rid of my breasts, one of the most identifiable aspects of being a female, visibly, uh, and going completely the other way. Because if I'm a male, then, well, I'm not going to be attacked again predicated on my gender or my sex. Or they go the other route, and it seems to be using that for their benefit in a way. So yeah, it's definitely, it's attacking females on both sides. Like, men are not really being impacted either way. Like, if there's a trans man in a male only bathroom, they're not going to care. There's no male only gyms, they're not going to care because there's no male only spaces. Because again, the reason women need the spaces, obviously I'm probably preaching to the choir here, but like, who's committing all the violence, who's committing the murders, who's committing the rapes, like, that's why. Anyway, Sasha had her hand up, but I want to like go a little bit because it's so fucking frustrating. So yeah.
Thank you, Sam. And sorry, Sasha, I didn't recognize your face there. It's too tiny. I'm an old lady. Welcome.
No problem. I'm not offended at all, especially nowadays where women's spaces are being absolutely decimated and it's being lauded as something that's normal and something that's acceptable. And I just kind of wanted to expand on something because when Sam was talking, I don't know how many of us here are survivors of conversion therapy. I am one. And one of the things that nobody talks about, the reason why a lot of females, women who get into this thing, this gender ideology that tells them, if you have certain traits, then you're a man, and X traits are male, X traits are female. And that's what they teach, right? They teach ultimately that heterosexuality is the normal thing. That's what's normal. And if you like, if you're not all the stereotypes that we are taught are femininity, then obviously you're something else, right? You're not a woman. You're not truly a woman. And what we don't talk about is like a lot of the sexual violence that comes into play, because I know a lot of women who quote unquote transition into being a man or maleness or whatever you want to call it, and all of them have experienced some form of brutal sexual violence and sexism and conversion therapy, and they have this disconnect where they don't feel like, well, okay, I must not be a woman because I don't identify with these things, and it's being pushed because this global persecution. I always say that, like, a black man can escape racism in places like Africa. An Asian man can go to Asia. A white man can go to any of the European countries and they can escape racism. Um, a wealthy first world person can go, or not wealthy, a financially stable first world person can go to poor countries to achieve financial stability, but there's nowhere a woman can go in the world to escape sexism and misogynistic persecution. And one of the big reasons why this thing is being pushed as acceptable, because we're seeing like more of a, like, the pendulum swinging the other way politically. So men are looking for this way to obtain power. And if we look at history, women have always started the biggest political movements that led to change. So like the French Revolution, women are the ones that started the French Revolution. And then when men started to participate, they took over, they dissolved women's issues, and it took a back burner. When Napoleon got into power, he dissolved women's rights and gave husbands complete political control or complete legal control over the wives. And so now that feminism has become sort of like this mainstream thing, sort of like this acceptable thing, it's happening again, where we're being forced to center issues that don't serve women's interests, right? These issues that don't benefit us, and we're being erased again, but on a larger scale. And it's kind of like, because we see these issues like genocide, female genital mutilation, things of that nature, and we're being taught that it's wrong to talk about it. We're being taught that it's bigoted to bring up these issues. And so what's happening now is that we're at the fork in the road where we have a choice to either ignore what's going on and suffer hundreds of years of progress lost, or we can confront this without compromise, without advocating on behalf of outsiders, because we don't have the resources. Women are the only interest group that doesn't have any foundation, any political caucus, any global efforts or initiatives that serve our interests.
Oh, yeah, that's very right. And I don't know if I got everything, but um, did you mention pornography and prostitution? Because in Germany, we've got the problem. We are the whorehouse of Europe.
I,
We've got such nasty legislation on that. Um, it's called, here in Germany, you are called a bigot and a Nazi if you say um, prostitution is paid rape. You know, they call themselves sex workers.
I think the most important thing to confront about that is the language, because in America, we're going through like this thing where people are trying to make prostitution legal, and I'm fighting it because I am a former lesbian prostitute, and I would go to these girl clubs and I would work out of girl clubs, and it's almost never like, it's not a form of work. It's paid rape. And it's tragic because a lot of my heterosexual colleagues were always they would never, it was never something that they wanted to do. It's never something that they saw themselves doing. And there's a lot of lies around the conversations about prostitution and the sex trade. Like, majority of it is trafficking, right? Majority of the women who participate in or who are forced to enter the sex trade are trafficked. And these women that get on Twitter that have OnlyFans, they like to make it this thing that, oh, it's my choice, and oh, it's not all this, and it's not all bad, it's not all that. But when they say sex work is work, I like to bring up the Canadian stripper visas. And I don't know how many where everyone is from, but I'm going to summarize by saying this. So Canada had a program where immigrants from other countries, or like people who could travel through, could get a visa to work. Like women could get stripper visas and they could work in the clubs, and be like a temporary resident of Canada. What happened is that men started trafficking women from Africa, Asia, and like some parts of Central Europe, and then forcibly pimping them and bringing them to getting them the stripper visas, and then having them work in these clubs, sending them to the motel to be raped by Johns, and then after so many complaints and so many cases of rapes and so many women trying to come out and say, hey, I'm being trafficked, they had to repeal the stripper visa. It's not work, and we have to stop calling it things like sex work. We have to start addressing it as what it really is, because the first step to normalizing it is changing the language around it. And once they change the language around it to make it seem softer, or something that's more like able to be received by the public, then they start pushing for legislation to support it, to decriminalize it, to legalize it, and things of that nature. And that's why in countries where prostitution is legal, we see the highest rates of trafficking and sexual abuse.
Absolutely, and we're fighting against that here. I'm in a women's group who fights against that. We are for the I don't know, is it called Nordic model? In German, it's called Nordic model. That would mean that you cannot buy sex, and the prostituted women aren't, aren't charged, but the men who buy sex, basically, that's what it's about as a gist. And because in Germany, I mean, the left wing and the woke brigade talk about sex work, and they actually attack you. I've seen that they attacked us because we were on the street, and we had, like banners saying something to that respect, like rape is paid. What? Prostitution is paid rape, and pornography should be banned. Da, 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 da. And people attack us for that. We always get women or other women, unfortunately, and activists who attack us for saying that kind of thing, because they say women are free to choose what kind of work they want to do, and they do not think about uh, a trauma response and that kind of thing that makes you do that kind of thing. Um, so yeah, I'm with you, Sasha. Thank
I
you for
hate to keep
sharing.
jumping. I'm sorry, Sam. I saw you had your hand up. One thing that I wanted to throw in there real quick is it's because feminism was disrupted around the 80s, right? And so we had this cohesive ideology. Feminism was a cohesive ideology. And then they jumped in with the liberalism and individual politics. And so women no longer had a collective responsibility to each other. Because when I first started, like talking about pornography and things like that, when I witnessed like what I saw in the industry, I had to break up 2 rapes on 2 different sets. And when you look at a lot of pornography, you see that women are portrayed as like these stupid, docile, masochistic creatures that have to be convinced to participate in their own sexuality. And Andrea Dworkin, she had this quote that um, porn is the theory, rape is the practice. And that couldn't be more true, because if you look at these videos, right, it's always the woman as the prey and the man as the predator. And that is the ultimate role of sex and sexuality. And the most feminine thing that you can do is to embrace that. Um, and so when we remove this like collective responsibility to like taking care of each other and making sure we're okay, and not struggling so much under sexism, it became this, well, I want to do it, so it's okay for me. If you don't like it, then that's your problem. And it contributes to a lot of the female dehumanization and hypersexualization today. Even even female politicians, you know, they post a selfie on Instagram, and these American degenerates will post underneath her picture, oh, it seems like her time is coming to an end. Do you think that she'll do porn? Will she do OnlyFans? And that's what they expect. Even for Amber Heard, you know, when she lost that unfortunate miscarriage of justice of a trial to Johnny Depp, people were saying, so when are you going to get on OnlyFans? And all these porn companies like Facial Abuse, I forgot the other one, but they were sending her offers. And that's because it's expected, right? They want you at your lowest point, so that you have no choice but to depend on them. Because someone who has financial stability, someone who has an education and options, they're not going to go into the sex trade. Okay, Sam, sorry.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Sorry, wonderful. Thank you very much, Sam.
Yeah, I was looking into because I'm from Canada, but the stripper visa, yeah, that was in, I think, 2012. But they changed the laws, I believe. What the host was saying was called a Nordic law, where, yeah, now, as of 2014, it's Bill C-36, um, where the purchasing of sex is illegal, but the seller per se is not going to be criminalized, which is very, like, at the time, because I'm only 23, so when this came out I was like 14. I didn't understand what even it was like trying to do. When I was a kid, I was very confused on like what that even meant. I was like, what does this mean? But as an adult and understanding like the implications behind it, it's very important because, yeah, if you're gonna have a lot of these women who are in prostitution, because they've either been groomed from childhood or they're being forced into it, they're being trafficked. If you're just going to throw them in jail for doing something that they have no other option, like, you're just further perpetuating the cycle. It doesn't make any sense now that they can't get a job because then they'll have a criminal record. They can't go get a normal job. They can't apply for loans. They can't move up in the world. They can't go to school. You've just further perpetuated that to begin with. And then something I shared into the, oh my gosh, sorry, I don't like understand Twitter still as much, even though I've had this account for a long time. I put it into like the thing on the top, the tweet, um, in discussing the gender roles of like the gender ideology and like conservatism, because it is kind of like the horseshoe theory of politics per se, but with gender roles. Because, yeah, the conservatives want um, women and boys to be one specific way and adhere to the gender roles, and this gender ideology that is relatively new, is kind of doing the same thing, but like with different packaging. Like, so if you're not a feminine female, oh, well, you must be a trans boy. If you're not a masculine male, you must be a trans girl. To like these very little kids, they're doing the exact same thing when they should just be like leaving them alone. I'm so, like, my parents fucked up on a lot of things, but one thing I'm so happy is that they were normal in that regard, because I was allowed to be a tomboy. I was allowed to do things that were not quote unquote feminine. And my parents left me alone. They didn't make me dress up in all pink. And they kind of just left me alone when I was very uncomfortable, going into puberty, which kind of happens to everyone. And now they're medicalizing that essentially, into being like, oh, well, you can just change it. Oh, you don't like having breasts because it makes you a sexual object. All of a sudden, when you're 12, to disgusting men. Oh, well, why don't you bind? Why don't you go on hormone blockers? We can fix that. We can fix that. And it's completely nefarious and targeted towards females, in my opinion, because, again, no one's doing that to the boys. They're allowed to be uncomfortable. They're allowed to transition from boy to male, boy to man. Females are not. It's, you go from child to like adult woman all of a sudden. There's no like teenage, adolescent period. It's child, woman. And if you're uncomfortable with that, there's something wrong with you psychologically. You must be transgender. You must be this. You might be queer. You might blah, blah, blah. So I'm very like thankful that I was one of the, I would say probably, well, I'm sure that a lot of people behind closed doors are normal, but at least like in the public spaces, it's being like celebrated almost for your kid to have gender dysphoria or being trans, and you're considered a good parent for allowing them to do this. So yeah, that's kind of what like that tweet that I shared
Yeah.
specifically with. But in terms of like the prostitution conversation, this is why I refuse to call myself a feminist until I was like an adult. Because when I was a teenager and a kid, and everyone was like, "I'm a feminist," it was choice feminism, it was liberal feminism that they were talking about, and it never made any sense to me. In terms of like prostitution as well, when I got a bit older, I'm like, well, so I can't say anything because apparently it's a woman's choice. Like it's so much deeper than like a choice. These things have consequences, and they don't get to like 0 to 100. Like there was a process there that pushed women into this situation. Or you can't. I wasn't allowed to criticize religions because apparently that was bigoted to do, even though the thing I was criticizing is the way that they treat women. So that's why I refused to like even call myself a feminist till I got older, because the only feminism that was like um, shown to me was like this liberal choice feminism, which is just patriarchy but repackaged in like pink wrapping paper. Really, it's like, oh well, it's actually a choice. These things don't actually have reasons and sociology behind them. It's just it is what it is, and that's your choice. Therefore, you can't judge other women. No, no, no. Um, so that's one of the I kind of went on a ramble, but that's one of the reasons why like finding rad
Well,
femme, uh, other women who are like radical feminists and Marxist feminists and cultural feminists. Man, I don't know, that like changed my whole mind, because I didn't even realize that that was like an option, because I had these beliefs and I was told that they were um not the correct ones, I guess. So yeah, anyway, that's kind of like my tangent. Go off a couple things. So
yeah. For me, the only feminism is the one that doesn't hurt women. That's feminism. Whatever you do, focus on women. And if women are happy, if women have got their way to live, to live their own lives, to decide what they want to do, and I'm not talking about prostitute yourself in order to survive. I'm talking about having the means to survive without selling your body or your soul, you know, then that's feminism. Well, anyway, Sasha.
Yeah, I wanted to. That what Sam said is so true, and it's especially true because they're encouraging girls specifically to go on hormones earlier, to have like surgeries earlier. But you'll see when it comes to boys or men, they're like, "Oh, well, your penis is feminine, and you can have like a girl dick, and this, that, and the other thing." But there's no, you don't hear the same thing about, oh, your vagina is masculine or your breasts are masculine or anything like that. It's you have to get your breasts cut off, you have to go on hormones, you have to do this, that, and the other thing, you have to cut out a piece of your thigh to create something that resembles a penis. And it's because they know women are more likely to spend monies on cosmetic surgeries or procedures, because look at how the makeup industry and the fashion industries are multi-billion-dollar industries, right? Because we've taught women that their appearance is everything, and that contributes to the options that are being pushed now. Because in America, it's like you have two options, right? You become a traditional housewife or a stay-at-home mom, or you become the sexually liberated quote unquote prostitute. And those are the options girls are being taught. We're seeing more of a push to remove the rights and protections women have. We're seeing the removal of abortion rights, things like affirmative action that assures that women have a fair chance to get into things like jobs and universities. And so it's like, they're pushing this thing. One particularly insidious propaganda piece is that, oh, you don't have to work so hard. You can just join OnlyFans and make thousands of dollars and get rich. And then you have these girls that get on social media that target these young girls at 9 and 10 years old, and tell them, oh, I bought my house because of OnlyFans, or I bought this nice car, or I have all these nice clothes and all these things because of OnlyFans. When the reality is most of these girls aren't making $200 a month from OnlyFans. They're having to do in-person prostitution to make that up, or they're selling OnlyFans as a multi-level marketing scheme, which is ultimately selling the souls of young girls before they even have a chance. And what they don't tell you is that when you do pornography, I don't know how it is in other places, but in the US, you can never work in childcare and you can never work in healthcare. So those are closed off to you. And they're getting these girls younger and younger. You know, some of them are entering the porn industry at the age of 16. Like one of the girls who is a close friend of mine, she entered the industry at 16, and she really didn't have a chance after that when she left, because she was so well known. People didn't really want to hire her. Like, no good jobs wanted to hire her, and so she ended up going back earlier this year.
My goodness. I'm friends with what you call them, ex-prostitute. She stopped working in the industry, and she's an activist. Um, and she talks a lot about it because she wants people to know what a bloody business that is. And you might have, I don't know, she speaks English too, and she has done interviews, I think, with Genevieve Gluck as well, if I remember rightly. So you might have heard about her, my friend Roxy. And she's very, very clear and very outspoken what that business is. And she, unfortunately, told us what's happening at pawn shoots. And I sat here sobbing, listening to what she was telling us. And I will never forget that. That was one of the first interviews I heard. And yeah, we cannot be loud enough to stop this. To stop this from happening, that women, young women, um, uh, actually go on that path because they think they are not worth it to have another job, or, because they need money. I mean, can you imagine? In Germany, there are, when did I read that? Half a year, maybe a year ago, that a university did a workshop or some information in some paper about the young students, women, of, of course, if they are short of money, in order to support their, like to earn a living, how to get into prostitution, how to do that. Honestly, a university in Germany, those are pigs. If you ask me, they are pigs. And they can do that and they can get away with that shite because of our woke idea here in Germany, that prostitution is sex work. So what's wrong with sex work? I mean, well, if you feel like it, if you're heterosexual or you don't mind cock, well, just do it. You can earn money with it, and you don't even have to. You can do OnlyFans, right? Look, this is how OnlyFans works. Get a computer, get a camera, that's kind of thing. And they get told, young people get told when they start the university. I cannot tell you how angry that makes me. It makes me furious, absolutely furious. Is there anything like that in US? In the US?
Yes, it's actually very common that, like, girls will get, like, they have this thing called retweet groups. Excuse me, I'm not well. They have this thing called retweet groups where they'll, like, promote each other's content, but more specifically, they'll promote, like, their links, and they'll they'll target girls who are tweeting, like, advice on how to make more money. They'll seek them out. So they'll go on, like, websites like Twitter, or Twitter, Clubhouse, TikTok, and these girls that are, like, they're wanting to make money, instead of telling them, hey, go into a trade or a job that's going to serve them for the rest of their life, they're giving them links to sign up to OnlyFans, and for every girl that signs up, they get money, right? And for they're telling these girls if they don't want to sign up, they can just do a couple of videos. They'll pay them for the videos, and but they make sure they don't pay them too much, and they keep them coming back. And so eventually, when they're like, well, I've already done a couple anyway, and they give in and they make the thing, they don't know where to start. So they hire them as consultants, and they tell them what kind of content to make, how much to make, and how frequently. And that's how they get these girls that are just turning 18 and 19 and 20 to jump on OnlyFans.
Disgusting. Pam.
I live in Canada, as I've like drilled it into all of you guys' heads. And I live in an area that's like very there's a lot of universities and colleges and whatnot. And something that I've noticed is, yeah, there's a lot of girls specifically that will encourage other girls to go into like stripping or OnlyFans. Those are the ones they talk about openly. Obviously the other stuff they don't push as like openly, but it's very clear that a lot of them, if you get them talking enough, they will say that that's like a viable opportunity, because there's something, I don't know if it's in the US or whatnot, but we have something called like Leo List here, where it's essentially Craigslist, but it's not um it's essentially Craigslist, but you can sell anything on there, and I mean literally anything. And there's a lot of the girls that do like the OnlyFans or do the stripping that do that as well. Because again, in Canada, it's not technically illegal to promote it, like advertise it. It is illegal, I believe, if it's a third party, so AKA a pimp who is advertising the girls. But I don't think it's illegal if it's the girls themselves, or it's perceived to be the girls themselves promoting it and advertising it. But no, there's a lot of like girls in university, specifically, I would say more so the art centered ones and makeup schools that I've noticed, because there's a lot of different ones. They're very like it's seen as like a very positive thing, and it's just so depressing. And again, I can't say anything because then somehow I'm the bad guy and I'm not supporting women, because I'm like, hey, well, maybe don't do that. That's pretty dangerous. Not only just like physically at the risk of like assault, but it's dangerous for your ability to have upward mobility later in life. There might be a difficulty there if you're putting like your whole face and everything on the internet like this. Unfortunately, I don't think it should be that way, but like that's the situation we're in right now, which is so nefarious too, because it's the same dudes who purchase sex and watch pornography. They're pointing and screaming the loudest about how disgusting and how you've ruined yourself. And it's like, dude, you are the fucking market that they're marketing to. Like, what? You are the one who created this demand to begin with. And it's just so nefarious to me as well, to talk about this financial, like incentive aspect. It's like, yeah, sure, you'll have money right now, but like, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. But they have to continue to have these very young, barely legal girls come in to fulfill a need and a desire. And clearly, we all know if it was younger, they would do that. If it did, it's 18 because that's like the legal standpoint. But behind closed doors, they would go younger. And to continue to like fulfill this need, it's so nefarious, like the industry overall. And yeah, like Sasha was saying, they'll promise a lot of these girls like the riches and gold and all these things, and it's fantastic, it's great, but they're immediately like going after the next youngest person. Like when I turned 18, I was still in high school because I was born at the beginning of the year. So what they were saying essentially is, oh, you can be in grade 12 in high school and do porn. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. What? Like that is just so disgusting to me. Like, and I think I've said this in other groups, like when it's an adult, when it's a female, you say, oh, it's an adult female. She's 18. She knows what she's doing. But when it's an 18-year-old male, oh, he's a boy. he doesn't know what he was doing. He's just, his brain's not developed. When again, there's no actual biology behind men and women maturing quicker mentally. That's a farce. That is a societally like constructed thing to continue to victimize women. But at the same time, I think I said this in a different one as well, like a different space. um it's a backhanded compliment. Essentially, it's a double-edged sword where you're saying that these girls are more mature, that they know more, but in doing so you're excusing them from being put in these really horrible situations, and then proceeding to not have any accountability for putting them there because, oh well, they're an adult, they're 18, she knows what she's doing. No, she doesn't, she's an 18. That's a child. Like, sorry, I do think that's way too young to be making such life altering decisions. You can't even get a beer. At least where I am, you can't even get a beer, but you're telling them that they can go do porn and BDSM and this hardcore stuff. That's crazy. Like, what? That doesn't even make sense. And to go off like Sasha's point, yeah, the OnlyFans shit seems to be literally like a pyramid scheme. It's an MLM, bro, because they're just recruiting more girls to get into the site. And I don't know if this is true, but isn't there like an incentive or something too for them to get more people to sign up to the site? I don't know if that's true, but like it would make sense because it seems to be one big pyramid scheme. Um, it's just so upsetting, and it's very frustrating to not even be able to criticize it. Um, right now, at least like in my circle, because I'm 23 right now. And anytime I bring up, you know, the nefarious nature behind these things, such as OnlyFans, I am somehow a buzzkill. I'm a party pooper. I am not supporting women. Uh, and it's like, well, no, you have that completely wrong. I am. I'm giving them the truth. Like, you're giving them false ideas. Even with the idea of like this sexual liberation within like the fourth wave per se, a lot of it is not like, you're telling these young girls that they need to be like sexually liberated for men specifically because they never bring up lesbian relationships. They don't. They're talking about men and women, and you're telling them to go out and be sexually liberated and be freaky, do all these things, and there's literally no benefit. And I'm glad that I realized this very early on, before putting myself in like not great situations. But like looking at the younger generation is like upsetting because again, I want to say, hey, maybe don't. It's not in your best interest. It doesn't matter about how I view you. I'm not slut shaming. I'm saying that there's no benefit. Like, you're hooking up with all these people. You're putting yourself in these dangerous situations and you're holding all the risk. You're the one, if you get pregnant, you're going to have to take care of the child, or you're going to have to deal with the other impacts behind that. Abortion or adoption, that is like mentally and physically so draining to create a human and to take care of them or to make that decision for someone else to take care of them. Oh my God. Like, that is so, like, it's so much. And not only that, like, you're not getting any benefit out of this by telling these young girls to go out and do all these things. They don't even get to, with hookup culture, they're not even getting to bust a nut. The whole point. They don't even get an orgasm. Like, there's literally no benefit to it. And to continue to like tell them to engage in these things is so upsetting to me. Again, I believe like if you want to do it, yes, 100%. If you're able to think and consciously make these decisions, hell yeah, go for it. But that's the problem, is like, it's not that simple. And I wish that it was, where it could just be choice and that's it, instead of like the grooming and the nefarious intentions behind it. I don't know if I'm making sense, but it's just so
Yeah,
frustrating to
you
this
do.
idea be pushed to like younger girls specifically. Anyway, I've been talking a long time.
Yes, it's Sasha's turn now, and then I want to answer maybe a question that has been asked in the bubble. Sasha.
Yes. I know this one company, right, where this girl, her name is Madison, and they would take her to shoots when she was 16 and prepare her, like show her like, oh, this is what she does, this is what she does. And you'll make like $600 to $800 a shoot, which is so much lower than in the 80s where women were making thousands of dollars, even though it wasn't, it's all shitty, it's all bad. But they pay them pennies and essentially keep them dependent and unable to move on. So they're spending all their time trying to advertise this content and trying to get booked for shoots that they can't focus on learning any skills or getting out there and getting jobs. And that's a very bad thing when women are wasting their younger years not learning skills and basically becoming dependent on the sex trade, which sets them up for failure.
Yeah, absolutely. Spiky, did you want to say something about that?
Yeah, I want to say actually it's been really good to listen to the information about prostitution, and also that it's good to hear from younger people and hear the frustration. I know it's awful, but it's good for me to hear your frustrations and how hard you find it from the point of view that I think doesn't matter what our age is, doesn't matter where we're coming from. There's such an across the board equal feeling about these things and the exploitation of women that is getting worse, and that we are all struggling with to push back on. But one of the things in reference to young lasses that have suffered sexual abuse in childhood is sometimes they actually come out of that wanting to prove that they're not affected by it, and can try to act as though they're really sexually adventurous, because that shows that they're not being prudish or they're not being affected. They have to show how free they are sexually. And so when we've got this idea of what freedom sexually is being so pornified, and to prove that you're free, going into porn because you're confident it's not going to affect you, and I can't imagine that the professionals don't know that level of impact on young lasses that have been abused. And I don't understand, if they do understand it, why they aren't coming out about it hard and fast, because it's like a repetition of the abuse. But thank you very much for everyone that's been talking about that. It's been fantastic, as has this space. Entirely wonderful.
Thank you so much. I wanted to say a bit about a question that has been asked in the bubble. Um, there has been an incident now in Germany only some 2 days ago or so, that kindergarten or nurseries, they want to introduce, as far as I got it, they want to introduce places, rooms in the nurseries or kindergarten, where the kids can be naked and can be sexual with each other. Yeah, I can't believe it. Um, I have to go into that issue. But yes, there is an organization that's called, oh, it doesn't matter what it's called. But anyway, it's an organization, they do social stuff. They have nurseries and kindergartens and um, homes for old people and all kinds of things, that kind of organization. And they introduced this room for toddlers to be naked and to touch each other and feel free to do so. And they had an agenda, like where it says a no means no. If the child is wants to withdraw, it's okay, it's fine. That has to be made sure that this happens, and adults must not be around or be involved in the touching business. So they think they are okay because they say adults must not be in it. But honestly, I find that so revolting. I have no words for it. And maybe that's the reason why I can't give you more information on that, if that is dealt with and how it is dealt with. But I will look into it because I find it horrendous. The mere thought The mere thought that they they think it's a thing that children are sexual. And because I honestly, I believe that children at that age are not sexual, even if they touch each other. They're maybe they're exploring. They see, oh, you look different than I do, and oh God, you got a witty, and oh, you look different. Um, maybe they even touch. I don't know. I have never raised children, but it's like, oh my God, I can't believe it that an organization that is in the health industry, if you want, the social industry, um, come up with this kind of ideas. It's I just can't believe it, and it has to be dealt with. And I think there have been quite some Twitter users who like were offended and horrified like I am, and who responded to that. But as I said, it is true. It is actually true because AWO, it's AWO. They are an organization who do that kind of thing. But I would not have thought that they want kids to explore each other to that effect. Um, I will come back to you with more information, hopefully soon. Okay? Well, anyway, now I feel sick. Sam, Spikey, and Sasha, please.
To like have a point on what you were saying. No, it's not normal for children to be doing that at all, and they do not do it unless they're seeing it from somewhere else. I took a developmental psychology class, and yeah, that's not normal. Like, and it is so nefarious to even suggest that this stuff is like normal to that extent, um, or to even concern yourself with it as much. Like, yes, kids are going to be like, oh, it's my body. Oh, I don't know what this is. That's very different than like some of the stuff that they're trying to normalize. Oh my God. So it's so disgusting because it's just like, ugh, it's not normal and it should not be normalized. Like, if a kid is doing something like that, they're learning it from somewhere else. They're seeing it somewhere else. And I didn't realize this till I was much older, um, like an adult. But when I was a kid, yeah, there was like quote unquote weird kids who were doing weird things. And now looking back, oh, it's because they were like sexually abused. Because kids don't do this stuff unless they're seeing it or learning it from somewhere else. Um, or
They
they're not.
want to they want to introduce these bloody rooms in every kita they own.
Ugh,
That's the agenda. Can you imagine?
That's just no. I don't even have like words except that it's like that's not normal. And if a kid ever is, I guess PSA, if a kid ever is being like weirdly sexual, call social services because it's not normal and it's happening for a specific reason. Um, so yeah, don't. It's not normal for kids to be doing that, and kids who molest other kids as well. The child on child abuse. Generally, that is because the kid who is doing it is having it done to them as well. That's why these things are happening, and it's just so like sorry, it's hard to like have a proper thought right now because it's very infuriating to like hear that kind of stuff is happening, and I know that it's happening because there's a lot of weird freaks who are trying to normalize this. Like, what was it? One of the gender ideology activist people were like, "Oh, kids are." Was it a look or something? Someone named a look, who was like, "Oh, kids are, they are inherently sexual," and it's like, "Whoa, dude, you should be immediately put on like an FBI watch
Oh,
list."
Alok
Do not.
Vernon, the guy from yep.
Okay, so you know what I'm talking about? Yeah,
I
this
know him.
weird.
I know him.
That's no, like you should be on a watch list. Don't fucking say that. And if kids are going to be doing stuff, normal stuff, that's fine. But generally, they're not. Why is that involved with you? Like, they're going to be doing that alone. Or their parents can be like, okay, yeah, you can explore your body, but go do that in your own room. That's the conversation. And then it should be done. Be like, this is stuff you do on your own. Don't do that in front of people. That's kind of it.
He was saying, I
Why the
hate
fuck?
to cut in, I hate doing that, but he was saying stuff like this for a very long time. And what he said, verbatim, is that little girls are naturally kinky. And
Ugh,
it's the perversion, right? Because like it's insidious that he will reach out to people, right? And he's very popular and very well liked in Hollywood. Like, lots of people like this man, and he will go out and say these things that, like, oh, like, we demonize girl sexuality, and he hides behind that to be predatory towards girls and women, which is sick.
yup,
It's what's contributing to this push for hypersexuality is that kids are getting exposed to porn at younger and younger ages. Like, these kids, they're seeing like these memes and things of that nature, like on Instagram and on like little sites like Discord, and they're posting like the porn that they find on Twitter, the porn that they find on Reddit, these sites that have unregulated nudity. And so they're trying to imitate the things that they're seeing in these videos, in this media, and a lot of it is violence. And that's why they're trying to act like, well, they need a space to be able to do this and blah, blah, blah. They wouldn't need it if they weren't seeing it, if they weren't constantly being exposed to sexual debauchery
yup,
and violence.
yup.
I mean, another point too is like this weird a look is just like one very small example of like, sorry, I'm making pancakes right now, but um it's just one very small example of like what is happening. And the very like, I hate to be like it's a slippery slope because I don't like that argument, but it's true in this case. Like, what other reason and what other motivation do you have when you're talking about these things in such a way? There's no other reason for it to be doing this. um like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. And to bring up like the porn stuff again, um yeah, it's so damaging. Like, when I was a teenager, I was porn rotted like in the brain because I was exposed to it very early on. And then going into like adolescence, it brainwashes like the young girls as well. Like, as myself as an example, I thought that's what like sex was inherently supposed to be. I thought it was supposed to be violent. I thought it was supposed to be aggressive. I thought that this BDSM stuff was the norm. I thought that's what was expected out of you when I first started like uh, going into adolescence. And so not only like, I'm very happy that I never ended up in a very like weird situation or someone who took advantage of that. Um, but that's what I inherently thought that sex was, and that's why what was it? There's this trend going around too of these young girls being like, "Oh, I'm just so much kinkier than my ex's new wife or whatever." That's just so nefarious as well because this stuff isn't naturally occurring. Like, it's happening as like a trauma response or you've been exposed to it. Like, this stuff isn't normal. Something has happened why you think that like aggressive bondage and whipping is normal or desirable to an extent. um I'm obviously more talking about the extreme stuff than like a little thing here and there, but um it's happening for a reason. And again, as like someone who is a young person who was exposed to it very early on, like, I thought that was my own choice. Again, I thought that was inherently my own desire. But when I stopped consuming porn, again, I stopped consuming not because of that, but because you have no idea what's consensual and what's not. You don't know. Like, even if the people on the camera on the screen, it seems consensual, you don't know. Like, there was that Amaranth streamer and then OnlyFans girl who was very open and very popular on both platforms. And on the surface, it seems like she really wants to be doing OnlyFans. She wanted to be engaging in these things. And then it turns out later down the line that even someone who is interacting with their fans and you think it's consensual and it's their choice. Like, no, she was being forced to do it by her husband. Again, I haven't kept up to date on that story as much now, but even that, there's no way to prove whether or not it's consensual. Like, you can't, especially if you're just seeing it on a screen. But anyway, where was I going with this? But yeah, so it's not even just like the boys that are like getting brainwashed by porn to be violent. It's
Mm.
a lot of the girls too that are being brainwashed to think that this is normal and to think that this is to be expected. Um, what was it? That's something that is just so concerning, and I think that's one of the points. I think that's kind of forgotten a lot of the time uh, in talking about porn, at least in my mind, because again, it's like brainwashing these very young girls to think that this is what is expected and this is how you are supposed to perform. In addition to the young boys being told that this is how you treat women, women are kind of being brainwashed to expect that. And even people who say, "Oh, I don't watch porn," all of a sudden, "Oh, well, you're a prude, you're not sex positive, you're not this." No, it's I don't want to condone rape. Sorry, I didn't know that was a bad thing. Sorry that I don't want to consume materials that are rape. Like, no, I don't want to. Why? How come I'm the bad guy for not wanting to support that? The fuck?
Yeah,
Somehow I'm the weird freak here because I don't want to consume materials that could be rape, could be not consensual. Ah,
you,
anyway,
you're not alone. You're not alone. I can tell you that. This is
Spike, you have
exactly the That's exactly the framing in Germany. Don't you worry, you're not alone. Anyway, Spiky.
Yeah, I'm assuming nursery age is sort of kindergarten age, which I would put sort of from 3 years old and up, maybe a bit younger. One of the things, if you put a room full of a room full of 3-year-olds naked together, you're probably going to get a load of little kiddish covered in shit, to be honest, because not all of them will be having great bowel control, and some of them, although they might be potty trained, you know. The other thing is, if you get a 3-year-old and they haven't seen a cat, yeah, it's not unusual for them when they see the cat's bottom for them to stick their finger in it. This is what kids do. The first until they're old enough and you've potty trained and all the rest of it. The first 2 years of their life, when you're changing their nappies, you fight to stop them putting their hand in their shit because they'll put it in their mouth, they'll put it in their eyes, they'll put it in your mouth. Oh, anybody's mouth, they don't care. And I think the people that are sort of like thinking about all this shit are absolutely clueless about actually raising children. It's insane. And the other thing is, Sam said about the use of language reference to sex work to make it socially acceptable. Well, we all know that they're trying to use MAPS as minor attracted people to change it from paedophiles because, paedophile, that word has a terrible connotation. So it's like, why are you doing this? Why are you trying to break these barriers down? And this ties in with the, pornification of the kids. As far as I'm concerned, it is all some sort of like, it's not just a man's sexual rights movement. It's a pervert sexual rights movement. Who wants to? They haven't raised kids. There'll be crap everywhere. And yeah, uh, this world is terrifying for anyone that's got kids. If I was raising my kids today, I think I would think, it wasn't always easy, but, I would have wanted to go on the run 100% to get away from the state and the school that is constantly telling me that if I don't allow my kids to be the state's property, that there's something wrong with me and they'll take my kids off me anyway. No, it's horrible.
Yeah, absolutely. Sasha.
I hate to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but I'm so serious. Like, I have, ever since I've been studying and all the travel that I've done, it's like I've been exposed to information that I was like just like never ready to receive. And what they're doing is there's this global effort Because if you noticed, there are birth rate drops all over the world, and these world leaders, these politicians, and just the male species in general are scrambling to kind of keep up that replacement rate. And so what they're doing is they're removing a lot of the barriers that could be seen as like a threat to sustaining the population, things like abortion, things like consent laws, because in France there's no real age of consent. They say that there is, and they say that it's 15, but it's not enforced, right? And so you've got these adult scrotes that are raping these young girls and basically grooming and training them to accept their role as basically breeding material, right? You're not a person, you're just a means for us to propagate ourselves and to keep propagating ourselves at any cause, by any means necessary. And so that's why we're seeing such a big push for the one of the two options. You're either a prostitute or a traditional housewife or a stay-at-home mom, because they have to be able to fulfill their sexual deviancy, and they cannot propagate themselves without women. Technology has not advanced to allow them to produce more of themselves without women. And so they have to find a way to do like this kind of like mass subjugation without causing an uprising, without doing to, and so they instill this rhetoric to make women accept um crazy things, like accepting pedophilia or accepting like these large age gaps, saying that like men need time to get their income and their financial stability, when really they're just using women to establish themselves social capital and economic stability, because all of these societies require female subjugation to function. And that's why a lot of this stuff is happening now. That's why you're seeing all these rollbacks on abortion in different countries. That's why you're seeing the age of consent, with the exception of Japan, being rolled back. That's why child marriage is still legal in a lot of these territories. And you're seeing a push for more acceptance for pedophiles.
Interestingly enough, Sasha, what's happening in Germany as well, they start talking about a law that prohibits abortion after 3 months, right? We can have abortion for 3 months if we had two independent doctors, organizations, whatever, um, uh, talk to the women, and then um, they can have an abortion. That's not prohibited until, let's start week 12 or something. Anyway, we want to get rid of it. Interestingly enough, after a fight of about 40 years to get rid of it, they suddenly start talking about getting rid of it. But do you know why? The new idea is surrogacy. So if we accept surrogacy, which is forbidden in Germany, then we get the law banned, or like being changed. I don't know how they actually want to do it, but basically it's about more exploitation of women. That's why they pretend to be okay. We think about it. Maybe it's better if women can, like have an abortion, and they will not act up. But at the same time, they want to introduce surrogacy, which basically means women will be used as breeding bodies for instance, gay people who think they are entitled to having a child. You can buy children then, and it won't be prohibited to do so, even in Germany. And so there's always, if you think they do something for women, you have to look, what does it mean? What are they up to? Because they never, obviously, I mean, I can't bear hearing myself saying these kind of things, because I was like, I love our democracy, da 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 da. And this gender issue has opened my eyes, I can tell you that. And I don't even think that we've got a democracy if it comes to this, actually, because women aren't heard and listened to, and we are actually insulted and threatened even by the government, by people from the government, and they can just do that. They can just post things like, there has been this one green politician who is claiming to be a lesbian, and he speaks for us, and he posted a, a death, like the death as a person, with the sky, saying so many turfs and only one sky. And he goes unpunished, right? And he's in the party that's in the government. So that's the situation in Germany. They can do that kind of thing. They can threaten us, and they go unpunished. And so I think when they start suddenly, now that we're talking about surrogacy, because of the Ukrainian women who were used by Germans to make their babies, and because of the war, that suddenly became an issue, because there were women pregnant, their baby was sold, and suddenly there was a war, and people were worried whether they will get their child. Um, you know, something might happen to the woman. She might get killed, God forbid, or the child might get killed. How do we get there in a war zone to get our child? And they took the child away from the mother and left the mother in Ukraine, where, that kind of thing happened. And I was really surprised when they suddenly started talking about abortion, and that they would loosen the law. And I thought, something is not right. You really, something is not right. And I tell you, I'm worried about that. I think they want to make it easier for people to buy women and their bodies to make their child that they can buy. I don't trust them anymore. I don't trust them anymore. And Sasha, I don't know if that's a conspiracy. Actually, I don't know. I'm leaning towards that idea. I'm really getting paranoid.
I think
Well,
I
yes,
think our
Spiky.
I think our civil service across the boards are more instrumental in this than we realise. There's been a politicisation of the people that actually operate the levers of government, and they're there all the time. The government changes through democracy, but the civil service, the people that do that job of making the country work, they stay there. And the thing with the trade unions, and the other thing is about the businessmen. I imagine there's a much larger proportion of men jetting around the world having business meetings all over the place than there is women, not least of all because so many women are mothers. And I tend to wonder whether that that group are the group that are meeting in the cities for orgies and things like that, in these big parties for wealthy people. And, you know, they said when there was the meeting at the WEF that there was coke and prostitutes flown in, like a lot. And I would like to know what the ratio of men and women in that setup, not just if is, you know, were there male prostitutes and female prostitutes brought in, and the level of male attendance of these kind of parties, because I find it hard to imagine that if women were engaged in that it would be a free choice, like women with careers. Is it a case of if you have a political career or a business career, or you're in the civil service, somehow you have to partake in this, show your liberalness and your freedom, you know, and how good a person you are with all your virtue signaling? Because if you're really free, you'll take part in this and you'll be like this. Or another aspect on career, if you've got to show you're the big boss and you'll do it, you know, you'll climb anything to get to the position. So all these different areas that women could end up being pushed into these scenarios, because it's being touted as ordinary and normal. But how much is it related to it being dominated by men? The other thing is trade unions. Trade unions seem to be pushing this on everybody, everywhere. So how is it that this has become so prevalent within the trade unions? And it's hard not to see it as entirely across the board. There are men's sexual rights activists working everywhere and using anything they can to lever this idea of sexual liberation for all. And what they're doing is dragging women underneath this idea of that women's idea of sexuality will always have, their sexuality will always have to come from men, i.e. the situation with lesbians. It's like I said earlier, you know, if I'd have seen sort of what is classed as lesbian porn by the porn industry, I'm fairly sure, you know, I'd be so frightened of anything like that just the idea of being a lesbian would have terrified me. And how much that would put someone off of having to wear the label, because you're also a lot more tender when you're younger and a lot more susceptible to the idea that if you get called something that has a negative connotation about anything, that you're going to go the other way. You're going to try and not wear that label. Cheers.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. I was worried of being seen as a lesbian. I mean, I got through that, but I know what you're referring to. Sasha.
Yes. So I just wanted to make a statement about these parties, because I've been to a couple of them. I've been hired for these parties where there are businessmen, and for the male to female ratio on average would be that for every 50 males there was one woman, right? And I'm not talking like just a regular woman that's there. um Now, out of the prostitutes they'd hire, per every one prostitute, there was like 10 to 15 different men. Um, and I would just do entertainment because my client base was women, and I didn't get into like dungeons and domination and all that stuff until much later. And the things that you see at a lot of these parties is very disturbing, because they commit just the strangest acts. They'll urinate on these women. They'll defecate on these women. They'll pull them by their hair, or they'll do all these disturbing types of like sexual acts. Yes, yes. Um, Okay, sorry. Yes, they'll commit all these different disturbing sexual acts to these women in front of each other, and they'll do it as a form of entertainment, and it gratifies them in some way. It's very disturbing because a lot of these women, they leave with lots of money, but they leave crying, and I'm really kind of shooting myself in the foot here, but there was a judge in particular that got off on like kicking the women. And what he would do is he would pay the girls to lay down on the floor, and he would kick them in their legs and in their ribs. And it wasn't like playful kicks, it was pretty serious kicks. And so the thing about it is, it's like I feel like, I mean, I understand the Nordic model from the perspective of we don't want the women to be imprisoned and have a criminal record and not be able to find work and things of that nature. But I feel like it should just be completely illegal, because the pimps are just going to take advantage of the Nordic model system by teaching the women that because it's illegal, she has to take the credit and the blame for practicing, prostitution and engaging in the sex trade. I lost my train of thought. God damn it.
But that's an interesting thought. I I didn't think of that yet. Thanks for that. Um, yeah, piece of information that I can chew on.
I think the Nordic model may be a step on the way. It's not the best, it's not the greatest solution, but a step on the way to making it illegal, to give time of adjustment, perhaps for prostitutes
I
to be
see.
able to be protected. I'm not sure, but I would imagine that if we can get to the place where we have the Nordic model, then the next move would be to try to push for making it illegal.
Right. What I was going to say is that, like, one of the things that happens here is because in New York they don't prosecute like quote unquote sex crimes. And by sex crimes I mean like prostitution, unlicensed pornography, things of that nature. So like what happens is that like men from like California and Detroit and stuff like that, they'll get girls in different states that are poorer, and they'll bring them to New York and say like FMTY, which is like fly me to you. And they'll have them work and advertise out of New York, because in New York they don't prosecute those crimes. And then the pimps will fly the women to clients in different places because they have open advertisement, they have open avenues. And so it works like a network where you meet the girls or at parties or something like that. And then you develop a network in other states where maybe it's not legal, but they work there and they don't get in as much trouble because it's the girl and they don't give up the pimp. And they have this network where they send the girls off and different things. And the girls, when they get certain amount of experience, they go and recruit other girls. I mean, it's a mess. It's a whole underground network. I have even disrupted two different trafficking rings where there was like girls as young as 14. But it's like there's no stopping it, right? Because once there's this element of decriminalization, they can function, like they can use that. And so like even just giving them a little piece of being able to step out gives them enough room to kind of get these girls and then move them around so that they don't face any legal repercussions.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about it with that at all. But I think it's worth asking the Nordic model. They're on Twitter, asking them what they think about this, because it's kind of like the first time I've heard that side of the argument. And hold on, I wrote something down. Oh my god, I can't read my writing. That's so common. Oh yeah, the other
They're
thing.
so me.
The other thing is that with this commonality of behaviour amongst that group, And I imagine that diplomats and various perhaps MPs and politicians are, and very wealthy elites are partaking in something at various times as well. Not all, not everyone, but groups of. And I wonder how much there is compromising material held by different agencies over people that have positions where they can create influence. And one of the reasons that they're pushing all of this is because if they don't, that every government out there is going to be ousted for having all these guys in that are AGPs, because it's starting to look like they're coming out of the woodwork all over the place, but they seem to be quite common across the military as well.
Yes, actually, there, man, if I could just say certain things, but I'm gonna say this. There are three different United States senators that I have directly interacted with that have access to compromising tapes and videos at like these parties that they go to, and they keep it for leverage. Like I feel like America's like this really bad cartoon, right? Like this is like the cartoonish stuff that you see where the guy goes out and he takes pictures, like embarrassing compromising pictures or whatever, and says, hey, if you don't do this, I'm gonna post these on the internet. And it's really a circus, it's a clown show. But the thing is there's so many young girls that are being hurt, and there's so many, they'll go to like these different countries where they don't necessarily have an age of consent, or that it's not enforced. And they're trying to get that to be a thing here. Um, one of the one of the things that I wanted to do is I wanted to have an advocacy network, like an international women's caucus that kind of has maybe five main issues on the platform, and we enforce these issues. Like we have different branches for different countries, and we all enforce these. We have like, little groups within the countries that enforce the issues, and like advocate on women's behalf, because like at this point we're approaching a very critical, I guess, time for us to like, we're either going to fight this or it's just going to happen, and then we're going to live in this kind of Handmaid's Tale dystopia where we're going to have to start from scratch, and then we're going to have to resort to getting beat up in the streets by the police and having to fight for our rights all over again and getting tortured and all that stuff. Does anyone know about like the suffragette tortures?
Not quite.
When they went, I know about one of them going on a hunger strike and getting force fed. I think I know that anyway.
So basically, what they would do is they would take these women while they were imprisoned, and they would feed them like rotted food. They would beat them regularly, but they would be careful not to leave bruises to the face. They would make sure that they couldn't, like, they would break out some of their teeth and things of that nature. Um, they would have them like tied, and they'd have rope, like leave them overnight, and they'd have rope burns. And that's nothing compared to the tortures of today. I mean, it's horrible, but like the devices that exist today would just be absolutely horrifying. It's like I've had friends who protested because America has very poor regulations, right? There's so many deregulations that are going on, and so we're like losing environmental protections, we're losing like respect for the trees, and so the government and these corporations are stepping on the toes of like farmers and indigenous tribes and stuff like that. And there's poisons and all these different things. And so one of my friends, when we were doing No DAPL, she basically just disappeared. Like she was disappeared. Hannah, Hannah Cole. And like when we were getting arrested, they would take us and put us in separate holding. So we would be in like different holding in different precincts, and so we couldn't contact each other, and we would sit there over the weekend. And we don't know because nobody has contacted her like since that day, but they said that she was tortured and killed, but nobody knows because there's nobody. There's no like trace of where she was supposedly held. There's no record of her arrest. There's just nothing. So we're like, if we don't do something now, that's going to be the reality for many of the women who just even speak out about, you know, women's interests and things of that nature. I feel like we're, you know, we're headed towards a real dark future almost.
Goodness gracious. Okay, thank you, Sasha. When was that? When was this happening? What you just told us?
No DAPL?
Sorry again?
When your friend disappeared. When was that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
1 second, let me get a hole. Excuse me. I hate this. I have to get something. It's so around 2016, 2015 and 2016. Like right, late 2015, early, very, very early 2016. And it was before we did the Disrupt J20. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry guys, I'm sick, but yeah, it was around the time where they were trying to blame us for setting like the equipment on fire, and it was sorry, it was let me get myself together before I start speaking out.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you anyway for telling us. I don't know. I mean, I am worried. I'm worried too. I'm not quite there yet, but if you experience that kind of thing, it gets closer, doesn't it? So,
But yes, sorry about that. I have to get me a
yeah.
couple halls and some Vicks. So yeah, anyway, I mean, it was going on all year, and they were basically the reason for the protest was they were going to put some pipelines down in like sacred land, sacred farmland, and we're like, no, because if the pipe bursts, you know, it's going to poison all the land, and the people who live off the land, they're going to be destitute, and the government didn't care. You know, like nobody, you know, we chained ourselves, we tried the nonviolence and everything else like that, and it was like the whole Standing Rock versus like the local police and stuff like that. And not long after that, like around around the late summer, early fall, that's when it started making the rounds internationally. um and at that point, like things were really escalating. Like they were having the dogs, and they were threatening with the pepper spray, and like they were actually standing like around around the protest line with the guns and all that kind of stuff like that. And at that point, um, Black Lives Matter started to pop off. And then when Black Lives Matter started popping off, does anyone remember that guy that threw the Molotov?
No, I don't remember that. I only remember that the different tribes got together who usually don't talk to each other, and they fought against that oil pipeline.
Yes. So like there was different tribes that came together to try to defend, and they started like arresting them and stuff like that. And then there were like flyers that were going viral on Facebook of like certain people that like just never came back home and stuff like that. We assume like some of them just got arrested and questioned and stuff like that. But then when Black Lives Matter started popping off with like the issue with like George Floyd, there was a picture that went viral of the guy that threw the Molotov cocktail, and then a week later, he went missing. I'm going to find his name, because when the picture went viral, like people started kind of like they started finding him on social media, and they were praising him or, you know, disparaging him depending on what side of the political spectrum they sat on. But basically, um After like a week after that photo was taken, he was just never heard from again. And that's the kind of stuff that happens in America, and it can happen anywhere. One of the most disturbing things to me is that as early as 2015, I was talking about how we don't have, like, abortion was not a solid, it wasn't codified, right? And I was like, we could lose it at any time. And everyone was comfortable because they thought we were making so much progress, and we had the first black president, blah, 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 Hillary Clinton, all that kind of stuff. And I was like, yo, we can still lose it. We can still lose it. And nobody was ready to listen. And then, Trump happened. He got elected, he got in office, and he started sowing the seeds of a male supremacist dictatorship. And now we don't have, Roe v. Wade. And all these different states are rolling back on abortion rights. And they think that other rights that aren't codified, or other things that aren't codified, that we won't lose them, but we very well will, especially if somehow DeSantis is able to reach the presidential seat. And so a lot of people have to realize American politics does influence the things that happen, like by proxy, in Canada, in South America, um, even in the Caribbean. So when things go bad here, they're going to go bad over there. And if we don't have some kind of cohesive force or movement or ideology to combat the stuff that's happening here, we're going to end up basically a dystopia. I can't describe it any other way but a dystopia.
Yeah, I believe that because all the things that happen in America comes to Europe eventually. Unfortunately, some of the things are not very pleasant. Spiky.
Yeah, I don't know an awful lot about American politics, but I've caught the ex-Democrat woman Tulsi Gabbard, and I've listened a few times to Robert Kennedy, and I wouldn't have a clue whether there is anyone out there from the side of the Democrats that is going to actually stand near any of us. Whether it's women, whether it's whether you're a lesbian, whether parents, mothers. What? Who is likely to in America? Is there anyone that will stand up for women? Do you think? And what's your opinion about Robert Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard, if you have one at all?
Is that for me?
Yeah, sorry, Sasha.
Um, Robert Kennedy. I'm sorry, but I do not trust any of the scroll creatures. Um, for me, I think anytime that they attempt to portray themselves as an ally to the feminist cause, or like pretend to have like an interest and stuff, because they don't have a horse in this race. I'm sorry. All men benefit from female suppression. So like I always side eye them, specifically their demographic, because there's always an ulterior motive in the end. And a lot what the Democrats here do, especially the Scroats, they will appeal to women to get the vote, and then when they get the vote, they just discard us. And that's how it always goes. Like every time the scroll creatures get in on our movement, they try to appeal to us and things of that nature. They always have an ulterior motive. It's never something to help us. It's never something that for our advancement or our progress. It's something to help them financially or socially. Tulsi Gabbard, I don't know if I can trust her, but I trust her more than I trust that Kennedy guy. I would have to say, my goal would be to get more women in office, even if she was a libertarian. And I know that sounds awful and horrible and wrong, but hear me out. women in the company of other women tend to be more reasonable. But a man in the company of women is always going to try to assert his dominance. He's always going to try in some way to exercise power or control over that group of women. So if a bunch of women get together and say, hey, okay, we all have this common ground here, maybe we can do XYZ, and then we can keep pushing forward more towards legislation that protects women and female interests, because we're not going to get that with, scroll creatures that pretend to be interested in like female issues or women's plight.
I'm going to have to do that thing where I say that I think I know a couple of guys that do, but they're grandfathers and fathers, and they see the sexualization of their kids as terrifying. And for me, I think I would. It's like here in the UK, we've got a Conservative Party, but our Conservative Party is like your Democrats pretty much, and then we've got the Labour Party, and they seem quite centrist quite often. So, but the Conservatives, I think, are going to use the transgender issue as a sales tactic. Well, that's what I'm worried about. That they're going to use it as a sales tactic to see if it can get them over the edge in our 2024, I think it is, election. And the Labour Party are on the very much part of the transgender setup, and I've got a horrible feeling that I'm going to vote for our Conservative Party. But at the same time, I recognise that they might be quite happy just to sell me this car, and then, it break down and it be useless, and they won't fulfil their promise.
I would have to say it would be easier to fight TRAs than male supremacists, and here's why. There's always going to be this push for traditionalism. There's always going to be this push for heteronormativity and male supremacy and patriarchy, right? That's never going to go away. But the thing about, if they ever get into power, they never stop, right? Like, look at Trump. We're still seeing the effects um of Trump and Xi Jinping. And I don't know, is anyone here familiar with like India's politics?
Not really, no.
Not
I'm
really.
glad to
No.
hear.
Okay, so basically there's no president. Like, India doesn't have a president. They have different regions that have different like elected leaders, and each region has like different sets of rules, different codes, that is like basically the law of the land, right? And so right now there's like a huge battle between the Muslims and the Hindus, but women are losing either way, right? So like there's this there each side is trying to sell themselves as, like, to dominate each region. They're trying to sell themselves as like, we're better for women because we don't do this, and they'll point their fingers at each other and find fault and say, well, women should come here because we're XYZ. And when they get elected, they and they enact laws and rules that suppress women and put women in legal control by their husbands or male relatives. Xi Jinping is doing this thing in China where he is brutally suppressing any feminist activists, any journalists covering feminist issues, anyone who's talking about the 6B40 movement. If you receive money from any like non-national for your activism and stuff like that, you go to jail. Um, for as far as America, we're still seeing the effects of Trump's cabinet, the people he installed in the Supreme Court, the people who he helped win local elections, even as locally as mayors, right? And so we're going to have to wait a certain amount of years to re-elect someone and undo the policies that these people. But by the time, all that's said and done, right now, they're the majority of the Supreme Court. Governors that have seen more liberal or democratic mayors, even school superintendents, governors, they have Republicans in those seats right now. People who would have, like, the more liberal people who have otherwise won their elections had lost because Trump fanatics had helped with the advocacy and for like the voting and all that kind of stuff like that. And so majority of the states now even have limitations on things like the Plan B or other contraceptives. We're seeing that they can refuse to provide contraceptives based on personal biases or religions, and it's not gonna just a decade and it's all gone, right? We're gonna still be seeing the effects from this, the rollbacks on environmental protections and women's rights and things like all those different things. It's gonna take years, perhaps even decades, to get back to the progress that we were at before he was in office. And it's the same thing with Xi Jinping, and it's the same thing with the leaders who are being elected in India. They're rolling back all the progress made um, for like women's rights and protections and civil liberties.
Well, that sounds really shitty because the one thing is, it seems to be the Republicans and more in more places seem to be standing against the transgender ideology in some way, and it for me, for this is like this one horse fight for the to get to. We have over here, we have the GRA, which is the Gender Recognition Act, and I want us to repeal that so we don't have to put up with it anymore, irrelevant of what it says in any other act. I want us to make it so they can't do that, and in order to do that, that's going to take uh, a lot of people that are going to vote Conservative, many people, and there's loads of people from the left and from the Conservative thing in the whether you call it gender critical TERFs, women's movement, that are trying to move in the direction to get this march of transgenderism stopped and to protect young LGB youth, but also the number of ASD kids that are getting caught up in it, and young adults and older adults, they're all getting caught up in it. So in each state, if you vote for, let's say, if you voted for a Republican in one state and he was putting forward a pledge to say do this, that, or the next thing, does he actually have to stick by what he said he'd do? Or is it okay for him? Because over here they make pledges and they don't stick to them. And it's kind of, it's like they tell you that they'll do this, that, and the next thing. And we noticeably know that all of a sudden we had all these other emergencies, so they can't do this. And I don't think our Labour Party or our Conservative Party are going to be honest about what they're moving forward. Also at the moment, because the UK voted to come out of the European Union, the UK is actually getting a battering from everybody because we broke all the rules. Also, though, but because we came out of the European Union, we already don't have as many companies investing over here. So because people are like, we're not going to invest over there, they come out of the European Union. At the same time, I think that means that we're not getting the masses of investment that is pushing of the companies that are totally pushing the trans queer theory agenda. And it is very difficult to find someone that's going to deal with the issues and trust them. And do they have to follow their pledge in America, Sasha?
Oh, absolutely not. They never do. Especially the Democrats. What they do is they say that they'll do XYZ, and then they'll dangle it over your head, right? Like carrot dangling. Um, and they'll have it, oh, it's here, and it's right in my fingers, and tease you with it so that you keep them in office and keep them in power. And that's why I said we need a women's caucus. Like globally, there needs to be a international women's caucus that has a 5 issue platform, excuse me, and advocates on those 5 issues specifically and ruthlessly and relentlessly, because that's the only way we're going to get anywhere. Because we've made too many compromises, we've trusted too many people that didn't have our interests at heart, um, and we've put our resources into people who ultimately are never going to help us. So, and it is difficult, but I would say it's easier to fight gender ideology than it is to fight a conservative regime. Because look at now how in America we no longer have protections for like discrimination against LGBT or LGB, and against women, and against, non-white people and stuff like that. And they're not doing anything about, you know, these conservatives that are in office. They're not actually doing anything about gender ideology. They're not doing anything to combat it. It's a bunch of lip service. So eventually it's going to come down to it. And if we have to fight against the progressives and their support for queer theory and gender ideology, that's going to be much easier to do if we have a state that's receptive, or more receptive, to like civil disobedience and protests and things of that nature, than from conservatives who are going to absolutely suppress it. Because they don't, we have to think of it from the perspective of profit. Like, what do they get if they engage against gender ideology? If you look at Trump, he's actually he supports gender ideology, he supports queer theory, um he supports whatever's going to get him the most support and make him the most money. We have to push for our own candidates, for our own caucus, for our own lobby groups, because they're not going, they don't benefit from helping us. They don't benefit from caring about our issues. That's something that we have to pursue, and the only way that we're going to be able to do that, unfortunately, is if progressives have the political power.
But I'm sorry, but I heard Trump say something to that effect, that he would roll back that trans issue if he was um, elected president again. Why do you think he would support it?
He says a lot of different things, but there was one interview. Let me see if I can pull it up. There's an interview that he had. That he was like, something about, yeah, he'd let him use the bathrooms and all that stuff like that. What's wrong with that? Um, Let me see. I'm looking for the soundbite on YouTube. Here it goes. CNN: Trump repeatedly celebrated the inclusion of transgender women in. Okay, no, that's something else. Trump remarks on transgender people. Okay, that's an article, not a video. I need the soundbite though. Let me see if I can find it on YouTube.
Okay, then you can put the link in the bubble. That would be lovely. Oh, and Emmy is here. Thank you, Emmy. I want to thank you here. Emmy has been quite busy posting articles and all sorts of things that we've been talking about, so that you've got something to read. Thank you very much for listening so actively and taking part. Thank you. Um, I have to say I'm tired now. It's 3:30 in the morning in Germany. I'm actually quite, I'm fading away at the moment. So I'm really, really interested in what you got to say. It's been a pleasure having you all here, and especially you, Sasha, with the information that you gave us. And I hope to see you soon again.
You will.
Okay. I really hope I'm thinking about maybe not using the Mondays, but maybe a Saturday, so that we all got off the next morning in Germany and all over the place, so that
Yeah.
we can have a conversation. Because my German friends have gone, most of them. There is one left. No, actually two. I can see. Um, I don't know if they're asleep or if they're still awake, but they're still hanging in there. Um, uh, but you know, the others had to sleep because they work in a minute. And so maybe a Saturday would be a better choice for this kind of talk. So
Yes, let me follow. I'm trying to follow as many people as I can.
yeah, have you followed Veloci Rohr and AP Schultz and all those people who've been here before?
I didn't. I came in late because I've been doing some
Yeah,
laundry, but
I know.
I'm trying. I'm clicking and following this.
No,
Do
but
some.
you're following me, so you get them if you want. And I'm the like headmistress here in my spaces, and they follow me, and they are around whenever. Most of them are around whenever I do spaces, because we've got a nice community here, um, of women speaking together and fighting and organizing and all that kind of stuff. So I'm very, very happy about this conversation we had. Thank you, Spiky. Thank you again for kicking my butt. And I will find a Saturday next time. I think that is better, so that the Germans can stay up, and the Australians got a chance to join us, and the New Zealanders. Um, I would try to find a time when it's more convenient for all of us, if that's possible. So thank you so much. I will sleep and remember you all listening and talking, taking part. And I'm so happy at the moment. Thank you so much.
And thank
Thank you for
you.
hosting this great space.
Thank you. I,
Thank you. Yeah,
I,
it's been
I,
absolutely great.
I'm absolutely happy when women just feel happy after being in a space. Honestly, that that is what this is about. I want women to have the feeling of, oh, I've been to that space and it was so lovely listening to the women, talking to the women, and getting new ideas, and maybe even being part of a conversation that has been difficult, but seeing we can work things out. I love that. So I'm sorry that I leave you now, but I can't. I'm too tired. Um, hope to see you all again. Just follow now before it's too late. Um, thank you, Sal, for hanging in here, and Rosa. And thanks for talking. Thanks for being here. And stay safe and sane. And I see you soon. Bye.